from our good friend Philip Bailey, who is part of, runs a database for the excellent Cricket Archive. He says 3 200-plus partnerships in the same innings has only ever once occurred, previously in first-class cricket before this game. Delhi against Karnataka in the Ranji Trophy semi-finals in 1986. Sorry, that's my voice coming back at me. That's a terrifying sight for everybody. Sorry, listen. I'll go back to that in just a second. My apologies.
Luke Proctor starting proceedings from this pavilion end. First ball to Jas Singh is pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run fielded there by Nathan McSweeney.
So 3 200-plus partnerships in the same innings only ever occurred once previously in first-class cricket before this game in the Ranji Trophy semi-final, 86-87 for the first, second and fourth wickets, that was, says Philip. Delhi against Karnataka. And Luke Proctor, though, in sharing all 3 double-century stands is unique, as in the Indian game, none of the batters shared more than 2 of them. So he sets another record, Radders.
Proctor in, the unique Luke Proctor, and turned away nicely by Jas Singh. It's running down towards the boundary, and I think this is going to go for 4. There's a chase in progress. In fact, he just holds up in the outfield, which presumably has been slowed up a little bit by the rain this morning, and they come back for 2. So Jas Singh goes to 6, 123 for 6. Well, if I do Proctor tonight, go on then.
I've got another
one.
The only higher team score with 2 wickets down in first-class cricket. Goa's 7-2-7 for 2. Against Arunachal Pradesh, is that right? In the Ranji Trophy, 24-25, previous record in a game in England. West Indians 682 for 2 against Leicestershire in 1950.
Back of a length goes Proctor, and pulled away off glove, top edge. A little bit hard to tell, but it's gone more or less straight back over the keeper's head from Jas Singh. You wouldn't say he was entirely in control of that stroke. Nevertheless, it was perfectly safe because there's nobody down there, and it picks up 4 runs for him and for Kent. He goes to 10, 127 for 6.
Only the 3rd time that all 4 batters going to the wicket have scored hundreds in first-class cricket. There we go. I can give you other incidences, but there is action happening. And I've already done a cardinal sin. We were talking about a young journalist about what you shouldn't do on commentaries. Interrupt the commentary.
Here's Proctor in, bowls to Jas Singh, who lets it go through outside the off stump. That's fine. It's all interesting stuff. I mean, there was so much.
Thank you, Philip, by the way.
There was, absolutely, yes. There was so much going on yesterday. That 3rd double-century partnership of the 3rd wicket rather, which has also set a Northamptonshire record against Kent, surpassing the 179 between 2 great warriors of Northamptonshire cricket, David Steele and Mushtaq Mohammed. Here's Proctor in, punched away off the back foot by the towering figure of Jas Singh, tall man, and punched out into the offside, no run. Well, as I say, I may well do Luke Proctor tonight. He was in an ice bath last night when he'd had a fairly full-on day. To be fair.
Took a wicket last night as well, did he? As well? Oh no, sorry.
No, he was on.
He was close.
He had a little bowl, and he's batted a long time. So here's Proctor in, bowls to Singh. Lovely looking on drive, runs for him here, coming up towards the pavilion. It won't go for 4. There's a chase on for Nathan McSweeney, who goes down like a sack of spuds on the net pitches down there, and he's just skidded a little bit, and he keeps it to 2. But that's a confident start from Jas Singh. He's going to play his shots if the ball is there for it. He's on to 12 and Kent to 129 for 6. That partnership of 179 between Steele and Mushtaq at Wantage Road back in 1973. So, 2 of those 3 partnerships that we were talking about, the double-century partnerships, were Northamptonshire bests against Kent. Now it's going to be Conway to continue from the far end, the Nackington Road end. And Northamptonshire, well, certainly the first couple of overs have given them hope that things may happen. It's fair to say, I think.
As Conway then bowls to Everson for defensive. Back at Big Harry Conway. Go on, Harry, you can hear a number of the other fielders saying. It's
original.
Well, I'm sure he will.
mentioned the women's game taking place between Northamptonshire and Kent, the 50-over game at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire putting up a decent total, 260 for 4 they are in the 44th over against Kent, and Meg Austin on Northamptonshire debut made 123.
It's Conway then bowls to Everson. It's pulled away for a single out to square leg.
Chloe Hill, keeper who's made the move to Northamptonshire also this year, was out for 59, and Beth Ascott is 50 not out. Lenny Sims also playing for Northamptonshire, who is related to Harold Larwood, as I discovered last year when I had a most interesting chat with her. And there is I think she's great. I think he was her great uncle, and I've got various bits of memorabilia related to the great Harold Larwood of Bodyline fame. Here's Conway in and bowls and forced away and caught at the third attempt probably, by George Bartlett in the cordon, and it was a little firm-footed punch by Jazz Singh. It flew into the slip cordon, and George Bartlett did a touch of the Jerry Cottle circus and juggled, but managed to hang on. And Singh goes for 12. Northamptonshire have the breakthrough they were looking for. They've removed the night watchman. He goes for 12, and Kent are 130 for 7. Now, well, they still have a couple of specialist batters to go, of course, because they used 2 night watchmen last night. So still have Chris Benjamin and Jaden Denley to come. But as we said, Jazz Singh, I think, was always going to try and play his shots if possible, and he just had a little bit of a waft at that, and it flew to George Bartlett. Unfortunately for Northamptonshire and for Harry Conway, he managed to hang on. 130 for 7 it is. Conway now 3 for 39 in his 13th over, and it is Chris Benjamin coming to the crease, rather lower down the order than he would expect. I wonder if he's ever batted number 9 in a first class match before. Northamptonshire had this in the previous game against Lancashire, when Louis Kimber, who famous for hitting the most sixes in a championship innings and most runs off and over, and 243 for Leicestershire against Sussex in the championship, found himself batting at number 10 because of Harry Conway going in ahead of him, and Northamptonshire having a lot of batting in that game. But that's the breakthrough Northamptonshire wanted. Bartlett taking the catch, as I say, eventually at third slip. Conway will continue.
Yeah, as you say, Chris Benjamin, probably wouldn't expect him to bat at 9 very often for Kent, but pounds down from the Nackington Road end now. And there's Conway left by Benjamin. Huge shout. That was a fairly orthodox leave from Benjamin.
It was.
Keeper, but why not?
I think you call that the effort ball. He put a bit into that one, and it really did slap into the gloves of Lewis McManus. So Northamptonshire game almost is out of the holding pattern again now, the night watchman having gone. They have 2 specialist batters in there, in Everson and Benjamin. Conway is in, bowls, and forward goes Chris Benjamin. Plays it out towards extra cover, but Conway himself comes across to cut it off, and there is no run. 130 for 7. Bright sunshine now. We had a couple of hefty showers this morning, which we did see plotting their way towards Canterbury on the weather radar. There doesn't look to be a lot in the offing, which from Northamptonshire's point of view will be good news. But well, they would want to try and get as much cricket in as they can. Forward goes Benjamin, times that beautifully, and it's racing away through the covers, and it crosses the rope for 4. Oh, beautifully timed by Chris Benjamin. Just looked like a little push, and it raced away over the outfield that we were saying earlier on. We thought might just have slowed up a little bit. It's been very quick the first couple of days. Might just have slowed up a little bit as a result of the the rain we had this morning, but no sign of it there. Benjamin is off and running, 4 to him, 134 for 7 at the end of the over. And Harry Conway, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 34. And it will be the unique Luke Proctor to continue.
Indeed, from the pavilion end. Just think our connection with BBC Sport Online has just dropped. So if you've recited to the pictures with the on Kent Canterbury Club's excellent YouTube stream, it's great to have your company. But if you have had to do that, drop us a line, kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. There's a Proctor, Captain Fantastic, bowls to Everson. Captain Marvel? Not Captain America, I don't think. It's
definitely not from Oldham. No, definitely not.
Rafi Weatherall fields at mid-wicket, 3 slips in behind Joey Everson. To be fair to Jazz Singh, not much was expected of him with the bat, I think, and he did his job yesterday, seeing off the remaining overs after a fairly catastrophic run out of Matt Milnes, where, well, that's the human element, isn't it? With Proctor to Everson up to mid-on. He set off for a run and was sent back by Joey Everson, who was never moving from the far end. Milnes was there to essentially protect him from the strike. And it reminds us, Radders, it's easy to think that these players, they come out on the field, they just dial in these performances, and if they're good, they'll be good, and if they're indifferent, they'll be indifferent. But that is sometimes these situations just get in your head. And it was defended up to mid-on once again. Dot ball, 134 for 7.
Yeah, it was a poor bit of cricket, wasn't it, really? And not at all what Kent needed. They were hoping just to get through to the close, 5 down, and that just gave Northamptonshire a nice little lift at the back end of the day. But as I was saying on a couple of posts I did last night about Luke Proctor, who's running in again to bowl to Everson.
Indeed so. Leaves him off the pitch. Everson's played well inside the line of that one and gone through to wicket keeper McManus.
And I was saying about Luke Proctor, we were talking yesterday about it being, I think, his 18th season as a professional, and there's an awful lot of sweat and skill and accumulated knowledge that goes into a day that he had yesterday with the bat and as captain. And
scuttles in now and bowls to Joey Everson, plays that up to mid-on once more, no run.
And it will have meant a lot to him, I'm sure. As I say, I hope to get a chance to have a chat with him later. But Nathan McSweeney came down, had a very interesting chat, not least when I said about him threatening the good people of Nackington Road with some or two of his big hits yesterday.
And beyond, yes,
and he said, well, the lads have been saying they didn't think I could hit a 6. So he thought it might be an idea to prove that he could.
I think he pretty much has proved that at this point. Proctor to Everson, played into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. I'm being very self-centered here, but that's the kind of man I am, afraid, for better or particularly for worse. But I think our cars are safe there.
Yeah, I think so.
My car at the far end is next to the position where the car got hit yesterday, so I am a little bit in trepidation, but Nathan McSweeney will not be batting today. I'm going to lay my cards on the table.
I think it's probably unlikely,
yes.
But well, you never know. Stranger things have happened.
What's the follow-on target?
The follow-on target is 535.
535, of course, yeah.
So
there's 84, yeah.
Little way to go.
Yeah, 134 for 7 here at Canterbury.
Here's Conway. The 3 slips in place, running in towards us from the Nackington Road end. Bowls, and Benjamin's nicely in behind that. Pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Stays at 134 for 7. Matt might get a chance to finish his lunch, which is... he's been a busy man this morning, doing all manner of important tasks, as a result of which, whereas I've pretty much finished mine, and Rita, I think, has pretty much finished hers, Matt's sandwich is there uneaten, so we'll give him a chance to finish his lunch.
You can hear the quaver in my voice. I'm very upset by it.
Here's Conway. In and bowls to Benjamin, and just gets a little bit big on him as he plays forward, and he nudges it out into the onside. Zabe fields. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Bartlett at third, where he held that catch. Slightly juggling effort to get rid of Jazz Singh. And extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Rafi Weatherall down to our left. Herring goals audible overhead as Conway comes in and bowls, and that's just run down past the slip cordon down to deep backward point by Chris Benjamin, who comes through for a single. He goes to 5, and Kent to 135 for 7. We'll of course keep an eye on that game, the Watling Street Derby Mark II up at Wantage Road between Northamptonshire and Kent in the Metrobank Cup, the Women's League 2. 271 for 6 off 46, Northamptonshire. The latest score. Here's Conway in, bowls, appeal for LBW and out. And Everson pushing half forward, didn't get very far forward, and Conway was very confident, and umpire Harris gave it some thought and eventually decided that Everson had to go. Second wicket of the day for Harry Conway. 4 in the innings for him now, and Kent are 135 for 8.
Yeah, it was a bit of a stay from Joey Everson, but it could just well have been the disappointment there. I mean, the ball's ricocheted into the offside, hasn't it, which indicates that it's hit him pretty much in front, I think. I'm going to get a replay in a second, but yeah, he's had a look there, and he will be massively disappointed. Joey Everson has not started the season particularly well, certainly not by his standards, and Kent a 135 for 8.
Just didn't go anywhere, did he?
No.
Umpire Harris, to be fair, took his time and eventually sent him on his way. Conway was almost in the early throes of the dreaded celebrappeal, or however you. I'm never quite sure how you say that. It's like biopic, isn't it? Is it biopic or biopic? Anyway, 135 for 8 is the score, and it brings Jaden Denley to the crease rather earlier in the afternoon than he would have been hoping. Yeah, Joey Everson, I mean, we know what a hugely talented player he is, but just had one of those starts to the season. He made 2 and 0 at Durham and out for 10 here. LBW to the Mad Badger himself, Harry Conway. Darren Lehman's expression, not mine.
Well, you need to protect yourself in that respect.
Yes. Oh, I think he would own up to it, Matt, to be honest. Well, as I say, he had a good game with the ball against Lancashire last week. 6 wickets in the match. 4 here so far in his 14th over, and a bit of reinforcement to the close catching cordon with a gully going in. Safe save. Here's Conway bowling to the left-handed Denley, and he's bowled him! Off stump, knocked clean out of the ground. Conway, for the second match running, is on a hat-trick, and Denley has gone first ball, and what a great sight for any fast bowler. The stump has gone for a walk. Conway has picked up a 5-wicket haul, and Kent are 135 for 9. And, well, Northamptonshire would have been frustrated by the delay to the start, but they won't have been remotely frustrated by what's happened since they've got out on the field, because they've picked up 3 wickets in short order. Denley goes bowled Conway first ball for 0, and it means that not Matt Milnes, Keith Dudgeon is going to have to come out to face a hat-trick ball. A bit different from the previous game, Matt, because when Harry Conway took 2 in 2 against Lancashire, he had to wait 40 minutes for the hat-trick ball because it was lunch. And I did ask Calvin Harrison afterwards what he was like at lunchtime, because you could just imagine Harry Conway being on a hat-trick for 40 minutes over lunch, and I thought, will he be prowling the dressing room or going for a run in Abington Park or whatever? And he said no, he was quite calm about it. So there's a first time for everything. But Keith Dudgeon coming out to face Harry Conway on a hat-trick, and the hand warmers have come out while the new batter was coming in, just to try and keep the hands warm. Vasconcelos coming back into his position at first slip. I think Calvin Harrison has also taken advantage of the hand warmers, and one imagines Keith Dudgeon will have plenty of company for this delivery. Hat-trick ball, he's got 4 slips. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Bartlett at third, Zabe at fourth, and now a 5th slip going in, Nathan McSweeney. Conway then on a hat-trick, 135 for 9, bowling to Keith Dudgeon, and he pushes forward off a little bit of inside edge onto pad. It rolls out into the covers, and, well, applause from the sporting Kent crowd, and I'm sure from the handful of Northamptonshire supporters here, for Harry Conway. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 35, and Kent are 135 for 9, and it's now a question of how much longer Chris Benjamin and Keith Dudgeon can keep Northamptonshire out there. And you would think that with wickets having gone, the first 3 wickets anyway of the day having gone so quickly, that I don't think Luke Proctor would have any hesitation in enforcing the follow-on, especially with the possibility of a bit more rain around. And Rita Green comes alongside me. Afternoon, Rita.
Good afternoon, Radders.
As Proctor bustles in and bowls to Benjamin, who pushes it out into the covers, and they come through for a single. So Benjamin is 6, Kent 136 for 9. Dudgeon takes guard from umpire Hassan Adnan. And, well, Northamptonshire couldn't have hoped for a much better start to the session, Rita.
Absolutely. This is exactly what they dreamt of overnight, I'm sure. Maybe even more.
Yeah, it's gone well. As I say, they would have been frustrated by the fact that they weren't able to get on the park, but there's still 80 overs at the start left in the day's plays. Proctor in bowls, and a little inside edge by Dudgeon, down to the aforementioned Harry Conway down on the boundary at deep fine leg in front of the Ames Pavilion. So Dudgeon is up and running, 1 to him, 137 for 9. If you're just joining us, play starting at 10 past 1 because of a couple of beefy showers that we had this morning, and in the play that we've had, Kent have lost Jazz Singh, caught by Bartlett at third slip off Conway for 12. Joey Everson LBW to Conway for 10. Jaden Denley bowled by Conway first ball. Pushed out into the onside by Chris Benjamin as Proctor goes full. There's a man down at deep point, James Sales. So it's another run to Benjamin. He goes to 7, 138 for 9. Kent require another 397 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. The radar suggests that there's no further rain in the offing, at least for the time being, but the app suggesting that it remains a possibility, I think, for most of the day really, and probably for a good part tomorrow as well. So Northamptonshire won't want to hang around. 3 slips in place as Proctor comes in and bowls, and no ball called by umpire Hassan Adnan, so Proctor will have to bowl that one again. It's pushed up to mid-off where Nathan McSweeney fields. I was talking to him last night, Rita, as Northamptonshire's vice-captain now in the Championship, and of course double Sheffield Shield winning captain of South Australia, and I was saying, as a captain there are some days when nothing goes right, and yesterday for Luke Proctor nothing went wrong. Proctor is in, bowls short and pulled away down to deep backward square. They come through for a single. Dudgeon no mug with the bat. He goes to 2, 141 for 9. Because Proctor obviously 261 not out rather speaks for itself. But then in that final session he manipulated his bowling attack. Just everything he tried. He brought Harry Conway back, he got a wicket. He brought Ben Sanderson back, he got a wicket. He tried James Sales for a couple of overs, he got a wicket. One of those days that you dream of, I think, as a captain. Is Proctor in again, bowls short again and pulled away savagely by Chris Benjamin. He's absolutely leathered that through mid-wicket for 4. He goes to 11. Kent to 145 for 9.
Lovely shot.
Was.
It was a shorter delivery, and looks like Chris Benjamin is definitely coming out swinging. Why not?
Yes, it got what it deserved, wasn't it? There's not a great deal of pace in this pitch, which I think we've seen over the first 2 days. So there's not a lot of margin for error at Luke Proctor's pace. But that was with meaning, with feeling from Benjamin. Here's Proctor in again to bowl to him. And Benjamin is solidly in behind. That plays it back down the pitch. Proctor fields off his own bowling, and that's the end of the over. 145 for 9. Dudgeon is 2. Benjamin is 11. Proctor has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens. No wicket for 29. Calvin Harrison is starting to limber up, the leg spinner. But as we've been saying in the first couple of days, that doesn't necessarily mean a lot, because Calvin Harrison does like warming up, and often he'll be sort of going through his calisthenics for about an hour before he actually comes into the attack. But anyway, we'll see.
I love a player that wants to be in the captain's eye, though. Look, Skip, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm raring to go, I'm nicely warm. It's always a good positive attitude on the pitch. Yes, Kent very much backs against the wall here at 145 for 9. And, looks like now Conway is going to continue from the Nackington Road end. Slightly overcast at the moment here in Canterbury, but here he comes. He's in. This one's defended to the cover region and no run. Yeah, it's definitely Northamptonshire's I was going to say weekend, but it's not over yet, is it? We're barely into Sunday.
No, they've had a decent couple of days. I was saying to Darren Lehman last night, it reminds you of that line in the famous Only Fools and Horses episode when they just sell the watch for 2 million and Del Boy says, we've had worse days. It was a bit like that yesterday.
I love a bit of Only Fools and Horses. Right, here's Conway in. This one's defended once again and no run. Yeah, we've seen here though, Dudgeon's definitely no mug with the bat, as well as Benjamin. They just need to have a little bit of pride here. Clearly, there's a lot to play for this season. Very, very early doors, and got a little bit of a crowd in today. Not much of a crowd, but certainly a little bit of a crowd. And hello to you out there. You're listening, by the way, to us on the BBC Sport app, the website, as Conway starts that one again. Why not? And it's the batter's prerogative to take a step back. In fact, they put a man into the deep. So what are they doing here? So some mind games to come. Is it going to be the short ball to Dudgeon, who's on strike? In Conway, and indeed it was a shorter delivery, and he's caught. But does the finger go up? No, it doesn't. In fact, Dudgeon gets a bit of a bang on the right arm, and he's hunched over here, and these hurt, and it's always the part of the body that has the least flesh that gets the ball. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened here. Yeah. And Vasconcelos has come over really nicely, actually, just gone over to check on the batter. No sign of the physio as yet, Radders.
No, well, the umpire Anthony Harris indicated immediately that it had come off his forearm. And yeah, that will sting more than a little. No sign of the physio yet, but I would imagine. Oh no, he's made of stern stuff, Keith Dudgeon. He's fine.
It really is.
The umpires have coming together. I think they just may be suggesting it might be an idea to get the physio out. So the Kent physio is jogging out, and unsurprisingly, the Northamptonshire 12th man is also coming out with more fielding equipment, so I strongly suspect they might be looking to possibly get another short leg in and just try and tickle Keith Dudgeon up a little bit. Harry Conway, talking about his 5-wicket haul, took 5 on debut for Northamptonshire last year, played 4 games beginning of last season, and took 5 for on debut at Leicester. And as we speak, it's starting to spit with rain. We can see it on the window in front of us. It's not much, but it's just a little sprinkle. And at the moment, absolutely nothing is happening.
Well, I think the umpires are just taking a look at it. They're just having that little glance at each other as to, do we just hold our nerve?
Yes.
Or do we wave the covers on? I'm glad to say that there are no sign of covers for the moment. They just probably go, say, let's get on with it. I think we've been saying that all morning, haven't we?
Yeah, well, I just looked at the radar. There's a little, a fairly small shower that's just to the south of the city of Canterbury, so presumably we may just be catching the edge of that. I think it's going to be that, probably that's what we're going to get all day. I think it's going to be just the odd little sprinkle, but it doesn't look to be anything too heavy in the offing.
Right, Dudgeon seems to be okay. Here's Conway, he's in. And this one's pushed to mid-wicket and fielded, and no run. I absolutely adore many things about you, but especially your weather app. That's incredible.
Well, yeah, it's
wow.
It's very handy.
Yeah,
and it's just really sort of easily available, but it sadly in the average English summer it does get a bit of a hammering, because it's always useful to know what might be coming, but,
especially at this time of year.
Well, absolutely, yeah. April showers.
Next delivery in. This one's pushed to cover region. They go through for a single. Pretty safe in the end. They scuttle through for a single. Why not? One more to the total. 1, 4, 6, 4, 9. You're right. At this time of year, I think statistically, it's more likely to snow at Easter time than at Christmas.
Yeah, that's right.
I've been told. So, no, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, don't freak out. There is no sign of snow, as far as I know. In fact, the sun has come out, so those few drops around have quite rightly been ignored. Next delivery. This one's pushed again to the cover region and no run. End of the over with Conway on to 15 overs here. Just those 5 wickets for 36, and what a game he's having, what a day he's having as well. What day? I say day, the innings he's having. And looking at this game from afar, I was elsewhere in the sporting world yesterday, Andrew, and look, I'm a batter as well, right? I'll put this in context here. 4 centurions, if I'd hit a ton, you'd seriously hope that the champagne bottle or the bottle of fizz or whatever bottle might come your way. But certainly, and what a day yesterday for all 4 of them.
Yeah.
But also Luke Proctor as well. Hats off to him, and he's Mr. All-round here, skipper, bowler, batter. What can't he do? That's the question.
Well, he was, as I say, I don't think they were quite cracking open the champagne last night. As I say, he was in an ice bath when I went to, and I don't think there were beers in with him, or indeed bottles of bubbly in with him. But now we are going to see a bit of leg spin from Calvin Harrison. He's going to be bowling to Keith Dudgeon. He has a slip and a forward short leg from this pavilion end, and he's in and bowls to Dudgeon. Turns a little bit, but it was short, and it's punched away by Dudgeon out to deep cover, and they come through for a single. Dudgeon to 4, Kent to 147 for 9. Calvin Harrison into his 8th over, no wicket for 13, tidy, bowled very well in the previous game against Lancashire on a pitch that was giving him absolutely nothing apart from a little bit of rough to the left-handers, and he bowled beautifully to Lancashire's left-handers, picked up 4 wickets in the second innings. 153 with the bat yesterday. Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and Benjamin pushes again past the man at cover. More work for the sweeper to do, and it's another single to Chris Benjamin. He goes to 12, 148 for 9. I think Northamptonshire's innings has ended. It has, in the Northamptonshire-Kent women's game. Northamptonshire making 307 for 8 in their 50 overs. Harrison in, flights that one up and driven by Dudgeon, but can't get it past Proctor at mid-on, and there is no run. Meg Austin 123 on debut, Chloe Hill made 59, Beth Ascot 56, and Mabel Reid 25 not out at the end. Harrison in, bowls driven by Dudgeon up to mid-off this time by way of variety, fielded by Nathan McSweeney. So a decent total for Northamptonshire to defend. I'm sure coach David Ripley will be happy with that. Here's Harrison in again, slightly hurriedly pushed out into the offside by Dudgeon. There is no run. Still quite a bit of cloud around, as Rita said, a bit overcast in the last 10 minutes or so, but so Northamptonshire will just want to try and finish this innings off and presumably get bowling again. Driven by Dudgeon, again up to mid-off where McSweeney fields. So that's the end of Calvin Harrison's first over of the day. A couple of singles off it. 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 14. Kent 148 for 9. Dudgeon is 4. Benjamin is 12. And are we going to see a bowling change from the far end? I think we are. I think we're going to see a bit of Ben Sanderson by the look of it. Sanderson or... yes, it is Sanderson.
And isn't it nice to have a leg spinner in your squad and your team as well, a versatile player as well.
My mistake.
Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, my mistake. Sorry, it's James Sales coming on at the far end. I thought Sanderson was going to have a little bowl, but no. Throwing the ball to Sales, and it was a big bonus last night when he picked up the wicket of Daniel Bell-Drummond, having had a bit of a rough time with the ball against Lancashire, 8 overs for 52, but brought into the attack last night and did the trick straight away.
Indeed. Here he is. Sales from the Nackington Road end. In and bowls and driven into the offside. There's a man in the deep. It was just out of my viewpoint there. I thought it was a 4 all day, but straight to the man in the deep. There's a bit of coverage now, as you imagine. And one more to the total, 149 for 9. In fact, no, it ticks over, does it not? No, 149 for 9. I thought that was a ripple of applause for 150. I'm ahead of myself here.
Welcome back to BBC Online listeners after a few little technical gremlins, but very good to have you back with us.
Sails in again from the Nackington Road end and off the back foot driven to the same fielder in the deep. Just going to go round to the boundary edge and throw in another to the total. And now we're into the 150 for 9.
Northamptonshire would like to see James Sales, I think, bowling a bit more. Most of his wickets in first-class cricket, and he hasn't taken too many. We're in the first couple of years, made his debut back in 2021. And I know Glenn Chappell, the assistant coach and bowling coach, says he's worked very hard on his bowling during the winter. But it would be handy with balancing the side.
Sales bowls and pushed to the exact same fielder in the deep, this time off the front foot. They go through for one more, 151 for 9. He's still a young lad, isn't he? 23, well, in my world, 23 years old, and quite a pedigree as well, with his quite a famous dad as well, in David. And yeah, I'm sure he's working on his all-round feel. Again, it's great for the squad to have the versatility of the squad, having that all-round field. Right, Dudgeon is on strike, defends this one very nicely, and there's no run. 5 from 16 deliveries so far for Keith Dudgeon.
Northamptonshire, of course, without Justin Broad, who would normally be playing and would be the sort of the other all-rounder in the side with Calvin Harrison. He's not fit at the moment. Hopefully coming back in the not too distant future. He's just had a little bit of a back issue, and they don't want to rush him back.
It's a long season, isn't it? You
Yeah.
don't want to ruin things this early. James House in, just tucked into the onside, didn't quite get any big bat on that, so squirts out to short point, and there's no run.
The thing also with Justin Broad is that he's likely to be playing a part in all formats. Certainly integral member of the Blast team when we start that at the end of May, and he will be vice captain in the Blast, in fact, to David Willey, and could possibly captain the side in the 50 over competition when we get through to that.
Next delivery, tucked down the leg side, no tickle though, and no run. End of the over, 151 for 9.
Yeah, that wicket last night for James Sales was only his 14th in Championship cricket, and this is his 35th match, so his bowling opportunities have been, certainly in the last 2 or 3 years, fairly thin on the ground, but it always helps to have another string to your bow, doesn't it? Harrison will continue. Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in the Championship last year when he was on loan from Nottinghamshire. Now, of course, a fully fledged Northamptonshire player. 151 for 9. Slip and a forward short leg. And he's in and bowls to Benjamin, who's forward, smothering what spin there is, pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run, apart from the 2 close catches and the keeper. They have a backward point, cover, a deep cover, sweeping on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the 45. And that's cut away off the back foot by Benjamin, out to the aforementioned sweep-up, down in front of Freeman House, and they come through for a single. Benjamin goes to 15, Kent to 152 for 9. Sun out now, very pleasant. Harrison running it away from us. Slightly quicker ball, and that fizzes past the outside edge of Keith Dudgeon's bat. I don't know what you think, Rita. I rather like the idea of bowling the leg spinner against number 11. I think it's probably not a bad idea.
Definitely. And if he's got a few variations as well, helps.
Harrison in again, bowls, and once again Dudgeon is forward, but very solidly this time, pushing it out into the offside. Yeah, Harrison bowled well in pre-season and out in South Africa and felt it was coming out well. Now, a forward short leg has gone across to silly point as Harrison bowls just a little bit short, and on the back foot goes Dudgeon, drops it down past Bartlett, who's now in there at silly point.
I think it's a good move as well, having silly point just in the eye line of the batter as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Harrison in again, bowls and forced again past silly point, out into the covers, and there's no run. 152 for 9. Benjamin is 15, Dudgeon is 5, and just have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere, because of course we haven't been playing for long, but most of the other games have had a full day so far. At Chelmsford, Essex 241 for 8 against Somerset, so in their second innings Essex 42 runs ahead. They need, what do you think, another 150 probably to give Somerset something meaningful to chase. Off for rain at Trent Bridge, where Glamorgan, who are chasing a massive 476 to win at 83 for 1. Back on at the Oval, they were off briefly for rain. Surrey 520 all out, Leicestershire 450 for 5. That sounds gripping, doesn't it? And
it's a run fest.
It's a run fest, yeah. Rishi Patel making 164 for Leicestershire.
Rishi was so pretty unlucky with that run out last weekend, which I saw. Right, here's Sales of the Nackington Road end. Short of length and defended and no run.
At Hove, Warwickshire 264 for 9 in their second innings against Sussex, leading by 327, so that's shaping up nicely. At Headingley, Hampshire 130 for 3 in their second innings against Yorkshire, leading by 204. Bit of resilience from Gloucestershire following on against Durham at Bristol, 85 for no wicket in their second innings, but they're still 345 runs behind.
Here comes James Sales in. Just down leg side a little bit off the thigh pad, or maybe a little bit of bat as well, down to fine leg, and there is one more to the total. No, it was off. It was definitely not off the bat according to the umpire, but one more to the total. So there's 3 Kent batters I noticed that were born in Johannesburg. 2 of them at the wicket at the moment, and 5 in total that were born in South Africa. And I'm coming up with really important statistics. I know you guys know your stuff. I'm surrounded by legends here, ladies and gentlemen, but that's why they drafted me in. Day 3, here comes Sales in. Slightly shorter delivery, tucked into the onside, off the hip, and they take another single. I think they're doing a decent job here, actually, just rotating the strike. 154 for 9. Just take each ball as it comes, or that old cliche, but don't get ahead of yourself with the shots. And there is quite a breeze coming across the pitch, and don't forget that 12-foot slope as well that we have here in Canterbury. So there's things to contend with. The Kent batters will know that all so well.
Well, if they're Joe Burgers, they'll be waiting for the afternoon thunderstorm. I'm not entirely sure they're going to get it, though.
Sales in. Defended by Benjamin, and there's no run. You're right about that. There's a bit of a look from the umpire, by the way. I love these. I don't know why. I find these sort of moments, maybe as a batter, it puts a smile on my face when the bowlers they're not quite being told off here, but it's the follow-through foot marks that the umpire's just taking a look at. Nothing to worry about so far. We've got 3 slips, and mid-on, mid-off, cover rather at that point. Nice and short delivery there to Benjamin, and no run.
These other 2 games in progress at Old Trafford. Derbyshire 282 for 4 against Lancashire. They've lost a bit of play today to the weather. Brook Guest is 83 not out. Martin Anderson had that terrific innings in the opening round of matches, out for 54, bowled by this young lad Anderson. And Lords, Middlesex, who require 262 to win against Worcestershire, are 41 for 1.
Ex-Livery pushed into the vacant point area. There's a deep point and they go through for a single. End of the over, 155 for 9. But in terms of the game, the deficit, wait for it, 529.
Yep, a long way behind, but well, let's say these two, and as you point out, Rita, these two are played very, very sensibly. They've put on 20 for the last wicket, and it's a question of Northamptonshire now just trying to winkle this last one out, and then, as I say, presumably get to work again. Mentioned that Northamptonshire total against Kent in the women's match at Wantage Road, 307 for 8. Didn't mention, and should have done, that Megan Belt, the Kent captain, picked up 5 wickets in that innings. 10 overs, 5 for 50 from her. So, Harrison, it will be to continue with a slip and a forward short leg. 3 saving 1 on the offside, 3 saving 1 on the leg side. And Harrison in again, bowls short of a length, just back of a length really, and punched away into the offside. Off the back foot by Chris Benjamin. Finds himself batting unaccustomed low position at number 9 in the order, because 2 night watchmen of course used last night. Here's Harrison in again, bowls and stretches forward for that, just reaching for it a little bit, but gets plenty of bat on it. It rolls out just square of the wicket in the offside. Diving stop prevents a single. 155 for 9. Harry Conway lurking on the 45, having picked up all 3 wickets to fall today. Here's Harrison in and bowls, and Benjamin again, but stretching for that one, pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run. Haven't seen Ben Sanderson so far today. Seen a little bit of Luke Proctor. Saw Safe Zabe, interestingly, having a little roll before they went out, so that's another option for Northamptonshire, spin option. Of course, also they have the option of Nathan McSweeney's off spin. He picked up some handy wickets in Sheffield Shield cricket, and indeed took a wicket at his first over in Championship cricket against Lancashire last week. Harrison with another close catcher in now, a silly point in a forward short leg, and once again Benjamin stretching, trying to get to the pitch of it, plays it back down the pitch. Harrison feels. So a bit of company for Chris Benjamin out there. Slip, silly point, forward short leg. Harrison in again, bowls, and right back on his stumps goes Benjamin. Turns it away past Safe Zabe, forward short leg.
Kept a little low, that delivery as well.
Yeah, well, Northamptonshire feel, and it's one of the reasons why they decided to bat first, that experience here in the last few seasons suggests that it will turn a little bit and maybe just die a bit as you get deeper into the match. Pushed past silly point, last ball of the over to Benjamin, and that is over bowled. 155 for 9 at the end of the over, with Chris Benjamin on 16, Keith Dudgeon is 6, and I will make way for the estimable Matt Cole. Who is coming in alongside me.
There we go. That's the yeah. Thank you very much. I think estimable means the same as inestimable. Is that right? It's one of those conundrums. I'm very much hoping so. Anyway, of the English language. So me, Matt Cole, alongside Rita Green very shortly. And it's taking a break. Around about 2:30, we're expecting Michael Wilshaw, the new CEO of Kent County Cricket Club. It'll be a bit Kentish for 20 minutes, half an hour, but I think it'll be of interest to Northamptonshire fans as well in counties outside the Test match ground counties. He's looking forward to Kent's future in the current cricket landscape, and I'll be asking him a few questions about him taking over and what that means, what the 100 money means for counties like Kent and indeed Northamptonshire, and what the landscape might look like in the near, mid-term and long-term future. That's the way business people talk, Rita, isn't it? I think. I don't want to lose myself too much.
Put the word strategy in there as well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And this is James Sales bowling to Keith Dudgeon, who's on 6. We are aware there is live cricket going on here as well. So Dudgeon propels that towards safe Zabe, just backward of square for a single. And they've steadied the ship a little bit, these two. Keith Dudgeon on 7 and Chris Benjamin on 16 after a veritable flurry of wickets in overs 46 and 48 from Harry Conway, taking 3 since the resumption, and 2 in 2 balls when he dismissed Joey Everson LBW for 10 and Jaden Denley for none. The next ball, that's a good looking shot from Chris Benjamin, cut away with some force, but they have a man just backward of point whose identity I could give you if I had a safety rope and hung out of the window. But there we go, the overhang of the woolly stand precluding my identification of that fielder, but it is just the one.
We haven't filled out the BBC forms,
no,
safety forms, so
that's
best
true.
not to.
We definitely have to watch out for that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how well insured I would be for that, so I have to watch out. Dudgeon then facing this next ball from Sales, turned behind square, and it's fielded by Nathan McSweeney. Just at backward square, 3 slips in still, as you might expect. That man at the deeper backward point boundary, wide-ish mid-on. Harry Conway is just prodigiously shining the ball on the back of his whites there. Because he's not favouring a jumper, I don't think, this afternoon. I have to say, he's a brave man. Sun is out though. Lovely pull, that is. Is that going to be 4 runs? It is indeed. And Save just goes to fetch that one, because that is a good contact from the South African Keith Dudgeon. And dropping a little bit short, James Sales there, and Dudgeon off the middle of the bat, that one.
Yeah, nicely done. Rolled his wrists over the bat, kept it reasonably down, and there's acres of space in the onside and down the slope, and 4 runs. Nicely done.
Yeah, he's... as you say, there is a slope right to left and top to bottom as we look from the pavilion. It's a wonder we can keep standing up, to be honest. It's on a tilt. That's a short ball from Sales as well, and Dudgeon has to... Well, he was taking half evasive action, half playing it. There's applause from the fielding unit there, from that bouncer from Sales, because that really did get big on Keith Dudgeon. He's rehearsing the shot. It didn't look quite that attractive when he played it, I have to say. Certainly trying to just angle the head out of the way as he played that attempted hook. Kept the ball down though, which is good news for Kent. He takes himself a single. So 7 off the over, but this ain't T20, and Northamptonshire have a 522 run lead at this point, so I think they'll probably be fine with it.
I'm impressed with your description of the rather large total that Northamptonshire put on in terms of the different words you've used so far. That have been extraordinary.
I think if anything is stretching us today in the commentary, it'll be trying to encompass the mahoosiveness. I haven't done that one yet. As of the total, Benjamin just glances that down to fine leg. Some consternation, excitement, general hubbub from the fielding unit there. It might just be that Benjamin has dared play a little bit round his pad, and they are generally excited, Northamptonshire, not least because they have 9 wickets from Kent and this big lead. I've just gone for big this time. There we go.
Well, yeah, that's a good way of putting it, isn't it? Yeah, 163 for 9 in the deficit now, 521. Yeah, that one taken from the offside. So for those wondering what happened there in terms of the oohs and ahs, you think, well, wasn't much in it. Well, true, but big thick edge taken from the offside a little bit. So slightly dangerous play, but hey, you live to fight another day with a bat. And indeed, here is Benjamin on strike. And Calvin Harrison with more leg spin from the pavilion end. The breeze, meaning that his top sort of waves in the breeze. First delivery. Push forward by Benjamin, and it goes to point, and there's no run. I think this is a good move. You got short leg, semi point. You got a slip as well. Why not with this type of lead and wanting only one more wicket in this innings? Why not? Harrison in. Lovely flight on this delivery and defended, and there's no run. I really like the action here of Calvin Harrison. He's a tall lad. Sorry, I'm slightly older than him. Doesn't make him sound. Well, he is far younger than me, but really lovely action. Leg spin again. Flatter delivery. Fast delivery, goes to point, and there's no run.
We were talking about Anil Kumble yesterday, who took a wicket or two for Northamptonshire in a one-season spell. Is that right? Radders nods sagely. Another very tall spinner, and well, I mean, if Calvin Harrison gets to be a quarter as good as him, that'll be wonderful.
Cut into the offside. There's a man in the deep, though, at deep point. They go through for a single, short and wide, and one more to the total. Anil Kumble, what a player. He just seemed to be that really good guy as well. I'm sure he had a great season in Northamptonshire. Or did he? I don't know. We'll have to find out from Radders, actually.
He took plenty. I can't give you the number on it, but when Radders is back on, he'll wax lyrical.
Defended there by Keith Dudgeon. And there's no run. 12 from 28 deliveries for Keith Dudgeon. These two are just ticking along nicely here.
It was just action.
Short delivery and skips down the wicket, would you believe, Keith Sargent? He's not mucking around. Even with those three close fielders and the wicket keeper around him. No, I'm going to try my luck. Hit the pads, but it was going down leg. And end of the over. I wouldn't have seen that coming, but there we go. 164 for 9, Kent. And decent over there from Calvin Harrison. I like his action. Yeah,
a bit of a rush of blood. Just 105, says wickets. Anil Kumble took in that single season for Northamptonshire. So he done all right, I think.
He's a centurion.
Just about earned his wage, I think, Radders, for that.
Just the one season, though.
They got
the mic and
quite. Got reasonable value out of the man. But yeah, as you say, tall man Calvin Harrison got himself a career best 153 with the bat in the first innings, and everything's coming up roses for Northamptonshire. Pun may be intended. We'll go for that. But it'll be James Sales to continue, 1 for 13 from his 5 so far, to Chris Benjamin. The right-hander just ducking underneath that short ball from Sales. An excellent bouncer in the previous over against Keith Dudgeon, certainly have the South African well entertained, or taking evasive action at the very least. 2 slips in now for Benjamin, who has 19 from 34. And feels on the leg side for the short staff backwards square and a deep square leg as well. Sorry, I've just missed a man. The long leg behind the pillar as we look at it. Or the window frame, as some people are calling it these days, I don't know. Through to the wicketkeeper's left by Benjamin, and there's no run. 164 for 9. So there's Rafi Weatherall right back at long leg. Then they've got Nathan McSweeney at backward square, about halfway to the boundary. Another fielder, he may well be Sabe at deep square leg. So will there be some chin music from Sales? No, there won't. Let's hit back at him. 1 bounce. Good take off his follow through as well. Springing to his right and out to the right to grab it. Ravi Weatherall is going through some peremptory warm-ups. Oh no, he's seriously into it now. Maybe he'd be given the nod by Luke Proctor. As Northamptonshire look for this final wicket of Kent's first innings, with them 520 behind. I think we can pretty much dispense with leads and trailing at this point. If Kent bat out the rest of this match, they will draw. As it's wrapped Benjamin on the pad. James Sells was interested for half a second there, I'd say. I wonder if there was an inside edge onto the pads, or whether the umpire had just said not out. But 164 for 9. Yeah, if Kent can bat out the rest of today and tomorrow, that's all they have to do against this Northamptonshire side that have won every session so far. Then they'll get themselves a draw. If they don't, pretty much assuredly, even with a bit of weather interruption, Northamptonshire will be winning this, and perhaps very handsomely indeed. As Sales bowls to Benjamin behind square. A jog by Nathan McSweeney to grab that. Thrown in over the stumps. Talking about weather, it's beautiful now, isn't it?
It is.
Absolute picture.
It is lovely. You wouldn't have really realised that this morning was pretty drizzly. In fact, I got absolutely drenched walking.
Bad timing that, wasn't it?
Got my timing completely wrong. I don't think I used my windscreen wipers once before I parked up, and then, of course, there was a very dark cloud over. But yes, it looks as though it's going to be pretty bright for the rest of the day, or not rainy, put it that way. I'm no meteorologist, but and tomorrow I think is looking reasonable as well. Is that what I hear as well, Matt?
You'd imagine there would be enough overs if for Northamptonshire to have a jolly good go at bowling Kent out. And this is defended by Keith Dudgeon, and there's no run. He has 12, Benjamin has 20. End of the over, and Kent are 165 for 9. A bit of a rearguard action by these two. Came together at 135 for 9, so put on 30 so far. But once again, I'm still going to mention the score, but once again, the 165 at this point, pretty much immaterial. 9 down Kent, and Northamptonshire scenting the end of their first innings.
You're listening to Kent versus Northamptonshire here on the BBC Sport website, the app, which is rather good. That's my personal opinion, but there we go. I think it's pretty good, isn't it?
Apologies, we did have 1 or 2 outages this afternoon, but but we're back on in full effect. But yeah, via obviously our respective local radio stations, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Northampton, across the world.
Harrison continues with a bit of leg spin. Short delivery, just tucked into the onside to the vacant mid-wicket area, and there's a run. Yes, myself, Rita Green and Matt Cole, and very shortly Andrew Rad will be rejoining us in the commentary area. I
think it's going to be Michael Wilshaw, I believe, at 2:30 to join me, the Kent CEO.
Harrison in. Fly to delivery here. I like the fact that Harrison has this nice knack of he's got a quicker delivery, which he tends to do maybe on the 3rd delivery. Here we go. This is commentator's curse, you never know. And then flighted previous delivery. Next one comes in. What will it be? No, it's not going to be the fast one. This one's defended and no run. I love the fact that Calvin Harrison, like every good spinner, bowler, let's put it out there, thinks every single delivery will be a wicket. Why not? When you've hit a ton, now you've got the ball. Doing well in the match. Flighted delivery once again. Somehow this spins a bit of spin there actually. Keeper takes it. Bit of spin, bit of bounce. Just what the Kent batters probably didn't want to see, but they're hanging in there. And as you say, Matt, I think this is about time. This is all about time, quite frankly. Batted out Kent and try and get that draw, but Northamptonshire will be getting ready, tucked into the onside and no run, but getting ready for. Getting yet more wickets. That's the name of the game for them, with their red caps. Very distinctive in the field out there, who the Northamptonshire fielders are. Still breezy here in Canterbury as well. We've got the Freeman House retirement home to the left. Defended this time and no run. Hasn't had a complete pummeling today of the ball. No. Quite often when I've been here, there's been a few. Can we have our ball back?
Well, especially
not today.
T20s when the pitches are slightly more to our left towards Freeman House. The gardens get absolutely peppered, and watch out for the top windows as well on occasion. It's absolutely true.
166 for 9. So Matt, what is the ambition here for Kent this season? You're going to ask hard-hitting questions in a few moments' time.
Well, I'll be talking more about the business, but I'm sure Kent fans will want to know about what effect the business has on the recruitment as well. But I think very broadly in the Championship is do better than last year, and that's a low bar because they finished bottom. A good draw against Durham, and they showed real fighting qualities, and that's that one. But this one will hurt the Kent head coach Adam Hollyoake and the players as well. But a better fist of it in the Championship certainly. T20 they made the quarterfinals last year, and they perennially, as easy for me to say, sales bowls to Benjamin. I think very proudly have punched above their weight in the T20 considering their resources. So quarterfinals last year, they'll be looking towards the knockout stages again. And then these days, the One Day Cup. I mean, we get asked for previews every season, and I'm now saying, who knows? Depends who gets picked up for the 100, who's available, and a fair wind. Some sides may not have anybody at the 100 and have a full 11 and will do brilliantly, or one or two youngsters will come through at other clubs and play well. So, we'll see. I think those are the ambitions. But I'll ask Michael Wilshaw. I'm interested to hear, as I said, from a This one's down the leg side, by the way. No run. 166 for 9. Interested to hear what the CEO of a non-test ground club makes of how the future works. Is it about being a little bit of a poor relation to those others in terms of the cricket they can put on, or is there a real way to compete? As it's pushed back to James Sales, and there's a no run. So if Michael Hampson be listening in the office, I'm giving him a crib sheet there. Questions before the exam comes for the CEO.
And it's the right questions to ask, isn't it? Because depending on your perspective, do you prefer the T20s and the one-day games where you fill the grounds more? Some grounds put concerts on, etc., or do you like the 4-day game?
There are concerts here over the summer as well. As ball's pushed into the onside. And there is a single run. I don't know who I'd be advertising, because we are, as a station, involved in some of the production of that. So, do I have to say other BBC supported concerts are involved otherwise?
Nicely done.
Perhaps I'll just sidestep the whole... I shouldn't have even been thinking out loud, though. I sidestepped the whole issue. Single taken, 167 for 9. Northamptonshire on the field right now, pushing for victory here. Rising delivery to Keith Dudgeon. Goodness me, why is he running there? There's a little animated conversation between Keith Dudgeon and Chris Benjamin there. There was a very loud no.
And now they have a good old chat about it. Yeah, good decision, guys. Yeah, good decision.
Why were we taking that one again? Yeah. Perhaps Keith Dudgeon asking for a little bit more communication. Not sure. But, that's a good bouncer again from James Sales. Has followed the big South African. And you saw movement after the ball at pitch coming through to the wicket-keeper, actually going down the right-hander's leg side. But that is the end of the over. 167 for 9, and for Kent at least delaying the end of the first innings here on... as our reader says, on BBC Radio Game, BBC Northampton, via the BBC Sport online stream, BBC Cricket, great text page as well. Even if you're listening to us, it's a great read, giving the latest from all around the county championship, including that Somerset need just 47 to beat Essex. That was about 2 minutes ago. They now need 20. So I think they might get home at Chelmsford, Somerset, in that game in the top division. But the text feed tells you all you need to know about all the latest from the county championship.
Benjamin on strike. Harrison continues from the Villian end and cuts into the offside, straight to point, no run. Yeah, that's another good place to go. Is our very own BBC Sport website. I feel as though I'm in the marketing department, but it genuinely is a good place to find your info. Benjamin again on strike, pushed to the short. One of the short fielders, one of the many, with the helmets on, and there's no run. Looking for this final wicket of the first innings. Kent 167 for 9. Harrison in, flighted delivery. This is pushed to the cover region, and nicely done actually. I'm doing oohs and ahs just to put a bit of drama in here, but Dudgeon and Benjamin have partnered pretty well so far. A bit of indecision in that last over with a run, but they didn't take it. Faster delivery, pushed into the vacant mid-wicket area. Bit of a chase on there for Luke Proctor, who's done not much actually in this game, has he? See, it throws in and they go through for a couple. No, brilliant game so far.
He's not broken an international record today, I don't think, Luke Proctor, so he will be a bit disappointed with that, I think. Radders is shaking his head, grimacing. No, what a game he's having from winning the toss and electing to bat. Everything has just come up roses.
Cut to the point region this time, and no run. Yeah, pretty good, isn't it? You know, great feeling as a skipper as well to really lead by example and show how it's done. But saying that, 4 batters with centuries for Northamptonshire, and Kent would have absolutely loved a centurion in this game. They could do that. That would be a story. Harrison in. Really lovely flighted delivery, straight to cover, and no run. So the 27-year-old Calvin Harrison with a lovely action, which I'm going on about. End of the over there. End of the over, 169 for 9. Come up to 2:30 on this Sunday afternoon. I say that, Matt, because I'm sure over the years you've realised this. We're very much global, aren't we? You know, people watching us on the YouTube feed or listening to us around the world.
Time at the ground is, is 2:22, all the twos here, double Nelson.
What do we need to do on that one then? No skipping, no hopping around, isn't it? But
well, that's a good point. Both feet off the ground. That's if you're sitting down, that's fine. It's going to be tricky if you're standing up.
Well, I have to stand up. Actually. Not the mystique of the commentary box, but with my height, Matt, this is basically. There we go. If I sit down, I'm not sure what's going on.
I'd have to say it's much better for us as well to be standing up for some of the game, isn't it? So I'll do the same in a minute. There's Dudgeon, got to keep limber in this game. Faces Rafi Weatherall, who comes on. 1 for 36 from his 5 so far. Has looked lively, but not got the wicket he craves on his return from a year out with injury. The young seam bowler. 24 for Benjamin, 12 for Dudgeon. And Kent wants some pride here, and said Adam Hollyoake was, as you'd understand, looking pretty stony-faced yesterday when we talked to him about the 2 days so far outside the off stump, and there's no run. Bowling plans hadn't worked. There's just no two ways about it. They didn't bowl particularly well. Northamptonshire, I'm not. You'll understand, Northamptonshire fans, you listen to any of this commentary, definitely not talking down their incredible effort to get to 684 for 2, but Kent have been left scratching their head when they look at the opposition and what they've done with the ball as well. But huge pressure on a side that is nearly 700 runs behind to come out and bats probably twice in succession as Weatherall bowls to Dudgeon. Straight back to the bowler. Whatever the pitch is doing, that scoreboard pressure, as we were saying earlier, if these players were just machines, well, they just dial in a performance, it'd be fine. Ben Compton would have scored 250 in his first innings and it all would have been fine for Kent, but that's not the way the psychological game works. We are 61.3 overs in this innings and 61.3 remaining in the day. There we go, some symmetry for you. As this one is clipped away to long leg of a ball back, I think, from Weatherall to Dudgeon rather. He's on 13, Benjamin 24, and they've slowed down Northamptonshire for the moment, these two, putting on 35 for the 10th wicket on a lovely sunny day here. Great to see some kids playing some quick cricket on the outfield as well. It's at the Nackington Road end. My car though is Weatherall to Benjamin, pushing to the offside. Actually, that's better than just a push. He's timed it really well, and the fielder just out of our view now appearing just to jog over and grab that from the other side of the rope. So 4 runs. Ben Sanderson is the man who's at deep point. Nice shot from Chris Benjamin. He's had a reasonable start for Kent, and good pre-season, or the run up to these games as well. With the bat preferred to Harry Finch. It's a big decision for the head coach to make as well, to put Benjamin as keeper and batter as well, and that's clipped delightfully off his pads as well. Rita approves of that shot. She's replaying that one off the pads and stopped inside the boundary though by James Sales, and that'll be a single. Who'll take the strike for the next over. 175 for 9. And then Northamptonshire just patiently, you might think, bowling for this last wicket of the Kent first innings.
Yeah, lovely clip into the onside, effortless and in its nature, and a lovely cover drive as well in that over. Really nice to see, up the hill as well, timed it beautifully. And these two, yeah, just going along, and it's slightly frustrating. Probably I'm overdoing it slightly, but a little bit frustrating, so to speak, for Northamptonshire to see these two hang around. They're going to continue with Calvin Harrison, former Notts and Hampshire man. He's going to continue with some leg spin from the pavilion end. And now we have 2 slips, so the Sally Point sort of fielder has now moved to second slip. Harrison in, cuts into the offside between point and cover, down to the man in the deep. They take a single down the hill. Looks like that's Conway in the deep, who's had a marvellous game so far as well. beautifully. 5 for 36, I think is his figures. Pretty good. Pfeiffer, let's put it that way. He'll be taking the ball with him. Harrison in, flighted delivery, really nice flight. Defended nicely as well by Dudgeon, and no run. These two just going along nicely, and this is exactly what is needed. Keith Dudgeon back from that knee injury in 2025, so good to see him back. Harrison in, defended very nicely. Full weight behind that, tucked his right leg around a little bit as well as you're supposed to do to protect absolutely everything. Looking pretty solid so far. Harrison, next ball. Defended off the back foot this time by Keith Dudgeon, who's on 13 from 44, so a patient innings so far here in Canterbury. Wall-to-wall sunshine. Really, really lovely day, and out of the breeze, actually very, very pleasant. Change of fielding position here, so long leg goes out and cover moves round to mid-wicket. Also pointing of fingers here from the bowler and the skipper, Luke Proctor. They're going to move sort of short cover position, so point comes out. We've got a deep point anyway, so plenty of cover there if need be. But they're just trying to change it up here, and I think that's a good move. And the reason is predominantly that Calvin Harrison is going around the wicket, so hence that change of fielding position. Right, here we go. Next delivery in, left alone by Keith Dudgeon, who knows perfectly well that LBWs are going to be hard to come by. However, the oohs and ahs, or the Northamptonshire players there were thinking, oh, did he leave alone one that's going to hit the stumps? But no. Yeah, well judged.
Difficult angle for Calvin Harrison, but yeah, they believe, or at least they want Keith Dudgeon to believe, that was only a whisker away from clipping the off stump.
And second slip comes in as well. So here we go. We've got 2 slips. We've got a leg slip, and we've got very short leg. Well, actually, it could be shorter. A short leg, put it that way, with the helmet on. How many helmets we got out there? Just the 3. Yeah, with the
leg
keeper
slip
as well.
Goes in now. Is that, yeah? Yeah,
leg slip as well. Next delivery, tucked it up. The batter, Dudgeon, but no run. So tiny bit of mind games there. Why not? They're trying to get this last wicket on Northamptonshire. 176 for 9, Kent, and I won't bang on about the deficit for those Kent fans. But Northamptonshire looking for the 10th wicket in this first innings.
Yeah, indeed. So 176 for 9, as you say. We have our first result in this round of the County Championship. In Division 1, Somerset have beaten Essex by 10 wickets. 34 balls it took them to get past the 47 they needed. Archie Vaughan hitting 41 of those. He was on as an injury substitute, I believe, in that game. Sussex have been set 328 to beat Warwickshire, and 28 for none is the latest I have in that one here. It is 11 wickets needed for Northamptonshire, the most likely result out of this one. We will see how it goes. I think Michael Wilshaw is just about to join us, the Kent CEO, as Rita moves away, and very accommodatingly actually Rafi Weatherall just after the Kent CEO everybody stops. Rafi Weatherall was about to deliver his first ball, but yeah, I'll invite Michael to come and sit down next to us if he's transfixed by the cricket at the moment, obviously. But here comes Weatherall in to bowl to Chris Benjamin. Forward defensive shot, and there is no run. So do you want to watch this over out, or come and sit down and we'll stick a headset on you in the meantime and go from that. Fair to say Michael is a cricket fan. You don't have to be as a CEO, I suppose, Michael, do you? But there we go. We'll just get the headset on there, make sure the mic's all good there. Yeah, excellent. And you'll be hearing his dulcet tones very shortly. Weatherall bowls a second of this over. Dot ball to start. And this one is a second as Benjamin just plays it to the onside. Michael, welcome and thank you very much for joining us. How are you doing?
Thank you for the invite.
It's an absolute pleasure. I'm sure you'd like the cricket to be going better, and we'll not charge you with that just yet, but Kent 176 for 9 here. Michael, to explain to our listeners, you've not long taken over as new Kent CEO. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. Start of February, I came into role.
And obviously before the season started, 176 for 9. Again, Ralphie Weatherall has aborted his run-up. It's pretty breezy out there. Chris Benjamin just looking a little bit fidgety, perhaps encouraging the bowler to get on with his run-up. So 176 for 9. It is a picture of this ground at the moment. The clouds going across here. Beautiful sunshine. And defended by Benjamin. Just takes the bottom hand off for a second. I've just jammed it against the bat. Yeah, as a CEO, obviously you've got a lot of windows on this side of the ground. Obviously fortune's not favouring Kent today, but is that a bit of a distraction when you're trying to get on with your job?
It hasn't been so far. In fact, the challenge is getting the time to watch any of the cricket. That's been one of the most surprising things so far.
I can understand that. You've got plenty to do, not like us cricket commentators that just love to gaze at this all day and lucky enough to do it for a job. Single taken then from Benjamin. Dudgeon comes on strike. Obviously stuff happening on the field, but very much your remit is to guide Kent through, I suppose, the short term, medium term, long term future.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a really challenging and exciting time in cricket. We as a county club need to look at where we're positioned, all the opportunities that we have, and make sure we've got an effective plan.
I was saying to our Northamptonshire listeners as well for this game that I suppose you can lump them in exactly, but Kent Northamptonshire not playing at test grounds. Different challenges, I suppose, to keep themselves in the conversation as the ball's pushing the offside for a single. Is that one of the biggest challenges, or are you fairly confident about the future for those outside the big 6 or 7?
Yeah, we're very ambitious, to be honest. We know a lot of the game and a lot of the noise, a lot of the excitement is around the short format game and the money that's coming in and franchise cricket and all of that. At the base of all of that is County Championship and the long format game, and we're absolutely committed to that.
Which will be music to the ears of those listening at the moment, I'm absolutely sure, because if you listen to this, presumably you've got some interest in it. You may have just happened upon it by accident, and if so, you're very welcome. 178 for 9 at the end of the over then for Kent in their first innings. Northamptonshire looking for 1 wicket to wrap up Kent's first try at batting. 25 to 3 here on BBC Local Radio, and of course via the BBC Sport cricket page, and with the pictures on the YouTube stream from Kent County Cricket Club. Here with Michael Wilshaw, the Kent CEO. And what does that look like? I mean, an ideal future, a realistic future for Kent in the County Championship. Do you see yourselves as, I don't mean to demean it, but properly competing with the likes of Surrey, Warwickshire in times to come, or do you have to accept that you'll have to live within your means and just compete as best you can?
It's a little bit of all those factors. So for us, it starts with talent development and pathway. In Kent, we're lucky. We've got the second highest playing population in the country. That's our foundation. That's where we start from. There's passion around Kent. We want to build from those grassroots and make sure that we've got a sustainable, competitive cricket team going forward. And you'll see that through the young players and talent that we're bringing through now.
As Calvin Harrison just starts his run, the leg spinner to bowl to Dudgeon, and plenty of company, short fielders around. 5 of them, he's bowled him, I think. He has indeed, and that will be the end of the Kent innings, and Keith Dudgeon looks ruefully back at his stumps, and it's 178 all out, and Kent are 506 behind on first innings as Dudgeon goes, and the resistance is ended for that last wicket partnership. Came together at 135 for 9, 178 all out, 506 adrift. Kent will be batting in round about 10 minutes time again. I would very much presume Northamptonshire will be reforming to get out there and bowl at Kent once more. So 178 all out Kent as the players come off. 5 wickets for Harry Conway, whose 3 wicket blast just after we resumed at 1:10 have aiding them in their efforts to bowl out Kent cheaply and have another go before very long in the sunshine here at the St Lawrence grounds. So I'm not sure if Harry Conway's already grabbed the ball, the big Aussie, but they will come off now to applause to the members. I have to say that the Kent crowd have been very generous to Northamptonshire. They've had an exceptional first 2 days, and they try and usher Harry Conway to the front. I think they've just about managed to do it. Actually, was he off the field? It makes it more difficult. He's now got the match ball. Gives us a perfect opportunity in between innings, Michael. There you are. You get a chance to watch cricket, and it's not the greatest day or the greatest 2 days.
Not for long.
For Kent. So we're talking about off-field matters at the moment because we're talking about a future at the moment, aren't we, for the counties? And times past, we will be talking to the CEO about just how you make ends meet and the financial difficulties, I suppose, and the real strictures upon counties in terms of the money they make. But we know there's money coming from the 100, and it's a good deal of money as well for counties. But also, I suppose, with that, the pressure, it's a one-off and has to be spent wisely.
Absolutely.
That's a big task for a CEO, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and you know, it is a wonderful opportunity. The windfall from the 100 creates something different to what we've had to manage in the past up until now. It's not an enormous amount to transform the game, and especially at county championship level. So we absolutely have to take it seriously, and we have to invest so that we make sure in 5, 10, 15 years' time we continue to get the value from the things that we do and we take responsibility and accountability for now.
Is it a case of, I mean, it's a lot of money and a big decision. Will you have to take plenty of time over this, or knowing that it's, you know, it was coming, it is coming, plans already in place as to what you'll do with the money? Have those decisions already been made?
Not made, but very much in progress. One of the important things is making sure that we validate things. We check and check and check again to make sure that any assumptions that we're making, wherever we're going to spend the money, we make sure that we do that with the most assurance in place. So we're not fully there with the decisions of how we're going to move forward. There will be development of our ground, and we will be investing in that, but we want to make sure we're getting it right. And the stage that we're at now is very much a filtering down of all the options that are available to us.
I think, you know, we would love as supporters of clubs to bring all sorts of international talent to them, but this money is ring fence, isn't it, away from, I think I'm right in saying, away from playing staff. So it's not to bring Virat Kohli here for a couple of seasons. It's about the infrastructure more. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's very much about preserving the game and our ability to keep playing the game well into the future. What people naturally assume is that you can then spend that on more superstar performances, and it's not about that. What we also have to do, the compliance in cricket has gone up significantly over the last few years. So when you consider things like double headers, that's stuff that we've not done before. For that, you need a lot more changing rooms, you need a lot more facilities, there's a lot more governance around safeguarding players and pathway and development, and that actually takes quite a lot of investment to even get up to those new levels that we need to have to even host cricket going forward.
I think you've identified it already, but talking about the pathway, that this is not for you just about the men's first 11 either. There are wider issues, and I won't say concerns. There are things that you want to do as well with community cricket and the pathway, with women's cricket, with disabled cricket, etc.
Yeah. And we're taking a very much an integrated approach. Kent, that is our future. We won't have the levels of income to buy the players just to come in and play for us for a short time and go. And to be honest, that's not the spirit of the club. We want to develop talent across Kent, in all areas of Kent. We have a lot of history and strength around here in East Kent, but equally we really want to develop all the community relationships that we have. We've got a fantastic foundation now, and that's their responsibility to be engaging communities, to get them involved in all aspects of the game of cricket, and from that we'll get more talent coming through the pathway that we've got a real blueprint for, that we believe will be a competitive advantage going forward.
our listeners will always ask us every season about the different grounds Kent play at, and we would love to. We were talking about Catford Bridge. Here we are, the first meeting I think between Kent and Northamptonshire. I appreciate you may not, unless you're going to tell us right now, you may not be going back there. We've seen development of Beckenham over the years, and we know that's an important site for Kent. Is there a chance of other outgrounds being used, whether it's for the first 11 or for the wider Kent family, if you like?
I think the volume of cricket we need to play now at a competitive and professional level means for most counties you need to play across multiple grounds. Just having a single option is just not feasible. The number of wickets, the intensity of the games. So most counties will be playing across two. We're certainly no different to that. Regarding the options, yes, they are, but we've fully committed to Beckenham as part of our future, and we will be playing professional and competitive cricket at Beckenham as well as Canterbury.
I think the most recent ground that Kent have used is Tunbridge Wells, and I know because I live in the west of the county, there's constant questions about when is it coming back. Is that feasible? I know that again, money is an issue for these grounds. Yeah,
and it's not just pure cash. It's about investment for the future. So the answer to that is yes, there are options and opportunities at Tunbridge Wells. It involves a whole range of factors. It's not just about cricket. In the day and age that we're at now, cricket doesn't provide a financial model to have many different grounds. So what you've got to have is a sustainable community services and other facilities that are operating all year round to make any ground work.
And looking at the different financial backing, I suppose, different clubs, we've seen Hampshire have effectively sold out the ownership of their club to an Indian concern. Is that anywhere in Kent's future? Do you think at some point it might be forced in terms of trying to keep up financially, or will it stay as a members club for the medium long term?
Yeah, we don't see that at all in our future. Certainly in the minute, it's not anything we're actively considering at this point in time.
And I suppose at the heart of that is the membership as well, and I'm sure they've been asking you questions already, putting questions to you. What's the thing that you're most asked by the members at this point?
There's a range of things. Parking is always a very popular one. So there'll always be a constant challenge of things like that, and it is around match day experience. Obviously we want to do as much as we can for our members, and a lot of that will come along with the enhancements over the next 2 years that we want to bring to Canterbury ground. But yeah, that's predominantly it. And then of course the major focus now that we're in season is players, injuries, performances.
And players just coming out on the field now with Kent bowled out for 178. No surprise, they are batting again. Zach Crawley and Ben Compton coming out to the middle. In terms of playing staff, because as sports fans, we love our teams to win. We want to have the best players on the pitch that we possibly can. Back in the 70s, let's go back there, the heyday of Kent cricket, they absolutely ruled the roost. They were the best team for, I'm not going to hide their light under a bushel, for many years. They were a fantastic outfit, competing on all fronts. Where are Kent financially now in terms of recruiting players? I mean, I don't know if you want to put a number of it from 1 to 18, but clearly you're not going to be the same as a Surrey at the moment. What can Kent fans hope for in that respect, though?
Well, what we do have is a big part of our strategy forward is around responsibility, and that formulates the talent pathway that we've already talked about. That is at the core of our strategy. We want to be financially responsible, as we've seen in some other instances. If you're not, it causes quite significant problems. So we will always remain financially responsible with our decisions. What we do look for is, and we genuinely believe we've got a very talented squad. What we look for is that talent performing at its full in all of the games, and that's what we're hoping to see now today and for the rest of this game.
So, the first ball of the Kent second innings, Ben Sanderson to bowl as Zach Crawley gets caught up in bat and pad. There's a huge appeal, I'm not sure. Excitement certainly from Northamptonshire. Why wouldn't there be at this stage? 178 Kent bowled out for in their first innings. Still 506 in arrears. The other thing I can almost hear the members saying is, why can't Kent produce homemade bowlers? Why aren't there fast bowlers? And are you going to be in charge of that? And when will it change?
Oh, it's definitely a focus. It's a great question, and one that we've asked. The water is not different here.
As Sanderson bowls to Crawley down the leg side. I asked that only slightly tongue-in-cheek because it is an anomaly from a Kent point of view. It's been really a long time since they've had a player, a Lions qualified player, an England player as a bowler. So yeah, and that is it is a focus.
Yeah, absolutely is. It's part of our. We have these things, these key performance indicators. That's certainly on our playing side. That's one that we're definitely looking at focusing. And if you peel back the layers, you'll see in our academy system now a lot more focus going into those specific talents.
And here's Sanderson bowling to Crawley. Of course, is an England talent. Currently, no matter what you read, played the last test against Australia, none for none. And I suppose again from a playing staff point of view, how much obviously Simon Cook is director of cricket, how much are you involved in the recruitment side? Is it about Simon Cook saying this is what this player will cost, can we afford it? Is it as simple as an equation of that? Did you give advice to him on that respect, or vice versa?
Well, so far
it's Sanderson bowls, my apologies, out towards point, no run.
In terms of my tenure, which has only been a couple of months, so that's not been active. As our director of cricket, Simon Cook has done a great job in planning out the next few years and building a strategy around it. Yeah, so he very much leads the management of the talent, the purchasing, the construction of the team, and what skill sets we're looking for. And
obviously as CEO, in the championship last year, there's no wrapping it up. You know what question's coming here, I'm sure. Sanderson bowling to Crawley, defends it back towards the bowler very sedately, and there is no run. Poor season in the championship last year, and catastrophic injuries, I think it's fair to say, and Northamptonshire fans by now will be tired of me saying that, but how much is that important to a business model as much as anything else, that you have a winning side, and what can you do to change that?
It's important that we look at the reasons why, and we mitigate things as much as possible. So certainly focusing on
as Sanderson bowls to Crawley now, 3 slips in behind, bat and pad. It's just pad, says the umpire. There'll be a leg by to end the first over. Kent 1 for none in their second innings.
So yeah, sorry. Focusing on things like how can you manage soft tissue injuries is a major part of it. Trauma injuries obviously is something that you have to cope with, and we have to deal with that by having a broader and more depth of a squad. And with the resources that we currently have, we've got strategies to be able to put that in place the best that we can.
And I suppose heading the business, cricket is unlike other businesses, is that there are churn in players, aren't there, in terms of the people that work for you. Results are very, very important in what they do. That's why we love sport, but it's also can be a brutal business. How does that sit with you?
So I'm finding out in coming into cricket, it is quite different to other sectors that are out there. Of course, really important.
As a Conway will bowl the first from the pavilion end, already has 5 wickets against Kent in this match. Crawley, that's a good looking shot. Is he moving for that one? He is not. That's 4 runs. Very characteristic clip through the onside from Zach Crawley, races to the boundary. A lot of close fielders, you'd imagine, 3 slips, and others 5 for none. But yeah, I guess that is. You have to handle that as a leader.
Absolutely, and we want to create an environment where we holistically look out for players. We know that given the world game of cricket and the opportunities that players have, that there's a lot more mobility. That's just a reality. So we have to compete in other ways. And if you know you're going to be looked after here and your family's looked after.
As Conway bowls to Crawley now, and a slower ball, but deep into the crease. He takes it into the offside, a single run rather. They go on to 6 for none. But yeah, so pastoral care in that respect.
Well, it's just an important factor. It's like any workplace, there'll always be workplaces that will pay the higher rates, but that's not always the motivator for people. and we want people that are going to come to the club for all the right reasons and compete for us.
And that's focusing on the men's side. The women's side first season in the newly restructured championship. I think it was an eye-opener for many of those players and for officials at Kent as well, wasn't it? The demands on those players and indeed the staff on what's effectively an amateur game. How do you take care of that and protecting those players as well as staff? As Conway comes in, 3 slips in behind Ben Compton, his first delivery faced. Michael Wilshaw, expert at commentary, just nodding me towards the other play there. Dot ball, 6 for 9, quite right. There's a game going on which our listeners would like to know about. But it felt like a challenge, talking to players and to staff as well. It was. I'm not going to use the word struggle because I don't know exactly what went behind the scenes, but I think that was a difficult first year, wasn't it, for everyone concerned?
It was a completely new experience. Obviously I wasn't around, so I'm picking up now on kind of like the feedback of it.
So Conway comes in for the 3rd ball of his first over here, the 2nd of Kent's 2nd innings, clipped behind square by Ben Compton. A very characteristic shot from him, just closing the face, and he'll take a single. The onside field changes over.
And it is a brand new experience in working in essence an amateur team at a professional competitive level. It's a challenge. It's brand new. We've learned a lot. You'll see that from the signings and our use of the loan system this year. We've got to remember that all the women in our squad work a day job and then fit cricket around it. It's
Conway bowls to Crawley. Through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Bounces would be higher than the off stump anyway, but just outside. And that felt to me that the starkest thing is that I won't say the expectations from the club, but certainly as an organisation, those players are part of something which feels very professional, and I think the ECB wanted to be like that as well, a proper 2nd and 3rd tier. But the demands on the players are such that it can make it difficult for them as well. I'll get your answer on that in a second. It's Conway bowling to Crawley. And it's a leading edge, and it's hold out to save Sabe at cover, and Crawley has gone. It's a low score for Zach Crawley. Well, if not lacking in confidence, certainly lacking in runs. The leading edge, he was playing that through the onside. Movement from Conway has seen him spoon it up to save Sabe at cover, and he has gone 7 for 1 then Kent, and Northamptonshire, well, if they weren't scenting it before now, they will be absolutely delighted with that first scout. The England man going at 7 for 1, 499 behind still, but it's the wickets column that matters to both sides at the moment. Zach Crawley goes off to the dressing room. We're talking with Michael Wilshaw, the CEO, about the women's team, but I would also go back to pastoral care, thinking about someone like Zach Crawley as well, who it feels from the outside has the absolute world on his shoulders, and I think that's what I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're talking about the holistic care of your players. This can be a brutal business for the people involved in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so I'm learning in coming into role just how intense it can be, especially someone who performs at that level at the world stage as well. And we know, a player like Zach has got world-class talent and capabilities, and we need to do everything that we can to support him to get back into that confidence, into that mindset, and getting him back to that level of performance on the field.
And as Sam North East comes out at 3 here, winter signing for Kent, Michael Wilshaw is with us. We'll get Andrew Radd on very shortly as well, because obviously our Northamptonshire listeners will be very excited at this point, and Kent's listeners will be hoping for if anything, a very dull day and a half of cricket at this point. Michael, I said before, you are a cricket fan, aren't you? And that it almost feels to me, I mean, I'm outside your position, but there must almost be a tug or pull to be a fan as much as an administrator. You're going to have to find a balance. How do you think you're going to do that, or how do you do it?
Yeah, I think my passion for the game very much is. I will just watch the ball.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson bowling to Compton, defensive shot, no run.
It's very much the power of cricket. That's where I come in from. So I still enjoy playing the game. I see the value of it. I see what it does and provide. So that really is my focus and passion. Thankfully, I wouldn't claim to be able to be technically at the level of these guys, and that's why we've got specialists in the club, and that's their role, to make sure that we can perform at this level.
Sanderson then once again to Compton, leaves it outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper. There's 3 slips and a gully now, all on the attack, Northamptonshire, as you understand. This obviously, results like this and last year will hurt the club as well, and I'm sure the emotion runs deep with the people off the field as well. It, as I said, in that way, is an extraordinary business to be a part of from a man that's been a success in independent business before. Sorry, that was supposed to be a question rather than a statement, but Sanderson outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper. But you see what I'm getting at. It is so unusual that there must be sometimes I know you're short into your career here, but a tendency or even a leaning towards acting with the heart rather than with the head at times. Yeah,
we'll try and keep that as rational as possible. That's our job, that's why we're paid to be. So we're not off to the start that we'd ideally like.
So Sanderson then will bowl to Compton, and to beat the outside edge, or has Compton. He can be deceptive. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. Just played inside that one to make sure it's not going to hit his off stump, but through the wicketkeeper, no run.
But we certainly from a professional performance point of view, at this stage we are not panicking. We take responsibility, don't get me wrong with that. We are very much accountable with performances, but early in the season we know we've got a talented squad. Our job is to make sure that they are operating at their full potential.
As Sanderson bowls to Compton, 5th ball of his second over, outside the off stump, and there is no run. And obviously we're talking about the championship now, but T20 wise, Kent, I like to think, have perennially punched above their weight in that competition in terms of the resource they have, and it builds expectations to an amount. But those days are obviously a big showcase for you as a club, but also incredible for the fans. I will complete this question in a second. Here's Sanderson round the wicket to left-handed Compton, defended back to the bowler. So as well as the championship, I know you said that very focused on that for the long-term future of the county, but you have to balance that, and I guess balance recruitment as well, and what you're spending on players with success in the T22.
Yeah, absolutely, and we do want multi-format players. We want players that can perform in it. We want a broad squad that we're able to rotate the talent as well, keep everyone fit and injury free as well. We've always got high hopes for the Blast. We look forward to it. It's a fantastic experience here. Canterbury's a great ground for T20 cricket. It's still got a lot of that old cricket enjoyment vibe to it as well. So we always look forward to it. And in terms of the business, ticket sales are great for the T20. We're ahead of marker, and that's for the England's women's T20 as well.
I think rightfully proud, Kent, of what they've done with the ground here and continue to do. Is that a strangle down the leg side to Sam North East? It is not. So Harry Conway bowling the first ball of his second over, and he's already taken the first wicket to fall 7 for 1 at against Kent here. I'm going to bring Andrew Rand back in a second. Michael, thank you so much for spending the time. Just before you go, is there anything that you particularly like to say to supporters? Because you're a man that obviously is focused on the business side, the CEO of Kent County Cricket, Michael Wilshaw, joining us here, by the way. If you're just joining us into the onside, is there a message to them about what you intend for the club and what they can take from your tenure so far?
Well, I think one of the things we aim to do is, as we are developing, is make sure we've got really good contact and communication with all our fans, all our supporters, with everyone who is a partner with the club right across the county. So we'll keep everyone well informed as much as we can.
As Conway bowls to North East, then his third ball faced. Oh, it's a jack in the box, and he's seen that almost off his midriff there. Will it go for 4? It's stopped actually. He'll come back for just a second, but it was a snorter from Harry Conway. You say you don't get to watch much cricket. Perhaps we ought to save you from yourself here, Michael. But really appreciate you joining us. Hope to talk to you again soon. And but yeah, enjoy the cricket as much as you can. But looking forward to seeing what happens to Kent in the short term.
Me too.
And the
really
long term.
appreciate that.
Not
Thank
at
you,
all.
Matt.
Great to see you, Michael Wilshaw. Full disclosure, Michael and I have talked before on BBC Radio Kent's Huddle when he was in Australia as he took the post, but great to talk to him again. And I hope for Northants fans, as Harry Conway bowls to North East, he's up on his toes. That's a lovely shot. Had a good deal of trouble with a previous delivery from Conway, but that's nicely guided off the back foot through the offside. Michael Wilshaw exiting to my right, and we'll bring in Andrew Radd there. As I said, Northants fans as well as Kent fans. I hope you found that instructive. Putting my neutral hat, is that a thing? But associations with Kent County Cricket Club aside, I feel like it's good to hear from those who are holding the purse strings of the counties who are a little bit more modest in their means and will be in the future. Here's Conway then to North East and defends that back at the bowler, and there's no run. Ball to come of the fourth over. Kent 13 for 1, and well, he did well to turn up at all, I think, Michael Wilshaw, given that his team are taking an absolute pummeling from Northamptonshire. But as I said, Andrew, I just hope, as I said, Northants fans are okay with that.
Oh, I'm sure. I think it was very interesting. I was listening next door, and yeah, it was. I think there's a lot of common ground there, without a shadow of a doubt, between the two clubs.
Feels like perhaps brothers in arms, Northamptonshire and Kent, but at the moment, tooth and nail as North East defends that end of the over. 4 overs gone, 13 for 1, and obviously being a fan as well, I'm very much keen to ask the money bowling a hole in your pocket questions, because all of us can play fantasy cricket, can't we, with the money.
It's an easy, and it was very interesting. I think that it's worth underlining this point again, that the money is not just available to go and sign half a dozen players. There are it is ring fenced to an extent, and I was certainly talking to Northamptonshire officials, and they're mindful of the fact that it is a one-off, and it's not just a question of the lump sum as Sanderson starts round the wicket and steered down to backward point by Ben Compton, and there's no run, fielded there by James Sales. That the fact that they're getting this money from the 100 sale, there is funding that they will not get, to do with broadcasting deals and this sort of thing. So they've got to use a sort of household budgetary term, they've got to make it last. And I think that's important to remember. Here is Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump to Ben Compton, who leaves well alone. Departure of Zach Crawley, obviously a big boost to Northamptonshire's hopes of wrapping up this game at some point. Still a lot of cricket left in it, but of course the weather could still have a say. There's just looking at the app next door, the weather app, and it's, I think for today, rest of today and tomorrow, there is a chance of a shower almost at any time. So Northamptonshire will want to try and make inroads today if they possibly can, leave themselves as little to do tomorrow as possible. There's Sanderson in bowls, and Compton covers up, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run, but obviously you've got two vastly experienced and potentially adhesive players in Ben Compton and Sam Northeast at the moment, and they will be looking to build a partnership, keep Northamptonshire out there, put overs in the legs of the bowlers. Good move, I think, by Luke Proctor and Darren Lehman to save Ben Sanderson for the follow-on. Didn't bowl, of course, today in the remainder of the Kent first innings. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and Compton pushing that out into the covers, and there's no run. I think that was a good ploy. I think also that we will see a lot of Calvin Harrison. I'd be surprised if we don't. Thought he bowled nicely today.
Yeah.
And you thought it was a good bit of thinking with Keith Dudgeon to come round the wicket and just to try and find a little bit in the maybe a few footmarks there, and just did him round his legs. 3 slips in, Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Bartlett at third, Zabe in the gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-on. Square leg just in front, here's Sanderson, round the wicket bowls, no ball called by umpire Hassan Adnan, who now finds himself at the far end, the Nackington Road end. 2 more on the total, 15 for 1.
I think it might be time for me to take a break in just a second. We'll go. Shall we go Northants
All right, we'll go
for a spell?
Northants
We've been very Kent for half an hour with the chief executive visiting us, but
Northampton's batting coach Greg Smith has.
I'll go at the end of the over, and I'll come back when I'm called.
That's all right. No. It's nice. It's always terrific when we get coaches or chief executives
Absolutely.
or whatever to give an expert view. People fed up with us blethering on. Outside the off stump goes Sanderson, left alone by Ben Compton, and there is no run. Matt mentioned earlier we have the first result of the day in the Championship. Somerset polishing off Essex at Chelmsford. Not only then do the Somerset get the points, but they can go home a day early.
That's true. It's not enough to make Kent fans smile, though, still, as it's getting pummeled.
It ought to bring a quizzical smile to their lips, maybe. Here's Sanderson in bowls and Compton pushing out into the covers, and there is no run. Matt will have a well-earned break. He's had a long stint there this afternoon. He's put a few overs in his legs. Having a chat with the Kent CAO. He will be replaced by Northamptonshire's batting coach Greg Smith, former Derbyshire and Essex player. Afternoon, Greg.
How are you?
Very good, thank you. I mean, this is a silly question, I suppose. Was there any thought about not enforcing the follow-on?
No, I think we would have been pretty silly not to do that. I think the guys have done excellently this morning. But you know what it's like. It's always going to be hard a second time round.
Yeah,
so
course,
we're just going to have to really stick at our processes, about as many dot balls and as many maidens as we can, and try and build pressure and hopefully find our luck that way.
Talk a bit about the use of Ben Sanderson today, which I think is interesting, and Matt and I were just touching on it. Is Harry Conway, 5 wickets in the first innings, already the wicket of Zach Crawley in the second, 3 slips in place, running away from us, and he bowls and beats Sam Northeast outside the off stump. Whips the bat inside the line, but I think it was after the ball had passed it, taken by Lewis McManus. Yeah, it was interesting that Ben Sanderson not used today at the back end of the Kent first innings, presumably just to keep him fresh for the follow-on.
Yeah, I mean it still is a very good wicket, so we don't want to use we didn't want to use the bowlers, the top 3 bowlers, if you like, as many of us as we wanted to this morning, just to keep them fresh, as you say, for the second innings. It worked out really nice. We thought with the weather around this morning we better get one of them to start with, so we chose, Procky chose the big man Harry Conway there.
Conway bowling and pushed out into the offside by Northeast, no run.
Yeah, and I mean Harry's just such a great character, so we thought we'll start with him because he kind of really does set the tone for the rest of the day with his body language and his enthusiasm, which he did this morning with a couple of absolute, beautiful deliveries. So
yeah, he's we've talked a lot about, in fact the last 2 games we seem to talk an awful lot about Harry Conway because he is such a personality. We'll get a bit of the inside track on that in a second, as Conway, with the sun out now here at Canterbury, running away from us, and bowls to Northeast, and again it goes past the outside edge. This is good stuff from Conway. Maybe just appraises Sam Northeast of his views on life, the universe and everything as he follows through. I mean, he is just such a personality. I think to see him at his most eccentric, you might need to see him batting, as Northamptonshire supporters will have seen in the previous game against Lancashire. But he's just always on, is he?
He's just brilliant. Well, funny enough, we were actually chatting about it last night because Nathan McSweeney is his housemate, and he said that we actually will ask him what is he like as he runs into bowl here.
Conway in again to Sam Northeast, and this time Northeast is solidly in behind that, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, so he's his housemate back up in Northampton. We were like, does he have this energy literally 24 hours a day? And he said actually he doesn't. When he gets home, he puts his earpods in, he sits and he's got his little couch there, and he literally just fall asleep. So he does have to recharge. He's like a big Duracell bunny that eventually does run out of battery. So when he gets home, he just conks out on the sofa.
I did ask Calvin Harrison during the previous game, because of course he was on a hat trick over lunch during the game against Northamptonshire's previous game against Lancashire, as he runs in again to bowl to Northeast, and Northeast this time just coming across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run. And I was saying, what was he like at lunchtime? Because I had visions of him, having taken 2 in 2 when they came off for lunch and bouncing around the dressing room. He said, no, actually, he was quite calm, and he said it in a way that suggested he was actually quite surprised about that. But he's. I mean, we'll perhaps touch on this at the end of the over, but it's interesting. Conway, of course, having been delisted, as they say in Australian domestic cricket, and not playing Shield cricket. Here's Conway, the last ball of his third over, 1 for 12 so far. Zach Crawley in his bag already, and turned into the onside goes Sam Northeast, trots through for a single as he just pushes it out to mid-wicket, and Conway is almost doing a sort of almost like a lap of honour, or I don't know. You see kids pretending they're a jet fighter or something and putting both arms out and running around. It was a little bit like that. Anyway, end of the over, 16 for 1. So he's not playing Shield cricket in Australia. He spent this last English winter playing for Eastern Suburbs in Sydney. I mean, I know some supporters were saying over the winter, well, is he that good if he's not playing Shield cricket? Darren Lehman's view, when I asked him about it, was, well, it gives you a fresh bowler. We know he's talented. Yeah. But he's got plenty of overs.
Exactly. Look, there's only six state sides, so it's quite tough to get into that. But I think him not playing was just a benefit for us, really, because as you say, Sanderson just runs in and bowls and
pushed back by Sam Northeast.
But it just made him fresh for when he came over. We thought maybe he might have been a little bit undercooked at the start of the season. Obviously joined us in Cape Town on pre-season tour, which he got in a lot of overs and kind of got up to speed, really. But obviously not playing competitive cricket in the winter was a little bit of a concern, I suppose, maybe. But he's been absolutely brilliant for us right from the get-go. Yeah.
Man now on the drive at short mid-on as Sanderson is in, and that's punched away through extra cover by Sam Northeast. Nice looking shot, good balance. It picks up a couple of runs out towards the Les Ames pavilion. 2 more to Sam Northeast, who goes to 9, and Kent to 18 for 1 following on. I suppose it was also a bonus from Northamptonshire's point of view to actually have him in South Africa for pre-season, because it's not often that you get one of your overseas actually coming on pre-season tour.
It's not, and it was quite it's a big cue to him as well, because he really wanted to be there just for that very reason, to try and get up to speed. So
Sanderson in, bowls and brings Northeast forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. And he seemed, so engaged. I was out there as well, and he just seemed so engaged with what was going on.
Yeah, he's such a good character. I think every team needs one of those guys. Our team generally is quite a quiet bunch of guys, really. So to have his energy in the dressing room in particular it's a really big uplift for guys, especially if there's the days are long and tedious at times. To have his energy is unbelievable.
Sanderson in, bowls, and Northeast again, solid in defence, and Ben Sanderson with silky footballing skills that might earn him a contract with Rotherham United or might not. Knocks the ball up from boot to hand and then passes it on to Luke Proctor for a bit of ball shining. Let's talk about Luke Proctor. Hard to avoid talking about him in this match. I mean, like I said last night, there's an awful lot of sweat and skill and accumulated knowledge that go into the sort of day that he had yesterday with the bat and as a captain. We'll talk about that a bit more in a moment, because Sanderson's running in and clipped away nicely by Northeast, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I was saying to Nathan McSweeney last night, as vice-captain, of course, as captain of South Australia, as a captain you have days when everything you try doesn't work. You also, presumably by the other side of it, have days when everything you try does work, and that was what happened with Luke Proctor yesterday.
It was, and it was an outstanding innings, and he led by the front magnificently, and it's something that we actually spoke about at the end of last season when we had a little reflection on the season.
Sanderson to complete the over, running Turning in and bowls to North East, who's forward, plays away into the onside. That's the end of the over. Weatherall Fields, and it's 18 for 1 with 9 to Sam North East, 1 to Ben Compton.
But yeah, so we chatted, as I do with all the batters at the end of the year, just have a bit of a review on them and what I think they can improve on, what they've done well, what skills they need to upskill in and stuff like that. And with Procky, it wasn't really upskilling in a sense. It was more how we can get him from, because he's a very consistent cricketer, as you know. He always contributed with the bat, but can we get those 50s and 60s? Can we get some big hundreds where he can lead? Because he kind of has the mental aptitude and the mental power to bat for long periods of time. But to his own realization, he hasn't really done that over the last few years. So that was one of the big areas that we wanted to target this season, is can he get those big scores for us? And so it's so pleasing that early on, it's only the second game, he's gone and done that. And hopefully that will give him a lot of confidence for the rest of the year that he can actually do that.
Well, he's right on cue. Proctor's coming into the attack, brings himself on and starts with a dot ball to Ben Compton, plays it back down the pitch. Mindful of the fact, obviously, that we're talking to a lot of Kent supporters as well, and obviously people just interested in Division 2. Early days, obviously, but your thoughts on the second division, Greg? It seems, and we said this last year, it's going to be very, very competitive.
Yeah, there's some very good side. I mean, you look at the side we played last week at Lancs. They
Proctor in again and bowls to Ben Compton, turns it away through the gap, finds the gap at mid-wicket. There's a chase out towards the boundary in front of Freeman House, and it's Rafi Weatherall who wins the race to the ball, and they come through for a couple of runs. Compton goes to 3, Kent to 20 for 1.
The Lancashire side last week, they were missing quite a few players actually. They had Jennings, Marcus Harris, overseas players missing, so you add those two into their side, and that's a formidable cricket side, so their bowling attack is definitely, I thought, was a Division 1, a high-class Division 1 attack. You look at the Durham side, they've got a lot of England players there, aspiring England players.
Here's Compton facing Proctor, who turns it away on the leg side again, this time just a single, stopped by Rafi Weatherall, just going down behind square. One more to Compton, he goes to 4, and it's 21 for 1.
So you've got the likes of Durham, who, as I say, are a very good side. You've got Worcester, who've just come down. They're a very good side and want to kind of bounce back into Division 1. Derby have made some, in my old side, they have made some really good signings. So it's going to be very challenging. Middlesex have started well. So it's just, if you can get on a bit of a run and get some momentum, then you never know come the end of the season. But I think there's a few very, very good sides there.
Talk about the Middlesex-Worcestershire game in a minute, because that's boiling up beautifully as Proctor is in and bowls to Sam North East, plays it down to backward point where Sabe fields, and there's no run. That game now, Worcestershire were bowled out in their second innings early today for 253. Middlesex need 262 to win, that's their target, and they're 96 for 3.
Oh, okay, so that's
going to be
over there.
Yeah, that's a serious game in progress at Lords, and of course Northamptonshire play Middlesex next up at Wantage Road next week. Here's Proctor in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sam North East.
But I think it's going to come down to the squad sizes and the depth. And I think one thing that we're pleased with this year is our squad depth. You've got some quality cricketers that unfortunately have missed out now, but it makes the second team cricket stronger because they've got to go and perform. But I think, especially for bowlers are, as Bucky runs in here again.
Slightly angled approach. Proctor in and bowls to North East, who's watchful in defence, pushes it up to mid-on, just about reaches Harry Conway, who stoops to pick it up. That's the end of another over. 21 for 1. Kent following on 506 behind. They've lost Zach Crawley, caught by Sabe at extra cover of Harry Conway for 5. That was 7 for 1, but Sam North East is 9. Ben Compton is 4, carrying on the battle for the home side. Yes, it was interesting in the last 2 or 3 years, I think, with Northamptonshire. It's been a case that if somebody wasn't scoring runs, supporters say, well, try somebody else. But the question is always who.
Exactly.
And there hasn't always been, because of the size of the squad and the depth of the squad, anybody really to put in. That seems different this year.
Yeah, and you also don't want to reward success which is mediocre. So you don't want to reward people in the second team for getting 50s and 60s.
As Sanderson starts a fresh over and Compton plays defensively back down the pitch.
You want to reward them for getting hundreds and big hundreds, because that's going to make their development a lot faster and better. And also that's the real pressure we want to put on the first team guys. So if the guys are averaging 30, which isn't great by all means in first team cricket, but if you've got guys that are not scoring 100 in the second team, why would you pick them? It's not going to help anything. So hopefully this year they can, from a Northamptonshire perspective, you can have a lot of competition from coming from below, and that's with bat and ball, which is quite exciting.
Sanderson bowling to Compton, who pushes this next delivery out into the covers, and there's no run. Yes, and talking last year to Darren Lehman at the back end of the season, when one or two of the younger players did get a go, particularly in the 50 over cup and then in the championship, and he said, I want people hammering on the door. At the moment they're just sort of tapping on it, and it's not really, but in those circumstances obviously they did give opportunities. And the next ball is pushed back past Ben Sanderson. They've thought about a run, the two batters, in the end decide sensibly not to do so, as Proctor comes across from mid-on to field and there's no run. One thing I know that there has been a certain amount of discussion about, one or two supporters have been asking about Stuart van der Merwe. Obviously got a 100 on first class debut, only the third Northamptonshire player ever to do that, at the end of last season against Leicestershire. But I think he's at uni now, isn't he? So he's not around just at the minute. Having asked that question, I'll come back to it after this ball. Sanderson is round the wicket, left alone by Compton, through to Lewis McManus.
Yeah, so he's at we've got a few at uni. So I think he's at Leeds Bradford actually. Yeah. But yeah, he's a wonderful player. But again, he's still very young, and also in terms of development, yes, he got his opportunity, and it was nice for Darren to see all these, him, Eddie Sharma, Arush Bashake, all these guys, see what they like, and he can make his own judgment on them. And for him to get the opportunity to get 100 was amazing. But I think still for his own development, he needs to go into the twos and score bucket loads of runs. So when he does come into the first team.
Sanderson round the wicket again to Compton, who's beaten by an absolute jaffer. And that was a little bit of I suspect a little bit of an effort ball from Ben Sanderson, in that it climbed, it got a little bit more carry and bounce from Sanderson, and it beats Compton. All ends up taken by McManus.
So yeah, when those players like the Van der Merwes and the Sharmas, and I suppose it's for every county, when they do come into the first team, they're ready, and they've got a lot of they've got weight of runs behind them. So they know their games. So they're not just coming in for a couple of games, they fail and then they get dropped again. They actually can be here for a long sustained period of time.
To finish the over, Sanderson in again, bowls and once again beats Compton outside the off stump. Good stuff from Ben Sanderson, doing what Sanderson does. 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 4. Profligate by Sanderson standards. 21 for 1 at the end of the over. We talk a little bit about Kent in this match, Greg, because in this seat for half an hour this afternoon we had the Kent chief executive, and he was talking about obviously what's been happening in this game, as well as lots of other more general topics, and you must feel for Adam Hollyoake, because it's not an unfamiliar situation for Northamptonshire to find themselves in, the way Kent have just had one of those games where we were talking about Luke Proctor and everything going right yesterday. By the same token, it hasn't really gone right for Kent. Let's come on to that in a second, because here's Proctor starting another over, and Sam Northeast trying to flash that ball that was back of a length away with a little square cut, didn't get anything on it, goes through to the keeper. You must feel, I suspect, for Adam Hollyoake and the Kent
You do, because staff. It's not from, they're quality cricketers and they'll come good, there's no doubt about that. They've got a very, very good side. It's just, as you say, things aren't quite going for them. The momentum's not with them at the time, but it's not for the lack of trying and the lack of effort. They're here every morning.
Proctor is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Northeast.
They've been here every morning, kind of before us really, and they're training, they're doing all the right things, which is all you can do. Look, it was quite adamant. They mentioned yesterday that they didn't bowl particularly well. We've bowled pretty well, but that happens, In 40 cricket last week, they bowled very well from more reports. So
here's Proctor in again, bowls, and lovely looking drive from Northeast, equally well fielded off his own bowling by Luke Proctor, and there is no run. Yeah, and it was interesting, Joey Everson saying that, who was probably the tidiest of the Kent bowlers in the Northamptonshire's first innings, saying that he's accepted now that he needs to be boring, if you like, with the ball and just keep doing the basics right, which is fairly key, I think. Is Proctor in again, bowls to Northeast, who clips that away through square leg. It's running out towards the boundary, and that won't be caught. It goes over the rope, and it's a nice looking boundary for Northeast, who goes into double figures, 13 to him, and Kent to 25 for 1. So it's so much of it's basics, isn't it? And getting the basics right. Talks a little bit also about James Sales, because he basically played as the fourth seamer against Lancashire, and had a little bit of a sort of chastening experience there, as Proctor is in, bowls to Northeast, nice looking on drive, well fielded, tumbling by Harry Conway, who sort of went down in easy stages but got there. James Sales again is one of those that's I was looking at his record today. He's in his 35th first class game. He's only taken 14 wickets. Most of those were in his first couple of seasons. Presumably the coaching staff would like him to work on his bowling, as Proctor is in, bowls, and Northeast defends.
Salesy's ceiling as a cricketer is extremely high, so I think with bowling wise, probably having him as a full seamer is where we'd like to get to. But he's still developing his bowling, and he also, don't remember, he was out injured pretty much all of last year, so he's kind of a year, even the year before, I don't think he bowled an enormous amount of overs, so he's still, from a development point of view, he's still learning. He's almost learning on the job, isn't he? And sometimes that can be a daunting place, but it can also be like last night. He had a really good spell, even though it was 2 overs, but that confidence that he'll gain from that in the battle will be huge for his development. But he's got all the natural, he's got ball speed, he's got the skills, he can swing it both ways.
Sanderson with 3 slips and a gully, bowls outside the off stump to Ben Compton, start of his 6th over. Compton leaves it well alone. But something that we need to be careful with as well is we don't just want to over bowl him now and then he gets injured again. I think his body, our medical staff head there by Lee Daggett, who's been brilliant. We've got to look after not just him, like the referee Weather Rawls, the Justin Broads, all these guys. We've got to really look after them, and almost they've got to do a lot of strength stuff while they're playing. Yeah. Because that's what's going to get them the longevity that we need. Sanderson, talking of longevity, it's played down to backward point by Compton, and there's no run. It was a big milestone for Ben Sanderson in the previous game against Lancashire. 600 wickets for Northamptonshire across all formats, and that from somebody who back in 2011 his career was, he would have thought, I'm sure, was pretty much over when he was released by Yorkshire. Yeah, he's an outstanding bowler, so he's been, I just don't wonder how many more years we can eke out of him, because we don't want him to go anywhere. And he's another one, we can't just bowl to the ground, we've got to look after him as well. Sanderson round the wicket, bowls and dropped down into the offside by Compton. Fielded at backward point by James Sales, and there's no run. Looks like he's giving Ben Compton a couple of words there. Well, it's not unheard. It's not unheard of, is it? That's good. It's actually gone out of the game a little bit, which I think is a bit of a shame, because it's nice. It's a war out there, Who were the who were the great chunterers when you were playing for Essex and for Derbyshire? Graham Wagg comes to mind. He was he's someone that you didn't want to play against, but you wanted him in your team. He's a street fighter. Left armour, and gone into coaching as well now, hasn't he? Yeah, so he was one of those guys you want on your side. Sanderson in again and bowls, and left alone outside the off stump by Ben Compton. And then my Essex days, a big chant as well, David Masters. He used to have a few words. I've forgotten about him. I remember often sitting in the change room. I used to sit in between him and Alistair Cook, and he kept pleading with Cookie, just give me a test score. I promise you I'll do the business for you. I remember Cookie just saying, mate, the wickets here are flat, but they're not like Chelmsford. He was like, no, it's fine. I promise you I'll do a job. But yeah, he was a character as well. I loved Ben Sanderson's comment apropos Jimmy Anderson, as Sanderson comes in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Compton again. I was asking him during the previous game against Lancashire when he got that milestone of 600 wickets, and I said, you were talking about the brilliance and how well Jimmy Anderson bowled in that last game, and I said, he's nearly 44, you're only 37, so you've got years ahead of you. And he looked at me and he said, yes, but he said the over rate in Test cricket, it's much slower. It's much slower than it is in county cricket. You know, you don't get as much R&R in in county cricket as you do in Test cricket. Here's Sanderson in and bowls, and Compton pushes out into the covers. End of another Ben Sanderson over. 6 overs, no wicket for 4. Kent 25 for 1.
The pleasing thing, just speaking about Ben Sanderson there, the pleasing thing for Northamptonshire fans is that he obviously had a bit of a shoulder operation in the winter, and to be fair, I didn't know how good he was going to come back, because obviously at his age now things take a little bit longer. I can talk from experience, but the work that he did off the field, and credit to him, was immense, and his body now is actually, he thinks, is in better condition than it's ever been. So he's really strong. So hopefully that's a sign of good things for us.
Luke Proctor starting a fresh over from this pavilion end. Bowls outside the off stump to Sam Northeast, who leaves well alone. You mentioned a moment or two ago, Greg, Lee Daggett, who's Northamptonshire's clinical lead, I think is the formal expression, but physio, I think, to most people. How useful is it to have in Lee Daggett somebody obviously played county cricket very successfully, to have him on the sort of the strength, the backroom strength, as Proctor comes in and defended by Sam Northeast back down the pitch. Obviously there's Darren Lehman, there's yourself, there's Glenn Chappell, who's Northamptonshire's senior assistant coach, but to have another former county player in the setup, he must certainly understand bowlers' bodies, I would have thought.
Massively. I mean, if you ask my opinion, I think it's essential. And obviously not all the time you're not going to get ex-players to be physios, but I think to have him.
As Proctor bustles in and bowls to Northeast and just hurries him a little, pushes it out into the covers where Saif Saib fields and there's no run.
But yeah, having someone that's played the game, who's been there and done it and understands the torment that the bowlers can go through from a day-to-day basis, and the understanding of what it takes to go through a full season, is priceless, really.
Yeah. Proctor in again and bowls to Sam Northeast. Good stuff this from Luke Proctor. Proctor at his best, just probing away into his third over. Interesting, Greg. We were talking. Matt was, I was saying, a very interesting discussion with the new chief executive here at Kent, and they were touching on something that I know we've spoken about, and certainly with Darren Lehman, which is culture within a club and within a squad. Here's Proctor in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Northeast. How important is it to get a sort of culture that is contemporary, so you're talking about it being relevant to the game as it is now, but at the same time mindful of the great traditions of most of them, in fact, indeed all of the first class counties in this country. I know you have playing experience obviously at a couple, and come back to that. There's one ball to go in the over as Proctor is in bowls and pushed out into the covers by Sam Northeast. Another over goes by. 25 for 1, 13 to Northeast, 4 to Compton, and Kent trailing still by 481.
Yeah, culture is a big thing, I suppose. I mean, that's a mess. I think the culture that Darren has instilled in our players is fantastic. I think to be fair, I think you've had a bit of a part to play in that as well, Rats, because knowing the history of the club, we've been on a couple of walks in the winter, just understanding of where some of the greats of Northamptonshire have come from. I think it's important because you're playing for, not just yourselves, but you're playing for the fans that come in and pay their money to come and watch. So you want to represent them in a positive manner. So I think understanding who's played and who's come before is important. And that's why I think it's important that people live close to the ground, and we've got quite a few guys now that have, as Sander runs in again, to Ben Compton.
And Compton covers up, plays defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run.
We've had quite a few players now that have come from out of county, but they have moved, and I'm just looking now in the field now, you've got Harrison, Louis Kimber, George Bartlett. They've all bought or renting places in Northamptonshire, which is massive, because away from the game they can go and have a coffee with their mates. and the camaraderie and the culture is built from there. So yeah, answering your question, I think it's very important.
Yeah. And certainly being here in Kent with the wonderful cricketing tradition in this part of the world, as Sanderson is in and probing away at this off stump just outside line that he's been doing for about the last 12 years. 25 for 1, it stays. Yes, just ought to explain perhaps to listeners that we had a little walk around Northampton earlier on this year when we did visit a few of the sort of the places of cricketing relevance. The funniest part was when we went to see the birthplace of one of Northamptonshire's greatest players, as Sanderson is in, bowls and forced away off the back foot. He's in the air for a little while, just in front of James Sales at backward point. 25 for 1, it stays. I think probably this particular quite quiet street in Northampton was not used to seeing 20 professional cricketers and support staff wandering around, and there was a lady that came out and just very politely inquired of Lee Daggett what was going on. It was you had to be there, but it was 100 great sporting moments.
I don't think she had any shoes on either.
3 slips and a gully. Sanderson in, bowls, and Compton right in behind that, pushes it out to extra cover, and there's no run. So yeah, it was interesting, and the players were very polite, to put it that way. If they were bored rigid, which they may well have been listening to me, then it was very polite of them not to say so. But yeah, we were talking about relevance, and we were discussing this in the box yesterday, and people talking about, is Northamptonshire relevant? Is Kent relevant? Well, of course they're relevant. Of course they're relevant. Here's Sanderson in again, turned away by Compton, out into a little gap around mid-on. Proctor having to make ground to his left to field, and there is a single. 26 for 1 at the end of the over, just a single off that one. Calvin Harrison now beginning to limber up. We did say when Matt and I were together, Greg, that we thought Calvin Harrison would probably have a fairly heavy workload in this innings potentially.
I think he might book himself in for bed and breakfast from this bottom end now for the rest of the day.
Sanderson back over the wicket to northeast, who drives back, and I think keeper's going to stand up now, Lewis McManus, as he often does to Ben Sanderson, with the helmet coming on. He's going to have a go at because that was the end of the over, so Harrison's going to bowl. Beg your pardon. It always helps if you can count to 6 in covering this game. So we are indeed going to see Calvin Harrison. Although I have to say, you see Calvin Harrison limbering up, and it doesn't necessarily mean he's coming into the attack straight away. He's one of those that can often be limbering up for about an hour, or seems like that anyway, before he comes into the attack. But he's been outstanding this year, hasn't he, so far? He
has. His control for a leg spinner is really remarkable. And I think I was actually speaking to Freddie Flintoff. He was here because his son's in the Kent setup the first morning, and that as soon as he gets a bit of confidence, he's a confident young man, but I think as he can get real confidence in his ability, he'll actually start turning the ball even more.
Well, he's round the wicket with a slip and a leg slip, and he bowls to the left-handed Compton, who works it into the onside, and there is no run. Harrison against Lancashire in the previous game bowled 48 overs and 4 balls, picked up 5 wickets for 128, making 21 in 3 games for Northamptonshire against Lancashire, who must be sick to death of seeing him.
Yeah.
And in the first innings here, 14 overs, 1 for 20, picked up the last wicket, bowling Keith Dudgeon.
No, he's been remarkable, and I think batting wise as well, we've done a lot of work with him in the winter. If he can become the player that, I know certainly that he can become with a bat, I think that's only going to help him with the ball. Because like I say, the confidence that he'll get from that, with the control that he already has, will actually get him to try and really give that ball a real rip, because he does turn the ball. We saw obviously in his last wicket bowling Keith Dudgeon around his legs, so he does turn the ball, and it'll be interesting to see how the Kent batters try and play him in this innings, because I think if you try and just sit in there and defend, I think he will eventually create some chances. So if I was them, it'll be interesting to see if they'd be quite positive and reactive to him.
Well, the delay was George Bartlett donning the fielding gear, so he's in at silly point, forward short leg and a slip, and round the wicket comes Harrison pushes it out to Bartlett on the perch there at Silly Point, and there's no run. At the end of this over, I think I might vacate this seat and let Rita Green in, as Harrison bowls again and turned just in front of forward short leg, say stretching out a right hand. Nervous moments these for Kent, who was just such a long way behind. Here's Harrison in and bowls, and forward goes Compton off a mixture of bat and pad. It's, as you say, it's difficult to sort of know where there's a stick or twist in this sort of circumstance, isn't it, from the batter's point of view. And another close catcher going in. So we now have a slip, a silly point, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Ben Compton does not lack company at the moment, as Harrison is round the wicket, bowls to him. Slightly quicker ball and nudged down past the man at leg slip, down to deep backward square, and they come through for a single. Compton goes to 6 and Kent to 27 for 1. Batsman out, if you're just joining us, Zach Crawley. Caught at extra cover by Safe Sabe off Harry Conway for 5. Kent all out in their first innings for 178, with Chris Benjamin 31 not out, but Harry Conway finishing with 5 for 36. 2 wickets for Ben Sanderson, and 1 for Harrison, 1 for Sales, and of course that run out of Matt Milnes last night. Here's Harrison in again, bowls to the right-handed Northeast, who turns it round the corner. That's the end of the over, and I shall make way for Rita to come in and... Oh, that is tea. Oh well, in that case we won't make way for Rita. Rita can come on after tea. And that is, of course, we're going just on time today, aren't we, for the tea interval, rather than on how many overs left. Which means, Greg Smith, it's going to be a long last session. 42 overs left to bowl.
It will be, and I mean, I think if we can get a few wickets in the next session, we'll be pretty happy. I mean, as I said earlier, it's a very good wicket. Compton and Northeast have, although they haven't gone anywhere, have looked pretty comfortable. So it's a good wicket to bat on. So we're going to have to stick to our guns after the tea break. Yeah,
because it's going to be the idea, of course, when they came back on, was that we'd have 2.5 hour sessions. Well, we've had 1 2.5 hour session, but 42 overs. I suppose if there's a lot of spin, but it's going to be probably a bit more than 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
But anyway, Greg Smith, thank you so much for your time. Great to have you alongside, and we will
thank you.
Be back after tea with I think Matt and Rita Green will resume after the tea break. 27 for 1 at the interval, so Kent still trailing by 479 runs, but good stuff here from Sam Northeast and Ben Compton, who've worked incredibly hard to get through that tense little session and keep Kent's hopes of saving this match alive. 27 for 1 then at tea. We will be back when play resumes here at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury at around about 4 o'clock.
Here we are back then for session 3. Sorry, you can hear the cogs going. Day 3 here at St Lawrence Ground. Kent 27 for 1. Northamptonshire need 9 more wickets to win this game in the remaining 4 sessions. This should be a long one as well. 42 overs minimum remaining if the light holds, and it's sun shining at the moment, with Northamptonshire looking to close in on victory. Kent have staved off for a while. North East and Compton 13 and 6 respectively. Did a decent job towards the end of the afternoon session, but you don't ever feel in this game that Northants are far away from doing something, if not extraordinary, at least pretty darn good. It's going to be Harry Conway, talking of that, who has 6 wickets in the match, 1 for 13, the one to fall so far. Zach Crawley going looping at leading edge to save Sabe earlier in this innings. So Compton tucks this into the onside. That's a nice looking shot, very little back lift. It's all guide from Compton, and he just takes a single. Sam North East rather rashly looking for a second there as it went towards the boundary. No, Ben Compton, he's fine with just taking the one. He's very self-contained, and not saying it was a foolhardy second, just that Ben Compton operates almost in his own time zone sometimes in a very winning way for Kent in terms of run accumulation. 28 for 1. I've rattled on about just that first delivery. Matt Cole alongside Rita Green taking you through this early part of the final session of day 3, the second one with the first loss to rain. That's a nice looking shot from Sam North East. Pleasant shot of his own through mid wicket, and they'll come back for 2. I'm sorry, Ben, you're going to have to run. It's 2 of them, 30 for 1. A very another good afternoon to Rita Green. This one, it's not exactly poison a knife edge, but Kent are going to have to do a lot of hard work, and Northamptonshire must still feel in great spirits after the day and a bit they've had.
Good afternoon, Matt. I think Kent have done well so far in this batting marathon is that they're going to have over the next day and a bit. Stranger things have happened.
But it's need a lot of concentration and not a little luck, I think, for them as well, as this one's back at Conway from Sam North East. Plays it just about dead bats, in fact, soft hands straight back at the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, concentration definitely is the order of the day, isn't it? And these two, though, they've got so much experience under their belts, 68 years.
Indeed so.
It's quite a lot, isn't it, in the grand scheme of things?
No,
and they've been there, done that, got the T-shirt, and that's what's needed today, and indeed into tomorrow.
And I think as far as crease occupation from a Kent point of view, if you're going to have 2 batters doing it, that these from their previous exploits, so North East, he of the 410 through to the wicket keeper, and Ben Compton, he of the 9-hour stints at the crease in previous times, and a number of centuries for Kent already. You'd think they would be the ones that you would turn to, but Northamptonshire have had very different ideas about the way this whole game has been played, with 684 in the first innings, perhaps a leaf out of their book. Ball back with Aussie Harry Conway. 3 slips ranged behind Sam North East. Gets on the front foot. Check drive up to mid-on, and there's no run. Still a healthy breeze, as you can probably hear from our effects microphone every now and then. It is on the rooftop outside the commentary box here. If you know the layout of the ground here at Canterbury, we're next to the members' pavilion, who are mostly, because the sun is not on them at the moment, wrapped up in layers and layers with a chilly wind there. And just in front of them is our effects microphone, being caught by the wind. Here's Conway to North East once again. Dead bats that more or less into the onside from the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 20 for 1. Conway 1 for 16. Calvin Harrison just bowled 1 over before tea. None for 1 off 1. It'll be Rafi Weatherall to take up the ball at the pavilion end.
Indeed, bright sunshine here in Canterbury. Lovely day. Wispy clouds, almost like the Simpson clouds, as I like to put it.
Yep.
If you know that
I'm
programme.
entirely with you. There we go.
Glad you know what I'm talking about. Many are going, what are you on about? And Googling Simpson clouds. No, it's not an official term, but you know what I mean from the programme. But a lovely day here, breezy definitely, and in the out of the commentary box rather, it is definitely rather chilly. And on cue, you heard heard the gust of wind on the effects mic. Right then, from the pavilion end, here comes Weatherall in. It's driven. Beautiful drive. Oh, I love a cover drive.
Yeah, that's
and
a
if
shot.
you're a big fan of those, you would love that too. And this is where Ben Compton is in his element, just leaning into that. Very little movement needed, actually. Just timing and 4 runs. In fact, barely anyone moved for that one. Save your legs, chaps. 34 for 1, the scoreline for Kent. And I won't even bang on about the deficit. It's barely worth mentioning. It's about time now. Just past 4 o'clock here in Canterbury. So that was a bit of a loosener, maybe a bit over pitch there from Weatherall.
Right.
To the left-hander, in again. This one's defended, and there's no run. Yeah, a bit of a loosener maybe to start with, but it wasn't an awful loosener at all. Ben Compton still needed to lean into that. 4 runs, that'll do him the world of good in terms of confidence. In the first innings, out for 6. So definitely looking to stick around I was going to say a little bit longer, to say the least. And this is what Ben Compton, I think, does or can do really, really well, the left-hander. Weatherall in. It's off the back foot, straight to point. Big thick edge. And no run.
He's not had the great start, actually, this season, Ben Compton, with a 4 and an 8 against Durham. So, by his own very high standards. And from Kent supporters' point of view as well, a bit of a surprise from him. And yeah, he'll be looking to redress that, but I won't say he doesn't feel pressure. He is a remarkably phlegmatic character.
Right-handed Weatherall, full delivery, straight back to the bowler this time, and no run. Yeah, Rafi Weatherall, who is a young chap, 21 years old, born in Kendal in Cumbria. He's got the world ahead of him, cricket-wise. Lots to learn, and we'll be looking to get in on the wickets, that's for sure. Having a chat now with his skipper. Luke Proctor's got his hand in his pocket, quite right. It is breezy out there. It is sunshine. The sunshine is quite deceptive in terms of the temperature. We've got a deep square leg being put out here as well, just maybe for a bit of protection. And round the wicket goes Weatherall with 84 on his back. He's in and bowls. Cut off the back foot into the offside. And there's no one out there. 4 runs. Nicely done there. Again, just well timed. Just lent onto that back foot stroke. There's something about left-handed batters, by the way, scoreline 38 for 1. There's something magical about left-handed batters. I've no idea why, but they seem to be rather attractive with the drives and the pulls and the shot. Well, all the shots, quite frankly. And Ben Compton has definitely got the very conventional cricket style and out of the textbook to a high degree. Lovely stroke, 4 runs. Still round the wicket. Rafi Weatherall in. Left alone, rather late, but still left alone and through to the keeper, McManus, and there is no run. End of the over, 38 for 1. A scoreline, but more importantly, no more wickets, Matt, just after the tea break.
Yeah, and I think both portraying it, particularly Compton there, that the pitch, you can have an amount of confidence in the bounce of the pitch. Certainly it's not it's consistent, and that's Northamptonshire seem to play themselves in moments rather than minutes in the first innings, just session by session coming in and just trusting the surface. But Conway to northeast blocks that back up the pitch for no run. And I was going to use one of those really empty coaching phrases. They've got to back their skills, these two, from a Kent point of view. So both very off the field, both very calm characters as well. Sam Northeast, as I said, with that himself a quadruple century as well as the highest triple century at Lords, the highest by any player in first class cricket there. So he's got form in that respect, but Harry Conway is the man with the most recent form, with 5 wickets in the first innings, and that's played back to him, and he reaches down and just stops the momentum of the ball with the right hand, and there's no run. 38 for 1. This will be an intriguing battle. Obviously Northamptonshire to an extent will start to feel, if they're still bowling later in this day with only 40 overs available here, might start to feel some fatigue, and as Andrew Rad says, if that happens we'll probably see plenty of leg spinner Calvin Harrison. 15 for Sam Northeast, who faces now, and defends into the onside. Both batters in fact have that many from 40 odd balls. Oh, I've just seen I'm distracted by almost everything. I've just seen a football result which is not going to go down well in the Kent office. So if they're listening, my sincerest condolences for your loss. 38 for 1, 15 for North East, 15 for Copton. You'd be a Spurs fan, eh? As Conway to North East, and that's a nice looking shot as well, but I guess it's helped as well, engineering the ball around the oval here. What a stop that is.
Wow.
Goodness me. As you probably heard from the commentary there, I'd given up on that as 4. And who is that flying at the ball? It was Rafi Weatherall down in that area. But yeah, towards, I think James Hales had chased it out there, if I'm right in saying, and then flying almost behind him and dive for the ball. I think that is Rafi Weatherall. Superb tumbling stop to stop it going for 4, and they have run 3. Yeah, that's Weatherall all right. It's me. Saved his side a run, even though they're 485 ahead. Proper commitment that. Compton tried to take the bat away from that ball and ended up hitting low on the bat, and he looked nervously behind him for a moment. It's bounced twice to slip, to George Bartlett slip.
That was an incredible stop on the boundary rope.
It was,
for a guy that's just come off bowling and put absolutely everything into it. Just shows the mentality of the side as well. We're not giving any runs up here. No. We're keeping the pressure on. No, good on him. Fantastic.
Kent fans would have heard this before from me and from Ben as well. We had a while ago had a great chat with John Shepherd, the Kent all-rounder. We saw on the ground on the first day here. He's a fantastic character as well as a brilliant cricketer. And Conway to Compton turns it into the onside. So apologies for repeating this, but asked him what the difference was. He said, West Indian bowlers, for instance, they were bowling at incredible speeds, and he looked at the batting and of that great West Indies side and great county sides as well. And so, what is the difference? He said the fielding. He said, and there's an illustration of it. Ball going towards the boundary there. A bowler would have just given that up for dead. Rafi Weatherall, if he'd been playing in the 70s, he would not have been encouraged to move more than a pace towards that, perhaps to go and walk over and retrieve it from the boundary. But the commitment to saving a run, keeping the momentum up, fantastic from him, as well as the athleticism as well. 41 for 1, North East 18, Compton 15. Northamptonshire have plenty of overs today to perhaps take the 9 they need for victory.
Here's that man, Rafi Weatherall, in and defended by Sam Northeast, 36 years old, born in Kent, just down the road in Ashford as well, somewhere I know.
Local boy.
Incredibly well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He's been on his travels in terms of his cricketing career at Hampshire and Glamorgan, and come back home.
Very much so.
Certainly back to where he's born as well. So that very side-on starts in the crease. Weatherall in, tucked down the leg side, and it's not quite going to go over the boundary rope. They go through for a single, and they definitely don't take a second. In fact, it was a leg bye as well. So not on to North East numbers, but he won't care. I'm sure of that. 42-1 the scoreline.
Well, you say he doesn't care about numbers. Here we are. Here's another tiny anecdote. Saw him at Glamorgan season before last and had a chat with him because he's here at Kent and always got on very well with Sam. And I'll finish this in a second.
Oh, the tension for the story. Compton on strike. Weatherall in. Tucked into the onside to the mid-wicket region. There's a chase on. They'll take one. They'll take a second. The pigeons have to flutter away. Take evasive action not to get hit. And 2 more to the total. It's now 44 for 1.
And I said to him, "Oh, it's been a couple of seasons, Sam. I've not seen you since the 401." He just cocked his head to the side with a rather smile and said, 410, Matt.
So maybe every run matters to Sam North East.
Even when you've got 400 on board, yeah.
Compton on strike and driven, but this time straight to cover, and there is no run. Love that.
It's another one of those that the backs up when, there's times when sporty figures, even cricketers whose game is built on statistics, will say, "Oh no, I don't look at I don't look at totals." You tell them they've made 10,000 runs for the county or in their whatever career. "Oh, I don't really care about statistics. They care." They
do. Yeah, you're right. Whether around the wicket to Compton, the left-handed Compton, and no run. Yeah, 410 against Leicestershire, wasn't it, in 2022?
Well, you need to emphasise that, 410.
Oh, no, sorry.
Those extra 9 runs are all important, yeah.
Sorry,
no, not at
just
all.
a guess for today. she's rubbing it in. God.
Just got those 2 digits round the wrong way. Yeah.
Was it 401? This is just off the top of my head. Was that Brian Lara's score?
Actually,
was it Warwickshire?
Was
that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Thank you, Rita.
There you go.
I'll get to Sam at the end of the day and tell him. I'll apologise. That's why it was.
That's right. Compton on strike and Weatherall in. Driven and beautifully driven to the boundary rope. Really nicely done. Just to the side of point. It was just slightly over pitched and there to be lent into. And yet another drive. And Weatherall looks a little bit disappointed with himself there. A bit too much width, bit too much length as well. And 4 runs. And Compton is looking pretty confident out there, as is Sam North East. No major scares. From a Kent perspective, I hope I haven't put the commentator's curse on that. But 48 for 1 is the scoreline here in Canterbury. And will we get through the remaining overs today? That's the question. We had a delay to the start of play today, so there'll be a, to use the footballing terms, added on time, essentially. Very much. But here's a brand new over.
As Conway, long stride, tall man to North East, takes that on the full, and it's an on drive, and it won't reach the boundary, but it's not hit with any great force by Sam North East. They are, I wouldn't say conserving their energy, I'd imagine it's very much conservative in making sure nothing uppish comes off the bat, but they run through for a comfortable 2 in the end. And actually the forecast, much like yesterday, gets better and better, and we had good light until 7:10. It was late last night, so yeah, we might well be there with that many overs to bowl, to be honest. But especially with the quicks on, Conway bowls to North East, so they might be tiring a little bit by in 30 overs time, should Kent still be out there and the light holding. So yeah, every possibility. I'm sure Northamptonshire wouldn't mind a day off. Kent will be very much hoping to be gainfully employed tomorrow. So 41 for 1. You're absolutely right about Lara. The 401 in Test cricket, 501 in first class cricket. He could bat a bit, that bloke. He's no Sam North East, but he could. Here's Conway. Does he square North East up a bit, just a little bit, just to adjusted the bat to keep it down into the offside? So perhaps a hint of movement from the big Australian. The ball is 18.5 overs old. Listening to a commentary of the 3rd day of Kent against Northamptonshire on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Northampton via the BBC Sport cricket website online. on the app and website, and with the pictures, Kent's YouTube stream as well. Over the wicket comes Conway. Oh, he's gone short there. And I thought for a moment South North East was pulling out of the hook, but no, he just kept his powder dry there. I think he rather held back on the full-blooded blow to make sure again it's going all the way along the ground to Weatherall, and a single taken. Both batters are moving more or less consecutively, neck and neck, 21 each now. There we go. They're keeping pace with each other. As Conway bowls to Compton, up on his toes. I was going to say guards that past point. He will not. And is that Rafi Weatherall again? Goodness me, that's some great fielding.
Saved a 4 there for sure.
Yeah.
If we'd gone past him, it would have gone down the slope for 4.
Oh, that's quite something. I mean, I'm not quite the age of John Shepherd, but even for me, the sight of a fast bowler, quite that agile, it seems to be a little bit odd. But a thing of wonder, I should say. 3 slips in a gully as well as Weatherall at point, as Compton does beat him this time, and that's Compton. He loves that shot, just cutting just slightly in front of square, using the pace of the bowler against him. 50 on the board for Kent, 55 for 1. In fact, they were already there. Compton to 25. North East has 21. And yeah, some great fielding by Rafi Weatherall. The sort of thing that, as a young player, really endears you to your teammates as well, I'd imagine, Rita. I mean, play with obviously you're still a young player yourself, but it's a good way to announce yourself to your teammates, isn't it, by particularly saving runs off particular bowlers.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm laughing because, the term, I'm not the youngest in the sides that I play, so I still play unbelievably, and play for the MCC now and again as well, and I'm normally the oldest on the pitch by about 20 years, and I try and do my bit in the field to throw myself around, and exactly. It doesn't matter how old you are with your fast bowler, opening bat, you do your bit in the field. And here's that man, Rafi Weatherall, the ball magnet. This one off the back foot, driven to cover. A nice stop there, half stop there. Probably save the 4 and through for a single. North East takes a single. And exactly, like you say, I'm from that era as well of fast bowlers were there to pick up the ball over the boundary rope more than dive before it necessarily, and that the game just expects completely different things now. And it's quite a sign actually. The 4 that was hit in the previous over, Weatherall still flung himself through it, at it, gave it a go. There's nothing, no half-heartedness about it at all. Right, here he is with his red-soled shoes from the pavilion end, round the wicket now, in to the Compton. Leaves this one alone. In fact, it's a no ball. Just overstep there. Maybe a different line of attack.
Just quickly on that previous delivery, there was some excitement in the slips, and I wonder if it's bounced just before Nathan McSweeney, because it's a little bit uppish from. I'm just watching a replay of the last ball now, but the one before that was a little bit uppish from Compton. I wonder if it just dropped short of Nathan McSweeney. But there we are. Not a chance, I don't think.
Next delivery, down, way down leg side, and definitely 4. This will be 4
off the bat, I think.
Was it off the bat? I was just about to say 4 byes. I assumed so, maybe off the glove.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
And deflected essentially down leg side. It was there to be tucked around the corner. Wasn't a great delivery. I've just looked at the replay. Probably off the glove. That's probably why it's sort of deflected in that way. And 4 more to the total, and he's not quite getting he's great in the field here, he's doing very well, but he won't be pleased with his line at the moment here, Rafi Weatherall, and Northamptonshire need to keep the pressure on from both ends, and whoever's bowling, this one's a much better delivery, off the back foot, punched into the offside. There's a man in the deep. And they go through for a single, but they need to have that combination working really well with Conway and with Luke Proctor, I'm sure will come on at some point as well. Yeah. Having that pressure cooker kind of situation for the batters. That's how you're going to get the wickets and keep the pressure on. They've got 2 quality batters out there at the moment that have been in the county scene for an extraordinarily long time, and they know what they're talking about. So Weatherall goes back over the wicket now to the right-handed Sam Northeast, tucked into the mid-wicket region. There's a man in the deep, and they go through for a single. 1 more to the total, 64 for 1. And in order to get Northamptonshire to bat again, I'm going to mention it just now once, Matt. Don't worry, I won't mention it too many times. What is it now? 442 runs required. Well, 443, I guess, to get them to bat again. We'll move on from that, Rita, because that's not the point. This is about seeing out the game as much as possible if they possibly can. Bright sunny conditions. We've got just over 36 overs remaining. Weatherall round the wicket, defended by the left-handed Compton. There's no run. It was really great to hear your interview earlier on with Mike Wilshaw, and really great to hear the CEO, well, first of all, give us some time, Matt, and have a good old chat. Yeah,
he was very open to communication in that respect, and I think he made a point of that in his interview as well, for member supporters as well. They wants it to be a two-way street. Took over in February. He was on the a Kent trustee as well, so knows a lot about the county already. This is
defended by Compton, and there's no run. Yeah, absolutely. No, great to hear. And end of the over, and I think Weatherall will feel a little bit disappointed with that over so far, but a bit of a tap on the back there from Luke Proctor, probably saying, we'll give you a rest now. That's my prediction. I can't lip read from this sort of distance, but if I was skipper, I'd probably give him a little bit of a breather. I think he'll be back again, I'm sure, to try and hunt down some more wickets. So 1 wicket down of Zach Crawley, if you're just joining us earlier on. Zach Crawley out for 5, a leading edge. Very, very disappointed when he was out, as you would expect. Stood at the crease for quite a while actually before he trudged back to the dressing room. But he's a quality batter. I mean, I always love watching Zach Crawley bat, but it's fair to say he's not coming across like he's got a huge amount of confidence at the moment. But he'll be in the runs very, very soon, I'm sure.
As Conway bowls to Northeast now. And on the up, that's through the offside. That's a lovely shot from Sam Northeast. But again, I have to say, from a Northamptonshire point of view, they're finding the gaps because this is an attacking field. And it goes for 4, 68 for 1. I'm just going to continue the when you're slightly longer in the tooth and things you never thought you'd see happen in sport. It's a very long title for an anecdote, isn't it? I was talking to I'll continue that after this ball. Listeners will be hoping that something exciting happens here and I get distracted. It's into the offside, defending this no run. Was talking on our sports show a couple of weeks ago to Blackheath hooker Billy Harding. There is a reason to this, don't worry. They play National 1, the 3rd tier of rugby, having a great season. 3rd. He scored now 43 tries this season. It's a National 1 record.
Wow.
This is a hooker. And I said to him, and Ben Watts was in on the interview as well, the two of us interviewing Billy as Conway to the Northeast. And I said, look, I'm going to put my cards on the table for our older listeners. They would wonder why you get 1 try as a hooker, let alone 40 odd tries. And there was a silence, and he said, "Oh, thanks very much, I think." So what's happened to the game of rugby? Game's gone.
You're right. Very much
40 odd tries in a season for a hooker.
They
must know what I'm saying.
They must have a great line out.
That's nonsense.
A great line out, catch and drive, right? And
he is
over the line.
He is quite something, Billy Harding. It's fair to say. But there we are. It's the Blackheath skipper. Defensive shot by Northeast, 68 for 1. But there we go. That's enough throwbacks for 1 minute.
I'm going to beat you on that one to make you feel better here, Matt. things that you used to see that you don't see anymore, which I'm really pleased about. That's another very long way.
There we go.
Is in the women's game when I first started playing, for quite a long time actually, it wasn't right at the beginning, playing in a skirt. We weren't allowed to play in trousers. This isn't the Victorian era. This is the late 90s, early noughties. Oh, what a silly rule that was.
That does feel ancient, doesn't it? As
archaic. Some of my younger... sorry.
Single taken off Conway by North East. They're just clipping it out to the square leg boundary.
So I'm so furious with those times there.
Yeah.
I kept going on about my story. Some of my younger teammates, they wanted me to bring in the said skirt, and I think I burnt it years ago in protest of it. But it wasn't that long ago. Imagine doing some sliding stops in the field, ladies and gentlemen, in a skirt. But look, it wasn't until 1999 that women were allowed in the long room at Lord's. So look, the game has changed. Thank goodness.
As you say, that is a stupidly recent occurrence, isn't it? Frankly, thinking about it now. 69 for 1. Harry Conway, end of the 21st over here, bowls to Ben Compton, and that's a good-looking shot through mid-wicket as well. And just for and it would be a remiss of me to suggest that this momentum means anything more than 20 overs of more or less 20 overs stability for Kent here, but these two playing North East and Compton at the moment in a similar way to the way Northamptonshire played on the first day and a half, that confidence in the pitch and Northamptonshire really striving for wickets here, and they've turned to Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner. North East 28 and Compton 32, and I'm not saying that with any great wisdom, but it just feels in the last few overs from a Northamptonshire point of view, like it did for Kent for much of the Northamptonshire innings. This is a little bit too procedural, and I think Luke Proctor felt it in his water as well. What about you, Andrew Rad?
Absolutely, Matt. It was interesting when Greg Smith, Northamptonshire's batting coach, was with us just before tea, and he made the point, we were talking about Calvin Harrison, and he said, I think he'll be booked in for bed and breakfast in this innings, and I think once he's on, he might be on for quite some time. I thought he bowled beautifully in the first innings, indeed as he did in the previous game against Lancashire. So,
I mean, in the context of the mountain of runs that Northamptonshire scored 71 for 1 isn't much of a drift, but it just felt like you don't want these two players who as we've discussed, have both scored a lot of runs in their career to get comfortable in the slightest.
And they are both adhesive players who can, as Matt and Rita were discussing, can bat for a very long time. Northamptonshire will hope that isn't the case here. Slip and a silly point as Calvin Harrison starts his latest spell from the pavilion end. Starts off with a full toss on driven up to Luke Proctor at mid-on. North East on 28, Compton 32. Partnership now worth 64 for the second wicket. Came together at the fall of Zach Crawley's wicket. Harrison in again, brings North East forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Still quite blustery, but strong wind hopefully keeping the showers away. Very pleasant this afternoon. Once the showers had gone through, Harrison again in, and North East pushing it out to Silly Point, and there is no run. 3 saving the single on the offside, with the man sweeping on the cover point boundary out in front of the Freeman house flats. 3 saving 1 on the leg side. Forward goes North East to this next ball from Harrison, plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Ben Sanderson might be limbering up, maybe he'd have another little trundle. Harrison in again, bowls, and North East defends. Back down the pitch, but the sun out at the moment. We still have a lot of overs left in the day. Always going to be a long session, as we were discussing just before tea. Still 34 overs left after this ball, which is played away by Northeast down past backward point, and that will run away for 4. Takes Sam Northeast level with Ben Compton on 32, and the end of the over 75 for 1. Harrison just giving Sam Northeast a little bit of width, a bit short as well, and Northeast putting it away for 4. Now Louis Kimber is on the field, so good to see who's gone off. I think it might be Nathan McSweeney, popped off for reason or reasons unknown. 75 for 1. Kent still trailing by 426 or thereabouts. 421. Now
431.
431. Very good. I'm glad one of us can count.
It's the scoreboard is a long way away, to be fair to both.
In the women's match between the two counties, Northamptonshire making 307 for 8, century for Meg Austin. Kent in reply, 166 for 4 in the 35th. So making a decent fist of that, and that game certainly not done and dusted yet.
Yeah, back Northamptonshire there, I think, when I think they just...
It's a lot of runs on the board,
yeah.
But then they're going to have to go at, 7, 8 and over from here on, but they certainly haven't rolled over. And we are indeed going to see a bit of Ben Sanderson.
Yeah,
we might.
There we are. Captain Rad there.
Had a word.
Just waved, beckoned him to the to double change his Sanderson to Compton. I got the pitch to mid-off, and there's no run. Nathan McSweeney is there to field now at mid-off. 3 in the gully in.
It's clearly not McSweeney that's gone off. I'm trying to work out who it is that's gone off, but Kimber's on at the moment. So he's in the gully.
He's 17, yeah, there we go.
Where he held an absolute screamer at third slip in the previous game against Lancashire. A little bit unlucky perhaps to be left out for this game. Had a decent game against Lancashire.
Bowls now to Compton, who plays it into the offside. There's no run off stump.
I suspect once they decided that they wanted to play Rafi Weatherall in this game to have the extra seamer, it probably came down between Kimber and Sales, I would have thought. But as Greg Smith was saying, they want James Sales to be bowling. They want him to be, contributing with bat and ball, and so James Sales got the nod.
Round the wicket comes Sanderson once more to Compton. It's forward on that one. Back at the bowl run, there's no run. Yeah, interesting that talking before the game, because I was interested seeing Louis Kimber's batting at 9, I think. In the
well, he was 9 in the first innings. He was 10 in the second because they had a night watchman. Harry Conway went at night watchman, but
I couldn't quite fathom it.
No, it was an interesting selection.
Yeah.
Just really went with the 3 frontline seamers plus Sales and packed the side with batting. Well, I suppose in the end you can say it worked.
Absolutely.
One way or another.
They got themselves a draw against a very good Lancashire side. This is through to the wicket keeper, left outside the off stump, and it'll be on length, I think, from Compton.
Rain at Bristol, which may at least take the game into tomorrow. Gloucestershire 186 for 8 in their second innings, following on against Durham.
Second time round, of course. Yeah.
So they're 244 behind with 2 wickets standing, but they're off for rain at the moment. Fascinating game at Lords. Middlesex needed 262 to win against Worcestershire. They're now 126 for 5. So Worcestershire might be favourites there.
As round the wicket comes Ben Sanderson once more, defended back past him by Compton. Sanderson allows Nathan McSweeney to do the fielding.
A couple of wickets for Tom Taylor, former Northamptonshire bowler, of course.
Top wicket taker in the championship
last year, and a couple for Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Middlesex will be Northamptonshire's next opponents at Wantage Road next week. Max Holden doing his best to hold things together with 40, but he's now out.
Sanderson round the wicket to Compton. push into the offside as a very sharp no from Ben Compton to Sam Northeast, who stood transfixed at the far end of the over. Dot ball, 75 for 1.
But you feel that's quite an important game, don't you, in the context of Division 2, because Middlesex obviously started off really strongly, but it feeds into what we were saying yesterday, and indeed what Darren Lehman was saying and what Greg Smith was saying this afternoon, which is that it is a very, very tight competitive division, and I think teams are going to be capable of beating each other, and Middlesex, having had a good win first off, could lose that one to Worcestershire. It's going to be absolutely fascinating in the course of this 14-match season, and thank goodness it is 14 matches as well, despite what some tried to change it to. Harrison outside the off stump starts a fresh over to Sam Northeast, who leaves well alone. Still 2 close catches in, slip and silly point for the right-handed Northeast. 32 off 64 balls for Sam Northeast, who was out for naught in the first innings. Harrison in, bowls just worked into the onside by Northeast. It's Lewis McManus that trots round from behind the stumps to retrieve. Lancashire 23 for 3 in their second innings against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. Scores a level, so in effect Lancashire are 0 for 3. Here's Harrison in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Northeast. Fascinating little duel this. Marcus Harris is still in, but Luke Wells out for naught. Harry Singh for 10. Josh Bohannon for 4. Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and Northeast props forward, pushes it to silly point, and there's no run. Interesting games boiling up around the country, with obviously tomorrow to go as well. Interesting one at Hove as Harrison is in and beats Northeast. A little bit of turn and also a little bit of bounce from Harrison.
That's the key, isn't it? I think on this pitch as well.
Yeah,
if you can elicit it out of the strip.
Yeah, absolutely right. At Hove, Sussex needing 328 to beat Warwickshire, 146 for 3, so that could go either way. In goes Harrison. That's just a little bit too short and allows Northeast to punch it away down to backward point for a single. That was the last ball of the over. 33 to Northeast, 32 to Compton, and Kent 76 for 1. We have 32 overs left. It was James Sales that was off the field, so he's trotting back on. Louis Kimber is trotting off. Ben Sanderson will continue in that Sussex second innings. Daniel Hughes is 65 not out, so you feel a lot depending on him. Jack Leaning, formerly of this parish, of course, is 38 not out. And those two coming together actually when Sussex were in a spot of bother at 68 for 3, so important partnership that.
I think that was the sound of our effects microphone blowing off the roof. So I might just go and retrieve it if you don't mind.
No, that's fine, old boy. You carry on. Just be careful. Remember to fill in the necessary forms. Here's Sanderson from the Nackington Road end. 3 slips in place. Bowls to Northeast, who pushes it up to mid-on. And there is no run. Yeah, if we get a fine day tomorrow, there'll be some interesting games around, not least at the Oval, where Surrey made 520 all out. Leicestershire now 609 for 5. So they've got a lead of 89. And it might be a little bit like the game here between these two sides last season, when Northamptonshire batted on past Kent, got a lead, and then just put a bit of pressure on the opposition on the last afternoon. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and Northeast just playing a little bit across that, and that fact I think acknowledged by Lewis McManus, who gives the bowler a round of applause. Plays it out perfectly calmly to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But for Leicestershire, Ben Cox is 122 not out. Stephen Eskenazi 91 not out. And Leicestershire now with a lead of 89 and 5 wickets standing. Sanderson in again, bowls to Northeast, no ball. called by umpire Hassan Adnan. 2 more onto the total, takes Kent to 78 for 1.
Yeah, apologies for that. I thought heard the noise of the effects microphone disappearing off the edge of the roof. It's got one of those fluffy covers on, and then almost immediately followed by a dog barking. And I thought maybe it was being
brilliant,
treated like a small furry animal. We're all fine. I've rescued it.
There's a relief.
Oh, there we go. It's at it again.
There's a relief for all.
Down boy.
Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Northeast. Goes on the back foot and deflected onto the stumps by Ben Sanderson, and there's an appeal because Sanderson, presumably thinking that Ben Compton might have wandered out of his ground. It's an awful way to get out, but umpire Hassan Adnan was absolutely on it and says not out. I have to say the appeal lacked a certain amount of conviction, but anyway, if you don't ask, you don't get.
No,
as my nan used to say. Off for rain at Trent Bridge, where Glamorgan have been set 478 to win by Nottinghamshire. They're 83 for 1, but they are off for rain there. Here's Sanderson in and bowls, and dropped into the offside. They come through for a sharp single, and in fact they judge it well because Sabe was having to make ground in from backward point and didn't pick the ball up cleanly. I think even if he had done, they'd have been through safely enough. Takes Northeast to 34, Kent to 79 for 1. Hampshire have declared against Yorkshire up at Headingley. Hampshire pulling out at 351 for 5, with Jake Lehman, son of, making 92. Ben Brown 103, not out. It means that Yorkshire need 426 to win in the rest of today and all of tomorrow. Hear the wind just buffeting our effects, Mike. It is still quite blustery, as it has been for most of the game, to be honest. Now, 3 slips and 2 gullies for Compton as Sanderson round the wicket and forced away by Compton nicely into the covers. A chase for Rafi Weatherall back towards Freeman House flats, and they come through for a couple of runs. Compton goes to 34, Kent to 81 for 1. You made the point earlier, Matt, that Kent, there are plenty of gaps available because Northamptonshire are, with so many runs behind them, setting fairly attacking fields. They seem to have this, I think, a bit of a theory about Ben Compton with Sanderson bowling round the wicket with 2 gullies in there. Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Compton, who's in behind that, playing it up towards mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. 81 for 1. Northeast is 34. Compton is 34. Ben Sanderson 9 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 10. Very Sanderson figures. 81 for 1. Kent still trail by 425.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that any wagon wheel analysis, even simple, of Ben Compton shows you that he loves to farm it just behind square, particularly off the quick bowlers, using the pace against them, just opening the face and running it down there. So, yeah, that's very much to get in his head, I'd imagine.
Well, county cricket followers of a certain age will remember the former Worcestershire and Northamptonshire batter Jim Yardley, and I think it was almost de rigueur that you had at least 2 gullies in for Jim, and sometimes perhaps even more than that, because he did like an awful lot of squirting through there.
It's Calvin Harrison over the wicket then to Northeast, just hit the bat almost opening the face down to backward point. He's got a short, well, maybe a silly mid-off.
He's just come a little bit straight, hasn't he?
And a slip in there. 81 for 1. 34 each now. They've been keeping pace with each other more or less, these 2 batters, throughout their innings, and left this one by Sam Northeast. Partnership at 74, but it won't mean a thing. I was going to say, if it ain't got that swing. If they're not there tomorrow, effectively, but at least the Kent team aren't here tomorrow. But it's back at the bowler and there's no run. Harrison just shining the ball, keeping it in good fettle, good condition on his sleeveless jumper. Tosses the ball from right hand to left, prances in, and left by North East outside the off stump, no run.
I see, Michael Atherton wrote a piece, I think after the previous round of matches, about the number of leg spinners that seem to be coming back into the county game. Obviously Mason Crane had a terrific game for Glamorgan last round. Calvin Harrison getting wickets for Northamptonshire. One or two others around as well.
Bowls now to North East. Just jabs at that, back up to off the back foot to mid-on, fielded by Northamptonshire captain Luke Proctor. And in the second round of matches, great to see them as well, and having a real effect on games. One ball to come then for Harrison Bowles to North East, and that's flicked with the wrists away. Square of the wicket, not too far. He's not really grasped that very hard, and it's fielded by Louis Kimber. I think. Is that Conway?
Conway, yeah.
Sorry, a tall, slim figure, but
yeah. It's what's slightly. I had to look twice, is because usually you see Harry Conway in his floppy white hat, but and it was rather nice at the start of this innings to see the whole Northamptonshire team in their crimson caps, which always pleases me enormously.
I was going to ask you about, is that the official shade is crimson?
Well,
it
has changed a bit over the years. If you look at some of the old photographs, going back into the 80s even, there were more maroon, but they have, I think, got a little bit lighter over the years, but they're still very distinctive. It was one of the joys of watching Northamptonshire as a kid, obviously in the days before teletext or mobile phones or anything, when you just get to the ground and didn't know who was batting or bowling, and you could see immediately, because either the red caps would be in the field, or the batters would have them. Now 3 slips, 3 gullies for Compton as Sanderson comes in and bowls to him.
Half an umbrella.
Extraordinary field. Yes, it's a half Carmody, this, isn't it? For those who are very old.
I thought I'd check on the shade. I can remember my first commentary on Maidstone United. I called the shirts yellow and black, and immediately amber and black. Oh goodness me, there was fury.
Well, because the Cobblers
never made that mistake.
No, well, the Cobblers' official colour is claret, of course. But these, as I say, the caps have got. I think they've got a little bit. They certainly have got a little bit lighter, but they are still the only county that plays in anything like that colour. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Compton, who is just homing in on off stump. Compton, so solid in defence, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. But this is an extraordinary field.
It really is, yeah.
Vasconcelos at first slip, Harrison at second, Bartlett at third, then Saif Zaib in a sort of more or less conventional gully position. But then to his left, 2 additional gullies. Well, the last one is almost point, fairly close in. But if you think about it as 3 slips and 3 gullies, it's probably easier to visualise if you're not actually watching on the stream. But it is an extraordinary field. But fair enough, try something. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Compton, forces away, out into the offside. There's only one man now in front of square on the offside, and that's Rafi Weatherall, who's in there at extra cover. But imagine, as is usually the case these days, the analysts will have done a certain amount of working out a bit of a plan, and Sanderson and Proctor just having a chat, and I wonder, is there a problem with the ball? Yes, here we go. It's not doing anything, have a look at it. So we'll wait and see if we're going to get the handcuffs out. Hassan Adnan is, I think, reaching into his pocket for them. Just an update from Bristol. We're back on there now, so Gloucestershire 186 for 8. Question of whether they can take the game into tomorrow, or whether it will be a day off at Bristol. 83 for 1 here. Batters in mid-pitch consulting at Wantage Road. Kent, I tell you, they're still in this game. They need 308 to win. Northamptonshire having made 307 for 8, but Kent's women 205 for 5 in the 39th over. So they're still in that game.
It's a good game of cricket.
It is. Could be. I think whatever is going to be a fairly high-scoring contest, but yeah, there's plenty of cricket left in that one. Here's Sanderson, in and bowls to Compton, the umpires having told him to get on with it. Forward goes Compton, plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. For Kent, in that game at Northampton, chasing 308, Kelly Castle is 64 not out off 70 balls. Just lost wickets at the other end after Coco Streets made 78. So
Vice captain here.
There's still a bit left in that one, you feel. Northamptonshire, as you said, Matt, I think favourites, but it's still to be sorted. Here's Sanderson in. That's hung outside the off stump. And Compton, not to be tempted. Sanderson's just starting to look slightly disgruntled, which let's be honest, it doesn't take a huge amount for Ben Sanderson to just look a little bit aggrieved, is perhaps the word, but Northampton just need something to happen. I wonder if they might, obviously Calvin Harrison, you imagine, will just block up an end, might try a bit of James Sales, might try a bit of Safe Zabe even with left arm spin. Sanderson in again, bowls, and Compton looking to try and pierce that field through the offside.
Good luck.
It just stuck in the pitch, and absolutely no way through. It's like trying to drive it through a sandbank with a little arc of basically 7 fielders, 3 slips, 3 gullies, and Weatherall, who was at extra cover, is coming more or less at cover there. So there was just a ring of 7, and unsurprisingly Ben Compton couldn't get through. 34 to him, 36 to Sam Northeast. Kent 83 for 1. We have 29 overs left in the day. Now that again is going to be, you would think, pushing 7 o'clock if the light holds.
7 o'clock on which day though? That's the question we have at this point.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, all right, okay. Should have brought the sleeping bag. Here's Calvin Harrison to Northeast. Bat and pad mainly, maybe, but yeah, well forward Northeast. There's a groan and a shout from Lewis McManus behind the stumps. I put a photo, by the way, on at BBC Kent Sport of that extraordinary field to Ben Compton. 83 for 1, and floated in by Harrison, left by Sam Northeast outside the off stump. The leg spin taking it away from him. Bowls the googly as well. Is that Harry Conway warming his shoulders up?
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Yes.
Be long before he comes on. It's a flatter delivery from Calvin Harrison. On the back foot, Sam Northeast fielded in the offside. There's no run.
Afternoon to Richard Coleman. Says he fears the declaration, so Northampton's declaration, may have been delayed too long to bowl Kent out. I hope I am wrong. Well, we'll see. Still plenty of time left in the game.
There's a lot of time left in this game, but
with the weather, weather around, I know what you're saying. 124 overs or thereabouts remaining in the match potentially.
It's Harrison to Northeast. Dead bats that. The man at silly mid off. George Bartley, I think there.
Yes.
I told you I'd eventually be able to identify at least 2 Northamptonshire fielders, and I've got 2. Here's Calvin Harrison over the wicket to Northeast. That's very much flat, almost medium pace from Harrison, and Northeast just runs that out to with a point boundary and takes himself a single. 84 for 1. He moves on to 37 from 85 balls, and Compton has 34 from 75. Ball to come of the 28th, and then I'll make way for Rita Green to come back and join Andrew Rad. Sunshine out there. I might risk a lap or 2.
Ooh,
I did that yesterday and didn't take my coat, which was, even though I was walking fairly briskly, was an error. Yeah. And I hold my hands up to it now.
Well, it was very kind of it was very kind of the steward downstairs to let me come into the little players area last night.
Shelter.
Harrison starts a fresh over and turned away behind square on the leg side by Compton for a single.
Last ball of the over that one. Yeah.
So he was. It was very kind of him, because I was sort of preparing to stand out on the outfield, looking a bit like Captain Oates. But he very kindly said, "No, it's all right. You can come in and sort of loiter around the bottom of the stairs where the players come down." And so Northamptonshire last night, I think, might have had a little bit of a get together after a particularly good day, so they didn't appear quite as quickly as usual. And as I say, Luke Proctor was in the ice bath last night, so had a chat with Nathan McSweeney instead. Now he may be some time. Yes, if we see a very tall commentator frozen solid somewhere halfway round, then we'll know who it is. Ben Sanderson it will be to continue with this extraordinary field. He's in and bowls to Compton, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-on. And there is no run, so 3 slips, a gully, a second gully and a point, I think, is probably the most accurate description of this very strange field. But obviously Northamptonshire have a bit of a plan. Sanderson from the Nackington Road end, the trees in leaf behind him, sun out, casting shadows, and Sanderson is in and bowls outside the off stump, tightish leave by Compton, but perfectly safe. And he goes through to Lewis McManus. Compton certainly making more of a mark here, having had by his own standards, obviously a disappointing start to the season. 4 and 8 at Durham, 6 in the first innings here, but this has been much more like the Compton that Kent supporters know and love. 35 not out of 78 balls. And Sanderson round the wicket to him, bowls, and that just keeps just a touch low maybe. Ball just getting a little bit softer, and Sanderson pushing it up, and Compton rather pushing it up to extra cover where there is no run, where Rafi Weatherall is still the only fielder in front of square on the offside. And when you lose the sun, it's just gone behind the sort of high cloud, it just starts to get a little bit murky. The lights are not on at the moment, but we still have a lot of overs potentially to bowl today. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Compton, and Compton on the front foot plays it out once again to Rafi Weatherall at extra cover. Sanderson into his 11th over, and he's conceded 10 runs so far.
Miserly nature.
Well, it's a sort, as I say, they're sort of very Ben Sanderson figures, aren't they? Doesn't usually allow too many liberties. There's Darren Lehman and Glenn Chappell. Another walk around the ground. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Compton, and Compton just a little bit circumspect, pushes it out into the offside, immediately goes and just has a little wander over towards square leg to clear the mind, and then does a little bit of gardening. Sun returns, but just a little bit hazy now. Sanderson going back over the wicket, so Ben Compton is checking his guard with umpire Hassan Adnan. But still the field remains the same, with these 6 fielders plus the keeper in an arc between keeper and backward point. Sanderson in, bowls, and that's on the hip of Compton, and that's a nice little release, and he's Sanderson's applauding. Now whether he's applauding himself, I don't think he's applauding himself, whether he's applauding Ben Compton for playing one on the onside, I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, Ben Compton, I'm sure, will not be remotely bothered by anything that Ben Sanderson says or does, apart from with the ball. So single to Compton, he finishes the over, 36 not out, North East 37, 86 for 1. Kent are 420 runs behind, and Calvin Harrison will continue.
What an extraordinary field that was.
Yes.
To an opening batter.
Yeah, well, I know Matt took a picture. I've just done the same for social media purposes later on, because it is unusual, to put it mildly.
Freshen you over. Harrison in from the pavilion end and tucked into the vacant square leg area of this man in the deep, and they go through for a single. Yeah, what I learnt from that, Andrew, is that Ben Compton is not fazed by anything. He's not tempted by half of Kent available to hit the ball into.
No.
And also, what I love is I love that little hand clapping gesture. I love a bit of mind games on the pitch. Harrison in, flatter delivery this time, and there's no run. You've got to love a bit of that, surely.
Yes, a little bit, yes, I think so. And
to a level, yeah.
Yeah, but yes, it was all fairly innocent stuff, but he's a fierce competitor, Ben Sanderson.
Harrison in and defended, and there's no run. Exactly that. And what I think is very creditable here is that Northamptonshire aren't just sitting back and waiting for the wickets to fall. You'd think with over a day for Kent to hang on. Harrison in, flatter delivery, defended, no run. There could be a smidgen of, it'll just happen. No, they wanted to have an aggressive field to make it happen. The only thing I'm slightly surprised that we haven't seen Safe Zabe yet, just to try something a little bit different. Harrison in, good length, good defence as well there from North East. I think for me, Harrison here, the first spell I was watching and on commentary for, didn't quite get the length right, just a bit short. Now he's getting the line length consistent. Harrison in, flatter delivery, defended, no run. The only reason I say about Safe Zabe is that he has quite a good record of just picking up a wicket. It's the old partnership breaker, the same way that Basil D'Oliveira did for years for England, Doug Walters for Australia. Somebody just comes on and picks up a wicket when you need one, and sort of stand breaker. So maybe that will be given a little bit of thought, but I suppose the ball is still relatively new, so they obviously want to give the seamers as much chance as possible. Kent have lost another wicket in that game up at Wantage Road. Kelly Castle's gone for 64 off 73 balls, bowled by Gemma Marriott, who's Northamptonshire's T20 captain. Obviously Anisha Patel is captain of the 50 over side. So Kent 215 for 6 in the 42nd over, so they need another 93 to win in 8 and a bit overs with 4 wickets in hand. It's starting to look quite tough. Sanderson it will be to continue from the Nackington Road end. Bowls short to Compton, who gets in behind that, paddles it down to deep backward square for a single. Compton goes to 38, Kent to 88 for 1. These two have put on 81 for the second wicket. Now with North East on strike, Lewis McManus is coming to stand up to the stumps, and a different looking field, a more conventional looking field for North East, with 2 slips, a gully and a backward point. Short mid wicket. Harry Conway just stretching the hamstrings a bit of extra cover. Now in fact he's going across to the leg side. I think he's just going to go in on the drive at silly mid-on. Indeed he is, and it means that the non-striker has got to go wide to see what's going on. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to North East and goes forward, pushes it out to extra cover. It's one of those situations at the moment where you think sooner or later something has got to give, either patience. Well, I wouldn't put money on either of these batters losing patience, because they are both vastly experienced and used to batting long. Whether Northamptonshire will just think might need to do something a little bit different, or whether they're just quite happy to be patient. Sanderson in bowls, on the back foot goes North East, plays it up towards mid-off, Proctor Fields, and there is no run. Rafi Weatherall having a conversation on the boundary down to our left with Liam Guthrie, one of the Northamptonshire 12th men. Louis Kimber and Liam Guthrie both here on the ground.
coach and assistant coach. Darren Lehman and Glenn Chappell been doing their lap. I think Greg Smith is also trying to walk a wicket, as we say in club cricket.
Yes.
In behind that one goes Northeast, up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Which way is it for... is it clockwise or anti-clockwise?
We were discussing this, and during the previous game at Northampton, certainly at least one Northamptonshire supporter was concerned that when Northamptonshire were batting, Darren Lehman was going clockwise, and he said he actually blamed Darren Lehman and whoever he was walking round with for the dismissal of Safe Zabe during that match, because he said they're going the wrong way round. 3 slips now as Sanderson is in, bowls to Northeast, no ball. Called by umpire Hassan Adnan. 2 more onto the total. Kent go to 90 for 1.
We're a superstitious lot, aren't we? Not all of us, but quite a few of us in cricket.
I think most cricketers are.
Put the correct pad on first, and whether you put your thigh pad on first or your or whatever, the order rather is very important.
Touchdown, touch the other end, even if you've hit a 4. That's one I've seen quite a bit. Keeper standing up as Sanderson is in, bowls to Sam Northeast, rocks onto the back foot, plays it out towards extra cover. Proctor comes round from mid-off to field and cut off any chance of a run. Rita was saying earlier that not a big crowd in today. It's very cold, and Kent having had a pretty grim day yesterday, even when the gates were open at 10 o'clock this morning. First couple of days there was quite a steady flow in through the gates. Not really so this morning, and of course there was a bit of rain this morning as well around, so hopefully if Kent get through to the close, maybe just 1 or 2 wickets down, then fans will come in tomorrow. Here's Sanderson in, bowls, and Northeast defends up to mid-off. Proctor fields end of the over. 90 for 1, 37 to Northeast, 38 to Compton. Yeah, perhaps the Kent faithful will come in to see the long rear guard action. Hope, from their point of view, they will hope it is a successful one. Northamptonshire, of course, will think otherwise. 90 for 1 it is. We have 25 overs left, which takes us, you would think, to
midnight.
Well, it's going to be at least 6:45, isn't it?
Yeah,
you would
it's a
think
late one, isn't it?
if it goes the distance.
Oh, bless you, whoever that was.
Well, it was 7 o'clock before we finished last night, but the
Yes.
light was fine.
Yes, that's right, isn't it? I saw on the feed on other sporting events, but no surprise. But Calvin Harrison continues from the pavilion end. There's an exchange of sunglasses between players. Yeah, the sun is pretty low, so sunglasses on. Here's Harrison in round the wicket with a defended a no run with a leg slip, a slip, silly point, mid on, mid off, and point backward square. Pretty conventional, I'd say, compared to the previous over that Compton faced. Do you know, this is you know when a bowler starts his run up and the boards, you know that signal that the umpire make. I'll come back to that in a moment if anyone's interested. And a brilliant delivery there from Harrison. And just beaten basically all ends up big oohs and ahs there. My point there, why does the umpire need to signal that? You don't signal dot balls, but
Yes,
I don't know, maybe it's just tradition.
Yes.
Let's be honest.
Dead ball, it's just the scorers now, I suppose. Not to put anything in the book.
Don't put that pencil down. Harrison round the wicket. What can he do this time? Just tucked into the onside. Slightly different line there.
You see, this is really interesting because it takes me back to the previous game when Harrison bowled so well to Lancashire's left-handers with a modicum of rough, but not a great deal. Now, more protective equipment is coming on, so I would imagine Safe Zabe is going to be given the opportunity, which I'm sure he'll be delighted about, to go in at Boot Hill. So the protective equipment is coming on. There'll be a little delay. I can tell you at Wantage Road, Kent have lost another wicket in the women's game. Rachel King, keeper, has gone For 18, caught off Lenny Sims, Italian international and great niece of Harold Larwood. And Kent 2-2-3 for 7 in the 44th, so it's going to be, you would think, quite a tough one to win. From there, a couple of wickets for Ella Phillips, a couple for Lenny Sims, a couple for Gemma Marriott. And generally, I think the Northamptonshire attack look as though they've kept it reasonably tight in defence of that big total. Still, Kent needing 81 to win there off for 38 balls, 3 wickets in hand. Will take a bit of doing, you would think, but there's life, there's hope.
Yeah, very big ton from
Meg Austin.
Meg Austin earlier on today.
On debut.
And Ella Phillips, from my parish actually. Played with Ella a few times. Really, really nice lady, lovely family. Shout out to the Sonning crew. And, gosh, I haven't said that term before. On air, shout out to my kids will be rolling their eyes. But yeah, it looks as though the Northamptonshire women have done the business potentially. Right, short and pulled into the onside. Didn't middle that at all. And went to mid-wicket, no run.
He really is causing a few problems for Ben Compton, isn't he, bowling around the wicket?
You're right, and he's trying to target those foot marks, quite rightly.
Yeah, there's not a lot, but there's just enough to keep him interested, I think.
And I think his eyes lit up a bit too much there on that last delivery, trying to pull that into the onside with its acres of space. Harrison in again, faster delivery, defended, and no run. And Compton's taking such a big stride for that forward defensive stroke to the point where he almost got unbalanced. You know, as a batter, you just want bat on ball in these precarious positions. Yeah, he's feeling a bit of tension potentially. So Northamptonshire keeping the pressure on here. Close catches in. Harrison in. Lofted, floated delivery. Squirms out to silly mid-off, and there is no run. And end of the over, a 90 for 1, Radders, and I think that it's fair to say that Northamptonshire are trying their best, but maybe we need a bit of a, from a Northamptonshire perspective, a change of bowler to mix things up.
Well, we're going to see a change of bowling, but it's not going to be Safe Sabe. It's going to be the well, if Safe Sabe is one of the shorter members of the side, it's going to be the tallest member of the side. Harry Conway is going to come back into the attack. Harrison's been excellent again, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. I say particularly bowling to Ben Compton. Interesting goings on at the Oval, where Surrey 520 all out. Leicestershire 648 for 6 now, with Ben Cox 149 not out. Stephen Eskenazi has just gone for 100. And at 648 for 6, they've gone off for bad light at the Oval. Incredible. So Leicestershire have got a lead of 128. It's interesting to see if they get back on, but that could be an interesting one tomorrow. Conway it will be then to bowl from the far end, the Nackington Road end, replacing Ben Sanderson. Conway in this innings, 7 overs, 1 for 33, the wicket of Zach Crawley, the only one to fall in the innings so far. 2 slips and a gully for Sam Northeast. Just joining us and maybe coming in from other events and catching up with what's been going on. We have one result in the Championship today, with Somerset beating Essex in Division 1 by 10 wickets. Here's Conway. In and bowls to Northeast, short, and paddled round the corner by Sam Northeast down to long leg. Rafi Weatherall comes off the boundary and sends in his return. One more to Northeast, who goes to 38, and Kent to 91 for 1. At Hove, Sussex chasing 328 to win, or 181 for 4 against Warwickshire. Daniel Hughes out for 83. Jack Leaning, former Kent man of course, 48 not out. At Headingley, Hampshire's declaration left Yorkshire needing 426 to win, and Yorkshire are 4 for 2. Adam Lythe out for naught. Sam Whiteman, former Northamptonshire player, out for 4. Both to Kyle Abbott. So dream start there for Hampshire. Off for rain again at Bristol. Gloucestershire 187 for 8. Following on, here's Conway round the wicket to the left-handed Compton, and he's going to get a single as he turns it away down to long leg. One more to Compton, he goes to 39, Kent to 92 for 1. So yes, frustrating for Durham there. They'd have been hoping to wrap that up today. Gloucestershire following on, they're still 243 behind, but had a couple of interruptions this afternoon. Lancashire, meanwhile, are 56 for 5 in their second innings against Derbyshire at Old Trafford, which in effect means they're 33 for 5. Here's Conway, and left alone by Sam Northeast. He was just seeing a little bit tempted, and it was a fairly late decision to leave, but fair enough, judged it well, through to Lewis McManus. Middlesex are, you would think, in a spot of bother against Worcestershire at Lords. The target is 262 against Worcestershire, and Middlesex now 153 for 7, so they need another 109 to win, just 3 wickets in hand. Here's Conway in and bowls, and Sam Northeast plays it back down the pitch. Conway gets a hand on it, deflects it up towards mid-off. Worcestershire, a couple of wickets for Tom Taylor, 2 for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, 2 for Matthew Waite, and Zafar Gohar run out by Dan Latigan. So Middlesex, who play Northamptonshire next at Wantage Road starting on Friday. Be an interesting one to see how that pans out. Is Conway going full to Northeast, plays it out to mid-on, and there is no run. So, as we were saying earlier, with Matt was on, there's some very interesting games bubbling up. And I tell you what, Kent's women are not out of that game at Wantage Road. They're now 247 for 7. They need 60 off 4 overs and 1 ball. Not easy, but a little bit of a partnership developing there. Here's Conway in, bowled and driven beautifully by Sam Northeast through extra cover for 4. It's possibly the best stroke he's played in this innings, which has obviously been focused very much on defence and building a partnership with his partner Ben Compton. But that was a beautiful, well-timed, lovely balance away through extra cover for 4. Takes Sam Northeast into the 40s. He's 42. Compton is 39. Kent 96 for 1 at the end of the over. And Izzy James, batting down the order for Kent, has made 19 off 11 balls. So, the cries of "Come on, Izzy" from Matt Cole, who's back in the box after his lap. 250 for 7, so they need 58 to win off the last 4. Still tall order, but it's
possible.
Still possible.
Right, a new over here. Harrison continues from pavilion end. Oh, tucked into the leg side. They think about a single for some strange reason, and they decide not to take that one. No run. Yeah, I've got half an eye. I'm completely hanging on you every word, of course, Andrew, but I have got half an eye on the game of it at your second home, probably.
Oh, yes.
At Wantage Road. Harrison in, round the wicket. Tucked out the leg side. And taken by the keeper, McManus. Oohs and ahs. It feels like we just back to where we were the previous over from this end. A bit of pressure building, and I like the way Harrison doesn't hang around between deliveries, gets on with it. Compton on strike. Oh,
that's beautifully bowled, isn't it? Just flighted that one up. He's
beaten,
aiming for that, maybe that little bit of rough. And it was interesting, that first ball of the over, wasn't it? Ben Compton just got the feeling he was trying to get down the other end.
Yes, and trying to get off strike.
Sam Northeast was having none of it.
Next delivery, quicker delivery. Completely beaten. Took a massive lunge even almost before the ball was released there, and somehow it squirmed out to sort of backwards square leg.
This is a fascinating duel, these two, and Ben Compton's hanging in there, which is obviously there are a few better in the county game at doing that and absorbing pressure, but now Northamptonshire trying to put a bit of extra pressure on with another close catcher. They've got a leg slip in now, leg slip, silly point, forward short leg, and a mid-wicket in fairly tight, or in fact he is in there catching now.
Here we go, next delivery, defended off the back foot, no run. You could throw a towel over them. They're that close. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 close catches, and then we've got a very short mid-wicket as well. Who wants to punch it through the onside rather, and then there's a fielder there as well. Harrison round the wicket trying to get those rough patches, and this one's defended and no run. Every single ball is greeted with oohs and ahs. And another great over there from Calvin Harrison. Let's have a look at his figures. 0 for 11 off 8. He's just tying up this end, isn't he?
Well,
Max,
this is what Greg Smith was saying just before tea when I was asking about how he saw Calvin Harrison's role the rest of today, indeed the rest of the match, and he said he thought he would just book in for bed and breakfast, I think was his expression, thinking that he would probably just bowl from this end pretty much. But it's interesting talking to Glenn Chappell during the previous game against Lancashire, and we were saying, on the first day, when Lancashire batted first, Calvin Harrison got through 20 overs, and it's unusual, you would think, for a leg spinner to be bowling 20 overs on the first day of a county championship match in April, beginning of April in England. Here's Conway starting a fresh over, and now that's hit Sam Northeast, and I don't think he was playing well. He must have gone off the glove then, because they've allowed the run. Of course, if he hadn't have got anything on it, I don't think he was taking evasive action. He wasn't particularly venturing a shot, but he must just have flicked the glove on the way through. So he gets the run. Northeast to 43, 97 for 1. For Compton, Conway coming round the wicket, 2 slips and a gully. Conway steaming in to bowl to Compton. Compton, as so often before in this innings, and he's faced nearly 100 balls. Northeast has faced 100, just over 100 balls. He's in behind that, plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. We'll get a temperature update from Matt Cole in a moment. I did ask Matt actually ahead of this game if he got his ski gear with him, because he and I commentated on a match at Northampton post-COVID 5 years ago now. Here's Conway in, bowls, and again defended by Compton out into the offside, and there's no run. And we were having to commentate outside because of the regulations, and it was perishing. It was so cold. In fact, there was snow on the first day and snow on the last day.
Oh dear.
And
did you see a penguin?
And there was Matt, myself, and I think Ben Smith, who's now at Derbyshire in the coaching staff, but former Worcestershire and Leicestershire batter. Here's Conway in again, bowls, and just a hint of an outside edge from Compton as he plays forward down to backward point, but it was a no ball. So 99 for 1 the score, 2 more onto the total. And the first day Ricardo Vasconcelos got 100, and I was trying to interview him in a snow flurry, and it was so cold. My brain went, and I just completely forgot what I was asking him. It was sort of brain freeze plus some. And on the last afternoon, I don't know if Matt will remember this, it snowed. It was like a snow flurry, and you could see the snow coming in from the east, and it's very unusual for the weather, Northampton to be coming in from that direction. Here's Conway round the wicket again, outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Compton. And I think this was sort of tea time, and they probably could have got back, and the umpires, to their eternal credit, Rob Bailey was one of them, can't remember the other one, to their eternal credit, because the game was going nowhere, so that's it, let's go. Match abandoned as a draw, and I think they we were so grateful. But I don't think I've ever been as cold covering a cricket match as that. But Matt had got his ski gear on. He's much better prepared than I was. Here's Conway in, driven by Compton up to mid-off. And there is no run.
The word fun doesn't spring to mind.
Well, no,
I've done many a football
wasn't.
match and rugby match, freezing. And by the way, do invest. Not that occasion will ever happen again, I don't think. Investing in heated socks is my new tip to anyone that does any football or rugby coverage.
I mean,
or maybe I'm just getting old.
Darren Stevens got a super 100 in that match, but it was hard to take great pleasure, even from a wonderful individual performance, and pretty much the same with Ricardo Vasconcelos' 100, because it was just so blooming cold.
Well, credit to them for hitting the runs in those conditions.
I think it was the first time Ricardo Vasconcelos had seen snow. Here's Conway round the wicket into Compton, and Compton nudges it up to mid-on, and that is the end of the over. I shall make way for Matt Cole. I think Matt will come in and replace Rita, who will then replace me. So it's musical chairs, ladies and gentlemen. Rita will come into this seat in a moment. Kent women now 261 for 9 with 13 balls left, so they need 47 to win. 13 balls left and the last pair in, which might be problematic. Harrison to continue, and Matt Cole to pick up commentary with Rita.
Well, I can absolutely rubber stamp that account of that 4-dayer at Wantage Road, and I don't know about you, Radis, but when anyone, because people do occasionally say, in all conditions of football, what's the coldest you've ever been commentating? I don't have to think for more than half a second, as Snow Flurry's first and last day. My post-match interviews were done in more or less a blizzard, I remember as well, which was hard to enjoy, as Andrew said, but we do have that story at least to tell about it. We survived, and the ski trousers, you said, I'm not a skier, but I managed to procure some for that freezing winter and and spring, it turned out. Football and cricket, I wasn't expecting to wear them in the cricket, but anyway, driven back at Calvin Harrison, his first ball, and there is no run.
Snow stop play? Was that the
well, and as Radis is reminding me of that, the decision by the umpires gave us all a great deal of relief. Players, staff, commentators, we were all very happy to go home in the nicest possible way. How's the cold? There we go. Not the conditions we have here. A temperature check on my... I did 2 laps of the ground because I was so cold. So there we go. That gives you an idea. It's brisk out there too, but not quite Ice Station Wantage Road from April 2020. 99 for 1. 2021 that would have been, actually. Sorry, yeah. You're absolutely right. 5 years ago. 43 for Sam North East. Ben Compton on 39. Calvin Harrison looking to winkle them out here with his spin. It's more getting rid of a barnacle, this one, than blasting them out with the pace of Conway at the other end. And I concur with the two of you. Fascinating battle between Harrison and both these batters. You can hear the effort, actually. It was like quicker ball from Harrison. It's cut away by Sam North East, and the 100 up for Kent. And the 50 was met with a mere smattering of applause for Kent. I won't say they're warming to their spectating, these members, but you just feel maybe not belief, but an appreciation perhaps of this stand at this point from these two, which stands at 94. Flatter again from Harrison. It's again cut away by North East. He'll go on to 46, and the end of the over 102 for 1. They're still an awful long way from batting their side out of trouble, these two. 20 overs remaining today, so best part of 7 o'clock, as Radis was saying, perhaps once again. And once again, we've got the best weather, certainly overhead conditions of the day, late in the day. It's a beautiful evening here, 102 for 1.
Indeed, and I think the Kent batters were saying, look, Northamptonshire batters did the business in their first innings. Okay, we absolutely didn't in ours, but there's runs to be had, and maybe the wicket's just flattening out here and we'll make it happen. But it's fair to say that Northamptonshire really fancy getting Compton a little bit stressed out here at the wicket. Less so for Sam North East. But Kent have got the advantage of this right-handed, left-handed combination. Two very experienced people batters at the crease. Sam North East with his 36 years behind him. And here is Conway from the Nackington Road end, defended. There's no run. Conway, now it's the first time actually I'm commentating, I think, a Harry Conway over. And I think young cricketers out there take note. I think this is excellent. His follow through is pretty incredible, to the point where he can have a chat with the batter every single delivery. And I say that's incredible because actually I don't think that's really part of the game as much as it used to be. Maybe I'm showing my age, but I think Harry Conway very much follows through in his delivery stride. 6'7", here he is, coming in. Next one is defended and there's no run. To be honest, Matt, if a 6'7" bowler was bowling at me and then follow through to the point where he's about 1.5 meters away from me, I'd be terrified.
It's intimidating, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's a big fellow, but as Andrew Amber was saying, he's been fantastic entertainment with his bowling, but he's a lively character as well. And a great asset to Northamptonshire. They made a really good spot and a really good pick-up with Harry Conway.
Third ball of the over. This one's tucked into the onside. It's going down leg and it goes down to long leg and they go through for a single. And it's that ball magnet, aka Rafi Weatherall, down at long leg, and he's been very, very busy in the field. One more to the total, 103 for one. Compton on 39, and North East is approaching a 50 here. His debut season, so to speak, or returning season anyway.
Debut, yeah.
Yeah,
back to his home county, yes.
Returning to Kent, the land of his birth. Or county of his birth, Rita, don't overdo it. Right, Conway's going round the wicket here to Compton. 2 slips and a gully. Here comes the tall Aussie, in and bowls. Tucked to mid-wicket and they go through for a single. Easy single, really. And the fielder had to go to his left-hand side, the skipper, Luke Proctor. So an easy single there. And Compton's been trying to do this quite a lot, actually. Just try and rotate the strike, and he'll be pleased with that. Just push it to mid-wicket area, go through for a single and another to the total. 104 for one. I'm Rita Green, by the way, alongside Matt Cole. Andrew Rad will be back in a little while. You'll be listening to BBC Northampton, BBC Kent, and on the BBC Sport website. Conway in, defended once again. He's in ours at every single delivery. He pretty much middled that, not Sam North East, but I think the fact that there was a little bit of indecision from Sam North East got the fielders very excited there, and they're searching for a wicket. One down if you're just joining us. Yeah, Zach Crawley out for Kent earlier on today, which feels like about 20 hours ago.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It feels an age ago. These two have changed the complexion of the Kent batting so far.
Conway. Oh, and a little flick into the onside. I like the look of that. And there's a chase on in the deep. Is it going to go all the way to the boundary? No, it's just going to be brought in from the boundary edge. They think about a third and then think again. Very, very good decision. Nicely dragged Max from the boundary edge. Love that sort of almost like a cricket shot flick.
Yeah, very
cricket
nice.
Shot. What, tennis shot flick.
Sorry.
What game am I talking about? That very stylish little flick. And Sam North East looking pretty good so far. On to 49 now, with Compton on 40. So the search goes on for second wicket. Yeah, Crawley out for 5 a little earlier on today. Conway with the wicket, the only wicket of this innings. But it's very much a game now for Kent to basically bat as long as possible. It's not about holding on. You can't have that mentality. It doesn't work like that, does it, Matt? But it's about batting through. And could the Great Escape be on?
Possibly. I won't commit. Here's Calvin Harrison round the wicket to Ben Compton. You say it's an awful long way to go, and while it seems eminently possible when you watch these two and what they've done so far in this innings, and they're a run away from 100 partnership, a wicket or two changes things completely in terms of pressure, mindset. That's on the full, and it's pushed into the offside by Ben Compton, and they'll come back for two, and that will be the 100 partnership, and that will be the applause from the Kent fans as well. Came together at 7 for 1, as you say, when Zach Crawley went at leading edge off the bowling of Conway, caught by Save Zabe. So yeah, they've come a long way, these two. North East 113 balls faced, Compton 106. It's the left-handed Compton who faces Harrison now. Fires that one a little bit more. You can hear the effort ball, can't you? Oh, is it going to be run out here? Goodness me, that was close. Sent back by Sam North East, and almost, well, talking really about how calm Kent have looked for the last hour or so, and Ben Compton almost just creating his own excitement there. Sam North East was not for running. Compton scrambling back to make his ground. They like that one. One hand, one bounce to the man at forward short leg. And Compton does survive. I wonder how much adrenaline that's got coursing through the system. Harrison getting some bit more air, good length as well. Yorker length. Blocked away by Compton, who is adjusting the boot there. Taking the gloves off. A watchful knock for both of these, really. Exactly what Kent need. Northamptonshire have 18 overs today, 18.1, 96 available tomorrow. As Harrison bowls to Compton, pushes it into the offside. That's a safe run, actually. Luke Proctor, I think it is the captain, he's had a shy at the stumps, but Compton was very much safe. 109 for 1 then, but almost in microcosm you see, Compton sets off for a foolhardy run, and it's that kind of thing, those short lapses, not necessarily batting technique, maybe in the running, maybe a bit of bad luck with a play on, could change everything, bring new batter in and change the complexion of this match. So Northamptonshire still heavy favourites for a big victory here. Came to 109 for 1 in the evening sunshine at the St Lawrence ground.
Beautiful evening here in Canterbury, as you say, Matt. It really is, and actually there's a few out on their balconies in the Freeman House retirement home on the left-hand side, quite rightly enjoying the evening sun and a pretty decent evening of cricket as well. And Ben Compton's nicked the strike, and he just seems a little bit unsettled with his batting at the moment. For some reason, trying to take that very quick run in the previous over. But I think he's had a bit of a chat with himself here and told himself to just calm down a bit. Right, change of angle for Harry Conway. He's going to try and jag into the get a bit of indecision into the left-handed Compton. Best delivery. Oh, big thick edge goes out to point region. There's no run. That's what he's going to try and do, isn't he? That indecision with it is going to be the in-swinger, the out-swinger. He's just trying to get into the mind of Ben Compton, who's extremely experienced. As I said, he hasn't had the greatest of starts to the season so far, so we're looking to build on that 43 not out that he's got at the moment. 32 years old now, grandson of the England legend Dennis Compton. In fact, his entire family are pretty legendary, aren't they, in many ways. Right, here is Conway over the wicket to the left-hander, and in he comes, defended, and no run. If you're wondering, the oohs and ahs in every delivery, you are completely correct. The Northamptonshire fielders are just trying to vocally put the pressure on the batter as well, and quite rightly. I think the Kent batters will be looking to see through this 17 overs and a smidgen this evening and come back tomorrow. I always think in these situations, Matt, it's hard to believe that it's the same teams, the same players, same batters that were scuttled out earlier on. Right, Conway is in. defended to cover, and there's no run. But in the first innings, Kent out for 178. And currently now 109 for 1. I always think it's just completely bonkers, this wonderful game that we love.
Yeah.
I mean, there'd be an amount of fatigue, I guess, for the bowlers building as well. We 43 overs bowled yesterday with Kent 119 for 6. So, yeah, and they're 38 into this one. But also this pitch, as you say, looks more like the one.
Next one from Conway. Push back to the bowler and no run.
I mean, it's not changed. It's not a different pitch. It's not a different strip, but it looks more like the one that Northamptonshire were batting on. And I think that's, to an extent, shine coming off the ball, but also, as I said, a bit of fatigue for the bowlers, but also the batters just being a bit calmer this time round. Perhaps things working out a little better for them at the moment, which is kind of my point about the breakthroughs. If there are, this could change the complexion of the game very much again. 9 for 1. There's a long way to go. Northamptonshire need to keep that in mind as well.
Harry Conway past the umpire. Big thick edge to point. They think about a single for a moment, and there's no run. And Conway can't believe it. He's once again a hair's breadth away from Compton. No, I'm adding drama in there, Matt. That's not there. But
I think Harry Conway was adding drama, and I was all for it, frankly. What do I say? I'm here for it. I'm here for Harry Conway's drama.
Yeah,
I'm not sure quite what he was being dramatic about. I mean, Compton had played that very competently, and wasn't taking a run. But yeah,
I think it's the fact it was a big, thick edge, and could it have flung up in the air?
I
You
suppose,
never know.
yeah.
So we've got a gully and a point now in play. 2 slips. They go down, ready for this one. Conway in. Oh, unbeaten. Oh, for a moment there, Conway thought he got his man. But a beautiful delivery there, the last ball of the over. And a dot ball to end with. And Compton goes down the wicket and does whatever every good batter does. Just prod that bit of the wicket and you'll feel all the better. I feel the same. Ben Compton, 109 for 1. The partnership now 102. So these two going along well, but tomorrow's a different day.
Yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself. We've still got 17 overs today, and with this bright sunshine, we could be here for a while.
Yeah,
which is good.
I think we'll see all 17. If there was anything to go by. I think that's it's just a bit of calming reaction almost, isn't it? Therapy for Ben Compton after that delivery, because it wasn't doing anything strange off the pitch apart from some good movement from the bowler there. I think it's beaten him. So, as you say, perhaps in his mind, if he goes and just taps down that little bit where it pitched and reassures himself that it's he can be confident in it. But yeah, good bowling from Conway. That Harrison, none for 17 off 10 so far. Resumes his battle with Sam Northeast, who's a run away from a half century. I was talking about him putting me up on my stats for one of his innings, but I don't think he'll really mind whether he's getting a half century or not here. Sam Northeast just pads that away. Outside a leg stump, playing no shot, and there's no run. It'll be this will be about crease occupation. You can think about a quadruple century tomorrow. No doubt that. 49 for him, 43 for Compton. That's Harrison bowls. Again, sticks the front pad well down the pitch, outside leg stump, gets back to it, straight back at the bowler. And I should say, Northamptonshire Steelbacks women have won the game against Kent women. Did well taking late wickets there, actually, extinguishing their chase on 268, so a 39-run victory. Really competitive game. 307 for 8 plays, 268, and Kent were in that for a long time, as Radis was saying. That one, again, he's just offering the pad to that outside the leg stump. Sam Northeast trying to force Calvin Harrison perhaps to put the ball closer to the leg stump, closer to middle stump, enabling him some room to play. But yeah, so Kent women beaten on the road in their first one-day cup game of the summer. Congratulations to the Steelbacks. That looked like a real great game. It was properly alive until the last probably 2-3 overs when they took wickets to have them 9 down at the end. And then eventually, sorry, at the end, we're all out in the end. This one is a low pull from Sam Northeast, and that is 50 for him, 53 of 117. Appreciative crowd. They've been very warm to the Northamptonshire batters, but this Kent fans really craving something to cheer about. And Sam Northeast, it's a very brief raise at the bat from Sam Northeast. Very happy to be commentating on that landmark personally, because I'm not sure I could describe that shot. I'm not. It's a curious beast. It's had the look of a pull, but from around about shin height. Ooh, he's just pushing that one towards forward short leg. Gets caught with bat and pad. Caught up with bat and pad, not caught, I should say. As you were, everybody. 113 for 1. Ball to come of Harrison's 11th over, the 40th of this Kent innings. And Sam Northeast pads that away again, and it's a wide, too far outside the leg stump. Now, having seen Kent in these positions last season where they're batting to save a game, I'm very much for the rule in these situations, particularly when Kent are batting, that an extra should not be an extra delivery. That seems all sorts of wrong. They're batting to save the game. Don't give him another try. If he's bowling it wide, give him the option. I think umpire will call that over. And defended by Sam Northeast. The commentary box is not in agreement, I have to say. There's stony faces all round.
I thought about it that way before. I see what you mean. You know, it's I guess in the
like, whose benefit is it?
Well, it's definitely most fielding sides say, "Oh, bonus ball," and,
but in this situation, no, that's fine. Let's call it 40 overs. It's all good. 118 for 1. I'll write to the ECB again.
Yeah, give it a go.
I haven't got an answer yet, Ranners. I'm very surprised. It's the stony silence from the governing body.
We should have a phone-in show all of its own of which rules would you like to change in cricket.
Our dear friend Bob Hunt, who we commentated with for a number of years, always fantastic company, and said that he was of the opinion that leg buys were a ridiculous thing. There shouldn't be such a thing as a leg buy. Batters haven't earned it. Basically, it's deflected off a pad. He was absolutely adamant. It's a nonsense.
Oh,
it's like, well, the ball's beaten the bat onto the pad. He said it's deflected. It's
got to come off the bat, is in his opinion, then, for it to be a proper run.
He was fine with buys. If the wicket doesn't take them, but he thought it was really unfair to wicket keepers leg buys.
Harry Conway, left alone, late leave alone here from Compton, and no run.
And he was such an engaging and persuasive man, Bob, that on an afternoon at Bristol, he pretty much had me completely convinced to be on the side, but I don't know. As time has elapsed, I'm not sure he's quite right, but
I hadn't thought about it. I've got a long journey home. I'm going to think about that one before I make my decision if I agree
honestly,
or not.
The more you think
as
about
a batter,
it
probably I
almost seems
wouldn't
to
agree.
make sense. Well, no, that's the thing.
Yeah, as a bowler, definitely not, right? Conway in, defended, pushed back down the wicket. Didn't quite time that one. It would have been a decent on drive if he timed that one, but no run.
Yeah, very much. He was saying exactly that thing. If bowlers are going to score, if batters, the batting team are going to score runs, and it's going to be credited against anybody, a leg bye should not be in the. Should not be allowed.
Well,
should not be
in more recent times,
the dead ball as soon as it hits the pads.
Conway in. Just wants to defend off the back foot, no run. I get what you mean. I did hear a bit of chatter on social media about the injury substitution new rule, and a few people huffing and puffing over that, and saying no, that's part of the game. It's part of the work. Because especially, I think, is it Archie Vaughan hit the winning runs, I believe, today, and he was a injury substitute. So, but then a lot of people say, well. Substitutions aren't exactly a new thing in sport, are they? So
no, that's true enough.
But going beyond fielding substitutions, Harry Conway once again tucked into mid-wicket, and there's no run.
In the IPL, they are de rigueur now, in fact. Substitutions in and out for bowlers and batters, innings to innings. So, They're part of the thrill of that tournament. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I did think, and it was mentioned elsewhere, that there was rather I have to say an old-fashioned and adorable appeal from the governing body to say, clubs, you won't take advantage of this, will you? Please don't take advantage of it. And
so not in the club
medical
game?
officers, please don't. Oh no, to the counties.
Tucked him to square leg, and they go through for a single. Oh really? Oh okay.
Saying, please don't abuse this rule. We trust you. But there we go. I'm not saying anyone's abusing it. I'm just saying.
No, I know you're not.
There we go.
No, but
if it was in a very important game, there might be thoughts,
Well, I mean,
I'll leave that.
No, I was going to push on the bruise there and talk about controversial substitutions in other sports.
Yeah.
Rugby springs to mind, but you're right. But let's leave that be. But I see the essence of the rule. Conway continues from the Nackinson Road end, and this one's defended by Sam Northeast, who has looked imperious. That's quite a big claim, Rita, but he has looked really good so far in this innings. Sam Northeast, 53 from 120 deliveries. So certainly patience is the key, isn't it? What are your thoughts on the old leg buys then, Matt? Are you in agreement with Bob?
I was in his company. I was completely convinced.
Right.
But I think he was a sort of hypnotist in many ways. So as soon as I was out of his company, I thought, nah, I'm not sure about that. 119 for one, and a lot of cricketing water has passed under the bridge since the first leg buy was on a scorecard. So I think probably, but yeah, in principle I can see it. I think, but yeah, Sam Northeast has been very stubborn, and Kent have brought him back for his durability as well as his style. 119 for one. Harrison is round the wicket. Comes down the wicket, aggressing him, and it's just gone under George Bartlett there at short leg. Along the ground, I have to say, but dancing down the wicket. Almost un-Compton-like. Rita Green is making way now for Andrew Radd. And I think I say with some confidence, she'll be back in about half an hour. Because I think this game will still be on there. This one's just pushed into the onside by the left-handed Compton. And there is no run. But I think on that substitution rule, I was listening to the commentary of Kent's game against Durham. That's a lovely shot into the covers. And that'll be 4 runs for Compton. He moves on to 48. Mel Farrell was saying in the final of the Sheffield Shield that a bowler who had a hamstring injury coming into the game was substituted. His replacement, and I'm not naming any names because I don't know them, there we go, took a wicket with the very first ball. It didn't affect the result. The team who had the wicket taken against them still won, but their head coach was less than impressed by the whole thing. Ooh, bat and pad! Is it caught? It's caught. It's not bat and pad, says the umpire. Just pad. Did I hear an ooh from the member section? There was great excitement.
Yes, I thought they might have the man there, but not to be.
Yeah, off the 5th ball of Calvin Harrison's over. There was dancing, there was celebration, and then there were double teapots and hands on heads. Fired in, and Compton has backed away. He's gesticulating to the far end. I'm not quite sure
whether somebody said something. Calvin Harrison
maybe
bowled the ball and it hit the stumps, but the umpire was satisfied that Compton had pulled away and made no attempt to play at it, so signalled dead ball. But
tries to twiddle his bat and drops it. That's a good sign.
But I can only think somebody might just have
had
an observation about the previous ball, maybe. But yeah, I think so.
Settles himself again, or does he? Harrison fires it in, and it's a low pull away from Compton unerringly. That's really well hit, has split the field. He swivels on it, and that's 4 for Ben Compton, takes him to 50. Northeast 53, Compton 52 now from 126 balls. Could be a really important partnership. It feels like it is for Kent. Could be pivotal, this partnership, how far this goes. as to whether they can stay in this match. 127 for 1. And Compton, his first half century of the season. It's Sam North. He's second. He scored 94 in the first innings against Durham. Northamptonshire still have plenty of time to take the 9 wickets they need. Well outside the off stump. Compton goes searching with the front pad, but gets in behind that straight to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 127 for 1.
A really interesting discussion about laws and rules that we'd like to change. One always seems a little bit unfair is the direct hit on the stumps that can then be overthrows, and of course famously the various instances of fielders, do you have a go, and penalises potentially an excellent bit of fielding. It's interesting the new reg about the substitutions. When it first came in and they announced it, my thought, having not read it particularly closely, was that it was to address an issue that actually Darren Lehman highlighted last year. Northamptonshire played Derbyshire, and Zach Chappell. Derbyshire started an innings late in the day, and Zach Chappell went into open, which is obviously very unusual, and just had a bit of a whoosh, got out. Turned out that he had a strong family reason. Somebody was ill in hospital and just had to bat. He wasn't going to be on the ground the next day. As James Sales is back in the attack rather, and Northampton North East coming right across his stumps. There's a strangled appeal for LBW as it rolls out into the onside, and there is no run. Sales starting his bowling stint for this innings, having picked up a wicket in the first innings, that of Daniel Bell Drummond, almost this time last night actually, caught behind down the leg side. And Darren Lehman actually said at that time, and I remember interviewing him after the close of play on that day, Sales is in, bowls to North East, works it into the onside, and there is no run. That seemed daft, and if it's a serious family,
it's a life event,
so birth of a child or whatever, then there should be some provision, and I think that was very sensible. I don't think too many people would disagree with that.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, didn't we? Tawanda Mayeye in this game last year, leaving the ground to be with one of his relatives who'd been in a car accident.
Sales in, bowls to North East. Big appeal for LBW, at least from Sales. Keeper didn't look that enthused. Lewis McManus maybe just sliding down. Not out anyway, says the umpire.
But in that situation, he wouldn't have had to rush back. Well, he didn't have to, but he did rush back to save the game, didn't he?
So I think that seems sensible, but quite where this whole business of injury substitutions has come from, I'm not convinced. We'll see. But I loved your comment about asking counties please not to sort of take advantage of it. Yeah. Here's Sales in, bowls to North East, who forces it away nicely out through mid wicket. Certainly one, probably two, and there will be two.
It felt it was a good thing to say, but I'm afraid it might be a slightly naive thing to say.
Yes, well, indeed.
Depending on the stakes involved.
If there's any, if a rule or a regulation or a law is there, then rest assured somebody will try and find a way around it. 55 to North East with those two runs, 129 for 1 Kent.
Maybe at some point we will have move towards a 13-man or woman team.
Yeah.
Where two are subs, and for whatever the reason you can use them during a game. But
here's Sales in and bowls to North East. Nice looking on drive, and deflected away out towards mid on. Sorry, from mid on to mid off, and the result of that, there is no run. Stays at 129 for 1. Good bit of fielding.
Mind you, that's a slippery slope, isn't it?
Well, it is.
Before long, then you've got eight subs.
I'm not
like or 7 or 8 or whatever, 11 in the World Cup.
I accept that it could be unfair. His Sales in, bowls, and worked again into the onside by North East up to mid on. No run. End of the over. Decent one from
it was
James Sales. 129 for 1, just costing 2 runs. I know it does seem unfair if somebody, breaks a finger in the first over of the match, say, and then they're out of it. But I have a certain amount of sympathy for the people who say that is part of the game, and I think back to we're a lot of celebrations planned for this year, celebrating 50 years since Northamptonshire won the Gillette Cup in 1976, and one of the key moments there was when John Dye broke Barry Wood's hand and put him out of the rest of the final.
As Harrison bowls to Compton, engaging battle still, just driven gently up to mid-on, fielded by Nathan McSweeney, or is that McSweeney?
No, that's Liam Guthrie.
Sorry, it's 36 rather than 38.
Yeah,
there we
Guthrie's
go.
on for Conway at the moment.
It shouldn't be allowed. The numbers are so close to each other. How am I supposed to cope? And he's in the same position. Here's Harrison. Oh, bat and pat this one. No, says the umpire. Lusty appeals. Umpire Harris is unmoved, and particularly the index finger on the right hand is unmoved. And well, there's an aftermath to this. There are players looking at each other incredulous.
But he's making things happen, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Harrison, that's the point, and particularly to the left-hander again.
The bowls now to Compton. A little bit of rough outside the off stump, perhaps, and aiming for that. There's pads this away, and there's no run.
And of course, if you do go with the business that if somebody's injured, then you take them out of the game. Things like Chris Wokes going into bat with one hand, you take all that out of the game.
As Harrison bowls to Compton, just helps that round the corner to backward square. And I think, as I said from what Mel Farrell was saying, is that in the Sheffield Shield, the side knew that the bowler that they played him half fit because they knew if he pulled up. I think that was the inference. It's I think one hand, one bounce from say we're back to back. Yes. That's what the shout was for.
Yeah, so that's not on, is it?
It had grounded. But you can understand their excitement. They're thinking they've got Compton here, but for a bit of luck, and he goes forward to that one and pushes it back down the pitch. The ball spins off the bat. You can see as it pitched after it had made contact with the willow. End of the over. Crikey, that was I thought we got a bit flat here, a bit of a drift, as I said, Radis, but that was an exciting over, and I thought James Sales won before. He was making something happen too.
There's no doubt that Northamptonshire want Harrison to be bowling to Compton, don't they? They want him to be bowling to the left-hander, and so I think that's something that probably these two just need to. I'm sure they are aware of it, of course, being massively experienced players, but that's clearly what the Northamptonshire ploy is. It will be Sales to continue from the Nackington Road end, as last night, the shadows just encroaching, shadows of the stands over to our right, just starting to encroach towards the square. 129 for one, still got 12 overs to go at 10 past 6. Here's Sales in, bowls down the leg side, and it's flicked off the pad of Sam Northeast, eludes the dive of the keeper Lewis McManus, and signalled as a leg by umpire Hassan Adnan. So one more onto the total, 130 for one. These two now put on 123 for the second wicket after the demise of Zach Crawley much earlier on. I mean, with batters, going into an injury with going into the game with an injury, and of course then if you want a runner, then it can be denied. I'm not convinced this new regulation is quite what's needed, but I'm sure it'll be looked at and fudged. These things tend to be. His Sales in, bowls to Compton, who goes on the back foot.
I don't doubt it.
There's a bit of previous there, isn't there, really? Plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. Leicestershire, meanwhile, at the Oval, are 671 for 6 against Surrey. They have a lead of 151 with 4 wickets standing. Ben Cox is 159 not out. Here's Sales in and bowls to Compton, and Compton on the back foot plays it back down the pitch. Sales fields off his own bowling. Off for light at Trent Bridge, where Glamorgan set 478 to win, or 113 for 2. But they are off there for the light. Acer Tribe finally getting into his stride this season. 71 not out. Now, they're dropping a man out at deep square for Ben Compton. Sales in and bowls to him, but it's the double bluff on that occasion at least, because it's full and it's played back down the pitch. And there's no run. Yorkshire 43 for 2 after those 2 very early wickets, courtesy of Kyle Abbott. That's against Hampshire. The target is 426, so Yorkshire 43 for 2. At Hove, this is still a cracking game. It's been one that's a little bit of a slow burner. Sussex against Warwickshire. Warwickshire all out 264. Sussex need 328 to win. Here's Sales in, bowls and paddled away round the corner by Ben Compton, and that's going to go for 4. Lewis McManus shielding his eyes because that's gone straight into the sun, but it was a little bit of a long hop from Sales, and all Compton had to do really was just get inside the line and help it on its way, and that's precisely what he did. And he picks up a boundary, 56 to him, 134 for 1. So Sussex, the target is 328. They're 224 for 5. So 104 runs needed, 5 wickets standing. Here's Sales in, bowls to Compton. Compton blocks it down at his feet, and that's the end of the over. 134 for 1, North East 55, Compton 56. We have 11 overs remaining. Jack Leaning still there, and a lot depending on him, you would think. He's 71 not out for Sussex, but I'm not sure where my money would be on that one really. Lancashire 93 for 6 in their second innings against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. So Lancashire 70 runs ahead, 6 wickets down, and a day to go. And it looks very much as though Worcestershire are going to beat Middlesex. Middlesex needing 262 to win at Lords, a 189 for 9. So Worcestershire on the brink there, you would think. And that will be a very, very interesting result in the context of the wider division, I think.
Already at this stage, you say what could be a really close Division 2. Harrison coming over the wicket then to Sam Northeast. His battle with Ben Compton on the back burner for a minute, as that's left outside the off stump by Northeast. Watches it studiously into the gloves of Lewis McManus. He's 234 for 1. Long vigils at the crease from both. Harrison giving that a bit of extra twiddle. Plenty of rotations, I think, on that one. Bit of air. Yeah, these two have batted, both of them, for around 3 hours now. As Zabe changes sides, 2 slips, silly mid off rather, and almost in line in the covers is Zabe. That one's crashed through the offside by Sam Northeast. He plays that shot really well, making himself room and driving it through the offside. I'm going to get misty-eyed in a second. I remember that of old when Sam Northeast was here. 59 from 130. So he released the pressure just for a moment. You know how it is, Radiston.
I do, only too well. Yes.
If you're going to sum him up in a shot for me, that would be very close to it. Here's Harrison to Northeast. Forward defensive. Very forward, very defensive. And 2 balls to come. Umpire Harris gives the signal to umpire Adnan. Here in the evening session, 6:15. Local time, as This one again is defended straight back at the bowler. Very similar delivery and response. 138 for 1. Safe save goes back on the onside. Luke Proctor is just trying to get in the mind of Sam Northeast with these fielding tweaks, and that's a lovely shot, that one. A little flourish after he'd hit that one. Oof, he thinks about coming for a second. Say, uncharacteristically skittish, Ben Compton, with in the last few minutes, perhaps 15 minutes with his running. But 139 for 1.
Yeah, so for that over, I mean, Northamptonshire will feel that the batters were at the wrong ends, weren't they? We were saying earlier, they want to be bowling, they want Harrison to be bowling at the left-hander. Safe Zabe is trotting off the field, I would imagine, possibly to get a helmet. Harry Conway is back on, so Liam Guthrie has returned to the warmth of the pavilion, about which I'm sure he's delighted. Sales will continue from the far end, the Nackington Road end. We have 10 overs remaining, so we're probably going to be finishing, assuming get them all in, about the same time as last night, which is just going to be before 7 o'clock. It's an interesting one, isn't it, this business of making up time, because I'm never entirely sure in whose interests that regulation is in place. Is it from the point of view of the game, or is it from the point of view of the spectators, to stop them being short-changed? Because all that happens, if we're playing at 7 o'clock, in almost all cases, unless there's a result actually at stake, is that everybody's gone home.
Yeah.
We get to 7 o'clock and there's nobody in the ground. Here's Sales in, bowls to Northeast, who drives out into the covers, no run. At most grounds, I mean, I think probably Taunton might be an exception, possibly the Oval, but the vast majority of grounds that you go to in this sort of situation, when the game is not going to finish tonight, and you know you're supposedly making up time so that people aren't shortchanged, there's nobody here. Here's Sales in and bowls and cut away. That's short and cut away by Sam Northeast, but there is some cover down on the boundary, so it's just a single. Northeast goes to 61, Kent to 140 for 1, still 366 behind, so from that point of view Northamptonshire have got nothing to worry about, but these two have done a terrific job for their side. They've really dug in, they've shown the sort of application that, well, Adam Hollyoake and all Kent supporters would have been hoping to see in this follow-on. Greg Smith, Northampton's batting coach, who was with us before tea, did say that they're expecting the second innings to be harder work. That's a good ball from Sales, homing in on off stump, but Compton pushing it up to mid-off where McSweeney fields and there's no run. The only thing I would say about Luke Proctor's handling the things out there today, I'm just a bit surprised that they haven't at least had a look at Zabe, McSweeney, just may do so of course in the closing overs, but just to try something a little bit different. Here's Sales in and bowls to Compton, short, and Compton helps it on its way for 4, and that again is not probably the line that you want to be bowling to Ben Compton, because he's just going to get inside the line all day long and help it down there, and picks up 4 cheap runs really. Compton to 60, 144 for 1.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a shot he plays off, and as you say, it's a little bit too straightforward for him from a Northamptonshire point of view. But Luke Proctor's not got a lot wrong in this match.
No, heaven. I'm not
trying to leap on you there, but
I just think it's it's maybe a thought now. Yeah. But interestingly, having said that he plays that shot well, then Northamptonshire have now put in a leg slip for Compton. Nathan McSweeney is in there, Sales is in, fed the shot again, and this time Compton doesn't play the shot. So it's a nice little bit of cat and mouse between these two. The umpire's going across because they have a deep square behind. They have Nathan McSweeney now at leg slip behind, so obviously the umpire wants to make sure that nobody else drifts behind square on the leg side, otherwise it will be a no ball.
Be interesting to as the shadows lengthen across the pitch, it felt like that had an effect last night. But I think Kent were already...
Well, Sales, that's clearly the plan then to Compton from Sales. He bowls another short ball and Compton sways out of the way, but the line was wrong because he was outside off stump and Compton had no need to play that and didn't. 144 for 1 at the end of the over. Safe Sabe reappears as if by magic. Well, I'm thinking about Mr. Ben.
Yeah, I was going to say. He's just dressed as a Northamptonshire cricketer.
Your mind wanders at this time of the day. This time of the day, sometimes. So Zabe is coming back on. Nathan McSweeney is going off. Liam Guthrie is out there as 12th man. So there's people wandering on and off all the time at the moment. 20 past 6 anyway. 9 overs to go. 144 for 1. Northamptonshire would be much happier, would sleep much sounder tonight if they could shift one of these two in the last 9 overs. Equally, if these two are still there tonight, still there then tomorrow morning, Kent will feel they've got a realistic chance on a pitch that doesn't seem to be deteriorating. Very good chance of batting through tomorrow, especially if there is, and the forecast seems to suggest it might be, the possibility of another shower or two, which we had today.
I mean, it would be reductive of me to say so, but it does feel, as you say, not that it entirely rests on this pair, but just the momentum that Kent would have going into tomorrow, and what it might take out of the Northamptonshire Sales having to
absolutely right.
struggle to try and take these wickets. This is Harrison over the wicket, trying to make that happen at the moment. And that's a lovely shot from Sam Northeast again, but running around it to get his right arm on it, if that makes sense. His right hand on it is James Sales. Good throw back in as well. Good sharp throw. Gets a pat on the back from Harry Conway. And they have Compton once again to in their sights. And this is all good from Luke Proctor. I don't think... I'd be very surprised if what he has to say to Calvin Harrison is anything different from what he's been saying all day. This is all build the tension, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And get the men around the bat. 4 of them, wicketkeeper in the middle. It's almost X marks the spot, I like to say, if you were flying a drone at this point, with Compton in the middle of it. Defends it into the onside, but I'm not saying that's anything wrong with that chat with the bowler. I love that. I love the theatre of it as much as anything else. The building of pressure as Harrison bowls to Compton. That's a decent shot actually. He's just opened the face and it's running away. The 2 slips are competing for the ball. Ricardo Vasconcelos, I think, is the man that wins the sprint. He's done very well there. Throws it back in and it's 2. Ben Compton is not reluctant to get back to the striker's end. I think if you're an opener, you're probably made of steelier stuff than that, aren't you?
I think so.
Trying to avoid a battle with the opposition bowlers, but 3 balls into the Harrison over. This one along the ground. The man at, I'm calling it silly mid-off. I think that's about right for Safe Zabe. George Bartlett under the helmet at short leg slip. Wicketkeeper crouched behind. Ben Compton offers the bat to that. I just thought for a moment he misjudged that, but actually he's done very well. He's played it very late, Compton, just offered the bat to it and pushed it away for a single. Vasconcelos fields. 148 for 1. See, the tension's getting to me. Radders. Luke Proctor's doing it to me. He's building the tension. Starting to feel skittish myself.
Getting inside your head.
Yeah. You can tell what temperament I have as a batter.
Luke Proctor, sort of like the cricket's answer to David Blaine.
Quite so. This is Calvin Harrison, last ball of that over to Northeast. Back at the bowl and there's no run. Yeah, I would have just stepped on my stumps by now. You can tell. 4 balls into that over.
Can I belatedly say
good
afternoon to Chris and Trish Harrison, and Trish, former captain of the Northamptonshire women's team. I think they've been having a family lunch today, and Chris got in touch with me earlier and said could I give him a mention, so happy to do so. Enjoying listening to us, I think.
That's relation, rather than no relation, is that right? Yes.
So, yeah, they're just asked for a name check, so I have done so.
There we go. And I have to say, even as a grizzled Kent-centric commentator, very much enjoying watching Calvin play.
Yeah, he has been absolutely excellent, and he's just such an asset to this side, and so much to offer across all formats. So, Sales will resume this little tussle with Ben Compton with legs slip in, 2 slips and a gully, Sales short again, and again the line isn't quite right. And Compton is just able to duck underneath it, and it goes through to Lewis McManus. Might Sales be better going round the wicket? If that's going to be the line that they're basically looking for Compton to try and play this little paddle. Hence the fact they've got Safe Sabe in there now. It was Nathan McSweeney before, now it's Safe Sabe. Here's Sales in and bowls. Now that's better from Sales, that's the line. It is short, and Compton on this occasion deciding not to play at it. Sales got the wicket of Daniel Bell Drummond last night, little strangle down the leg side.
I like the tactic, though. I think this is good from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, it is. They're trying something. Yeah, they're trying something, aren't they? So it's on a pitch that's not doing a lot at the very tail end of the day. Here's Sales in, bowls again short, and again Compton just sways out of the way, and it goes through to the keeper, Umpire Harris, signalling that is another one for the over. I think that's 2 that they've had. Now Sales is going to bowl round the wicket. I thought that would make sense, wouldn't it? Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen, but Sales is now going to bowl round the wicket. But interestingly, having decided he's going to bowl round the wicket, then they take the leg slip out, and Zabe is going in from leg slip out to extra cover. So Sales round the wicket, Compton. And very full, and Compton just squeezes it out away through backward point down to Rafi Weatherall, grazing down on the boundary in front of the Freeman House flats. And it's 1 more to Ben Compton. He goes to 64 and Kent to 149 for 1, the partnership to 142. Now fielders running in all directions for the last couple of balls of the over. Sam Northeast on strike, 2 slips and a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Here's Sales in and bowls to Northeast, right in behind that, plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. So 1 ball to go in James Sales's 4th over. A little bit of work to do to get to the Kent 2nd wicket record against Northamptonshire, which was made at Beckenham back in 2017.
Remember that game, yeah.
Yeah, 382 for the 2nd wicket. His Sales in to finish the over, bowls to Northeast, who's looking, I think, to play that little whip that we saw before. And on this occasion, he just plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. 149 for 1 at the end of the over, 7 to go. Yeah, Dixon and Denley senior.
Yeah,
382.
Sean Dixon wrote himself into the record
yes,
books.
With a triple, wasn't it? Triple 100. But little way to go. But if they do get there, then almost certainly Kent will be safe.
Yeah, good point indeed. Yeah,
sometime at about 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, just in time for the Dartford crossing. It's not that I'm being selfish about this or anything like that.
Oh, it's a wonderful feat of engineering, and I'm sure you'll admire it.
I do.
On the cue into it.
One has plenty of time to admire it. Usually, that's the problem if you hit it wrong.
Harrison Bell's around the wicket to Compton. I'll make way at the end of this over for Rita Green. There you go. That's on a hot key, and Q's building at in the studios. Sorry, that's a radio term. I apologise. That's very in joke, but just flick round the corner that one from Compton, and it's a dot ball. Basically, it's a key which just plays a clip, isn't it? Like a sample in modern parlance. Right, yes. And you could have that every day on BBC Radio Kent on the Travel News. It's just nurdled around the corner, that one. So
there's a gap there, isn't there? A little leg slip and a forward short leg. They could almost do with a sort of leg gully in there, maybe. Because this, I think, represents at the moment Northamptonshire's best chance. You would feel.
Feels like they've got, as you say, they've got something, that they have got Ben Compton just a little bit uncomfortable out there, although he goes for the pull away or a standing sweep.
Yeah,
dot ball.
It was quicker and flatter, wasn't it, from Harrison, and it just gave
Compton's trying to
gave him a little bit of release, didn't it? Better, I think. You feel just tossing it up a little bit more.
Round the wicket then. So all those close fielders in, defends it back towards the bowler. So you'd have the sample of traffic building towards the dart for crossing. Q's now back to junction, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. That's what I'd do. Fantasy radio here on the radio, online, into the offside, negotiated by Compton. End of the over. I think that'll be the end of me for the day. It's been an absolute pleasure, and this is enthralling stuff right at the end of the day. 6 overs remain. Kent 149 for 1, second time around. Northamptonshire needing 9 wickets probably in the remaining 6 overs of today and the rest of tomorrow to try and bowl them about those 9 wickets for a victory. Can Kent hold on? We'll find out in the next day and a bit.
Thanks, Matt. Be back with us bright and early tomorrow morning. I can tell you we have another result in the County Championship, and Durham have beaten Gloucestershire by an innings and 225 runs at Bristol, which I think is a bit of a stuffing. Gloucestershire all out for 205 following on in their second innings. They've just been outplayed pretty much throughout there, and Matty Potts picking up 3 wickets today. Matt Parkinson, beg your pardon, picking up 3 as well. So that is a serious cuffed and stuffed there. His Sales starting a fresh over, worked into the onside by North East, and there's no run. I was right first time, of course. Callum Parkinson playing for Durham. 2 wickets for Casey Aldridge as well. A couple for Kemar Roach. Gloucestershire, well, they've just had a thoroughly miserable start to the season. Cameron Bancroft made 56 today. Otherwise, not much to write home about. So Durham earned themselves a day off. Here, as Rita rejoins me, we have 5 overs and 5 balls remaining. Rita's got a coat on, and I don't blame her. It's got the old furry hood, the parka. It is a bit fresh in here, I have to say, but I'm not massively looking forward to post-match. His Sales in, bowls. A big appeal for LBWs. He's looking to work it onto the onside. Concerted appeal, not out, says umpire Hassan Adnan, and then makes that little signal that suggests it was going down. So that was a decent shout. You would feel it's a little bit difficult for us to judge. You've got the replay there. Yeah, I think it was probably going down. That's fair enough.
The appeal was absolutely huge, wasn't it? And actually,
I
thought
they fancied
it was
it
closer than it actually was. Yeah, going down leg, I think
they did fancy it, but I think that was another one the umpire has got right. His Sales in, bowls, and that's clipped away just wide of leg gully, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. But that's a couple of balls running that Northamptonshire have just sensed that something might be happening. On that occasion, he went full Sales to Sam North East, and he clipped it away just past George Bartlett, who's in there at leg gully. So, well, Sales, he's been impressive in this match with the ball. As I say, he had a difficult game previously against Lancashire when he was quite expensive, but look the part here. He's in again, bowls short, and Northeast just ducks underneath it, gets inside the line, and it's taken by Lewis McManus. And exactly as we saw yesterday, the sun, the shadow encroaching close now to the stumps at the striker's end. The batter is in sunshine, the keeper and the two slips are in shadow. The Sails from the Nackington Road end is in again, bowls very full, dug out by Northeast, thinks about a single as it rolls into the onside, but Nathan McSweeney, who's always energetic and busy in the field, is in quickly to tidy up. Leicestershire now 686 for 9 against Surrey at the Oval. Ben Cox out for 162. Tom Laws has taken 4 wickets there, Jordan Clark 3, but Surrey are going to have some serious batting to do tomorrow. They're 166 behind with all of tomorrow to go. Meanwhile, at Hove, close of play, Sussex needing 328 to win against Warwickshire, 234 for 5 at the close. They need another 94. Sails in, bowls to Northeast, looks to on drive, doesn't really time it, goes up to McSweeney, who's tight in there at mid-on, and that's another over safely negotiated by these two. It's 153 for 1. Compton is 64. Sam Northeast is 66. We have 5 overs remaining.
It's a little bit tense, and it doesn't seem to me that either side are just trying to see the day out in any way. You know, they're both trying to be positive. Northamptonshire trying to get the wicket, and a couple of very big appeals, but not for me personally.
Now we are going to see a change at the pavilion end, and it is going to be Nathan McSweeney to bowl his off spin. Had a couple of overs in the previous game against Lancashire and took a wicket with his 4th ball in County Championship cricket. He had Tom Hartley, LBW. Bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. And we have another result at Lord's. Worcestershire have beaten Middlesex by 57 runs, and that Matt and I were discussing earlier, you feel is quite an important result. Middlesex having had a very strong first round, lost in the second. Northamptonshire play them next. It's a fascinating division, it really is.
McSweeney from the pavilion end, just tucked down leg side, and they run for 1. Definitely get another one as well. There's 2 on the board. Do they think about a third? They do indeed. They go back for an easy third. 3 more to the total. McSweeney not quite getting his line right there, first delivery of the over. But that's fair enough. A new bowler coming in, 156 for 1. You do feel, I feel personally that this year, Division 2, it seems to be far, and Division 1 probably for that matter, but definitely Division 2 seems to be more competitive and more interesting, dare I say it, than maybe previous years.
No, exactly. This is what Greg Smith was saying earlier in the afternoon when he was on with us, that it is such a tight division, and there's some really good teams in it. 1 or 2 that have recruited well in the winter, like Derbyshire. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Nathan McSweeney, short and wide, and pushed into the offside off the back foot. Sam Northeast is looking pretty good here. Go through for a single, and to that point as well, that we're looking at a game here where clearly Northamptonshire are the favourites. It's fair to say, in the sense that Kent have got a bat tonight and all of tomorrow to get a draw at least. But wins are hard to come by.
Yeah.
So Northamptonshire will know that, of course. McSweeney in. Defended off the back foot, no run.
Yeah, that's the 150 partnership, by the way. Now, my suspicion here is that McSweeney, whether he bowls the last couple of this end, but I think Harrison will bowl from the other end.
McSweeney in again, round the wicket. 2 point, and there's no run. Oh, do you think it's going to be a case of spin and spin?
Yeah, I think they might.
Towards the end of the day,
might just
makes sense.
Put Harrison on at the other end. I may be proved completely wrong. It's usually the state of affairs, but we'll see.
The Aussie McSweeney in and defended, but that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You know, got to keep your quickies for tomorrow.
Yeah,
oh,
I think
goodness
so.
me, we'll need them first thing. I'm sure they'll be steaming in. McSweeney once again defended, no run.
Well, they're clearly using Ben Sanderson sparingly. They don't want to, again, as Greg Smith was saying earlier, they don't want to, be over bowling him at age 37. Well, it just goes to show what I know, because it's not going to be Harrison from the Nackington Road end. Sales is going to continue at least for one more over. Bowled 5 overs for 16 in this spell, but that doesn't really tell the story, does it? He's had a couple of got a big appeal for LBW, one from Northeast that went dangerously close from his point of view to leg gully. So Sales, maybe just one of those shock weapons that Proctor will want to employ from time to time during the season, just to try and make something happen. He is going to steam in from the Nackington Road end. 2 slips, leg gully, bowls to Northeast, who punches down the ground. Lovely shot from Sam Northeast. It's going up towards the boundary. It's not quite going to get there, and they come back for a couple. Northeast goes to 69, 159 for one. These two have now put on 152 for the second wicket. Came together after 2 overs, and they have now batted for 50 overs together. Short, and that's hit Sam Northeast as he went to pull. The umpire signals dead ball, and we're going to have the concussion protocol, because that has hit Sam Northeast on the head, on the helmet, and immediately umpire Hassan Adnan calling dead ball, and one imagines the physio will be on fairly soon.
Yeah, that got big on him.
Didn't it?
Very quickly, and
here comes the Kent physio with a Kent 12th man also bringing out a refreshing bottle of something or other. Luke Proctor just having a quick word with the umpire. So the game will basically grind to a halt for a moment, so I'll just run through what's happening elsewhere in terms of the games that are still on. Lancashire Derbyshire at Old Trafford is fascinating as well, because Lancashire, who were just 23 behind on first innings against Derbyshire, are 126 for 6 now. So they're 103 on, just 4 wickets standing. And goodness, if Derbyshire could turn over Lancashire, that would be again another fascinating result. Marcus Harris is still there for Lancashire, 55 not out, but they've just lost Tom Hartley, who batted a long time. Paul Coughlin making his Lancashire debut, having moved from Durham. He's 26 not out off 39, so he's got a big role to play. Zach Chappell's picked up 3 wickets there. But that is, again, beautifully poised for tomorrow. Yorkshire 56 for 3, needing another 370 to win against Hampshire, with 7 wickets standing. Finn Bean is 26 not out. James Wharton has just gone for 21. Now here, I think they're just looking at the helmet. Maybe it might just need a bit of repair work. Maybe it'll need replacing, but 1 or 2 fielders have decided to recline for the moment, have a little sit down.
Yeah,
the main
lounging.
Well, the main thing is to make sure Sam Northeast is okay. Obviously, that's the most important thing. But I think they've established that he's all right. But I think they may just be looking at replacement helmet coming on. I think because obviously they have to make sure it still has the sort of structural integrity required. Leicestershire have been bowled out at the Oval for 691,
wow.
and that is close. So they have a lead of 171. So Surrey will have to go out tomorrow morning and try and knock those off. Meanwhile, here we're talking about finishing at 7 o'clock. We'd be lucky to finish at 7 o'clock at this rate now, because we've still got 5 overs and 5 balls remaining. They're still having a look at the helmet to make sure it's okay. having established, as I say, the most important thing, which is that Sam Northeast is all right. There's like various conversation pieces. There's 3 or 4 Northamptonshire players, including the bowler and the captain, having a little chat at the far end. Lewis McManus, George Bartlett and Calvin Harrison have formed their own little debating society here.
What do you think they're talking about? Tonight's dinner? Tomorrow's play?
Yeah, could be anything.
Wonder what the Premier League scores are.
Safe Zabe's just taking advantage of a little lie down. Rafi Weatherall seems to be doing a sort of robot impression out on the boundary at deep square, just keeping the hamstrings loose. Meanwhile, I think the helmet has been replaced, and Sam Northeast is going to continue. The umpires are there. Yeah, Kent Physio is now trotting off. Safe Zabe gets to his feet. I can think of 1 or 2 coaches who would not have been impressed with Safe Zabe taking the advantage of a little lie down. I think the late much missed Brian Reynolds, for example, would not have been impressed with that. But anyway, he's on his feet, and the game is going to continue with James Sales. 4 balls left in the over. Still 2 slips and a leg gully. Backward point. Mid-wicket in there fairly tight. Similarly, extra cover. Here's Sales in and bowls to Northeast, who's caught at leg gully. Short ball, he's pulled it round the corner. Previously it just eluded leg gully. This time George Bartlett takes the catch. Sales has the wicket, as he did last night. And we talked about James Sales being the sort of impact bowler and making things happen, and that is exactly what has happened. Sam Northeast, having been roughed up by the previous ball, went for the pull. He didn't keep it down. It was a good diving catch by George Bartlett, and Northamptonshire have the wicket that they wanted tonight, and it's Sam Northeast who's gone for 69 and Kent are 159 for 2, and there will be a warm round of applause, and rightly so, for Sam Northeast for long rearguard action from him. 69 off 148 balls, and probably a bit of a headache for his pains as well, but Northamptonshire will be delighted to have broken this partnership tonight. 159 for 2. One imagines we are in night watchman territory, and indeed we are. Matt Milnes comes out again as night watchman, and he will be hoping that there is not a repeat of last night when he managed to run himself out. So
that will be the instruction from the from his teammates, isn't it? Let's not do that again.
Yeah, I think that's probably worth a miss, all things considered. But well, again, Luke Proctor will be thinking, isn't it nice when a plan comes together?
Yeah, and I can't
kept
help,
leg gully in.
True, but I can't help thinking as well that long break to replace the helmet, and then you put a new helmet on, and it never feels quite the same. And there's adjustments with the chin strap and the inner guards around it, and blah blah blah. And look, Sam Northeast is a very experienced guy, and I'm sure he would not suggest that would have put him off in any way. But it was a long break, of course, and it was quite rightly a break to check his welfare after being hit on the helmet for the previous delivery. But yeah, don't you love it when a plan comes together from a Northamptonshire perspective? That's exactly what Kent didn't want. And we have a night watchman.
Well, as I say, we had this. There's an element of deja vu about all this, because, as I say, Matt Milnes came in as night watchman last night. James Sales was bowling as well, and he's running in to bowl to Milnes. It's full. It's down the leg side. Didn't miss leg stump by that much. Good take down the leg side by Matt Milnes. But we were saying, Rita, when I was on with Matt last, that Northamptonshire would, if they could break that partnership tonight, they will be in much. They'll sleep rather easier, I think, tonight. Similarly, I think if those two had still been together at the close, then Kent would have thought, I mean, they've still got a chance of saving the game, obviously. But I think Northamptonshire will be very relieved. Here's Sales in, bowls on the hip of Milnes, plays it well, keeps it down. past forward short leg, out to square leg, and there is no run. Important moments these now at the tail end of day 3. It's a really good catch as well by George Bartlett. But, well, as I say, Luke Proctor's had he's had one of those matches, hasn't he, when pretty much everything he's tried, although it took a while this time, has actually worked. 2 slips in. Pitch now in shadow as Sales comes in and bowls back of a length. Matt Milnes sways out of the way, and that is the end of a successful over for James Sales. 6 overs, 1 for 18. Made the important breakthrough in the first innings, and he's done the same in the second. 159 for 2. We have 3 overs remaining. The pitch is now completely in shadow. And who is going to bowl, I wonder? Is it going to be McSweeney? Not sure it is. Oh no, he's not. He's now calling for a helmet.
I think it's Harrison.
Yes, it is. So
yeah,
unless he's going to
bowl,
unless McSweeney is going to bowl in his helmet, which I don't think is very likely, it will be Harrison to continue. So the McSweeney experiment was on this occasion very brief, constituting 1 over. He's now having a chat with his housemate, Harry Conway. They're sharing a house in Northampton at the moment. 2 Aussies together. But there's not a lot of urgency out there at the moment.
I'm wondering what the delay is to... Oh, they're waiting helmets, aren't they? Helmets galore.
Yeah, I think there'll be a few. Again, because
yeah.
They're going to have Harrison bowling to Compton. It would be interesting, Rita, to have known what they would have done had the right-hander been... Possibly with the night watchman in, Harrison might have come back anyway. But I think they would particularly want Harrison to be bowling at Ben Compton because he has caused him a few alarms and excursions. It is indeed a helmet coming out for Nathan McSweeney.
You have to feel that if the Compton wicket goes in particular here before the end of play, just 3 overs to go, that would be an absolute sucker punch to Kent, who's... I mean, that partnership was absolutely huge in nature. 152, wasn't it, in the end?
152, and they were they were together for 50 overs. Near as damn it, 50 overs and 3 balls to be precise. So it was a terrific partnership, and has given Kent some hope of being able to save this game, but interesting 3 overs in prospect.
Harrison into Compton, and there's no run. It feels like same again, lads. The right-hander round the wicket to the left-hander, trying to take advantage of those footholds in any way, shape or form. And here's Harrison again, very flighted. Big thick edge. Would have gone towards a second slip. It was along the ground to a high degree. They go through for a single. That wasn't massively convincing. Compton's basically preempting the shot very early, quite rightly, because he's trying to get as forward as possible to nullify any spin that might be happening here. But 1 more to the total, 164-2.
But we were saying earlier, weren't we, Harrison, it looks... I think his ploy has got to be to Compton to get it up there and give it a chance to maybe just grip in footholds. When he's bowled it that little bit quicker to Compton, he hasn't looked quite the threat. It's when he flights it up and tries to get it into that bit of rough that he's looked more of a handful.
The right-hander. Beaten. He's beaten by Mills on the first ball from House. You're quite right. Give it some flight. Well, also tempt the batter in, and also give it some chance to turn.
And Milnes has also got company now. He's got a silly point, a slip and a gully, a leg slip and a forward short leg. So 5 close catches plus the keeper.
Harrison round the wicket. And beaten once again. Beautiful bowling here from Calvin Harrison. This is absolutely tension beyond belief. You wouldn't think this is day 3. We've been going at it for day... Well, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, it's brilliant. This is a great advertisement for county cricket. Harrison to continue. And the fielders are just all coming in. Come in, lads. We've got so many round the batter right now, aborting mission, and quite frankly, Milnes has done the right thing. Just take a moment as a batter. Now I'm ready. Harrison round the wicket. Quicker delivery. Oh, and gets the wicket. Would you believe it? That quicker delivery deceived the batter. Or is it? There's a bit of a chat going on between the two umpires. And Milnes is not budging. Matt Milnes is not going anywhere. Oh, now he's moving?
I think whether he thought that it was the keeper that had knocked the bails off, I don't know. What's happening here? He's not going. No, I think he's been told that he needs to make himself scarce, and he has indeed gone. And Harrison has the breakthrough, as you say. It was a beautiful little setup from Calvin Harrison, who has been outstanding again. He's almost getting bored of saying it, really, but he's been excellent again today. And the night watchman for the second evening running, Matt Milnes, at least it was rather different circumstances to last night. And the feeling of deja vu continues, because now Jas Singh is coming out as the second night watchman, which was exactly what happened last night. But Milnes has gone. Harrison has the wicket, and well, they would dearly love to see the back of Ben Compton, but Northamptonshire will feel, as a result of what's happened in the last 10 minutes or so, that they've taken decent stride towards wrapping this one up tomorrow, assuming the weather allows them to.
And it is Sunday today and not Saturday, and the parallels between yesterday and today are incredible. Just seeing the replay, the faster delivery from Harrison just tucked up Matt Milnes.
Was it the googly?
Yes, I think it was. And that actually, well
maybe the top spinner.
It could have been. However, did it actually turn a huge amount? I'm not sure. I think it's the pace of the delivery that probably beats him more than anything. Right, here we go. Jas Singh. Got to survive this evening, you'd think. Harrison in, flighted delivery, and left alone, which is brave beyond belief, and or brilliant, depending on which way you see it. At the end of the over, what a over that has been from Calvin Harrison from the pavilion end, with a wicket as well. And quite frankly, the game has turned.
And you have to feel a bit for Matt Milnes, because he's backed a pair as night watchman in each innings. Run out for naught last night, bowled by Harrison for naught tonight. So I suppose it's a bit like making a mess of cutting the lawn in the hopes that you won't be asked to do it again. Maybe Matt Milnes might have relieved himself of that responsibility for at least the foreseeable. But as I say, we have a second night watchman for the second night running. Now 2 overs to go, so 12 balls remaining in the day. Kent 160 for 3. They are still 346 runs behind. Compton facing James Sales, running in and bowls short and just ducks underneath it. They have the leg slip in, and that move, it's funny, isn't it, Rita? I mean, you watch a lot of county cricket and you see so often the leg slip and leg gully goes in. It happens all the time when Luke Proctor's batting, for example, and you very, very rarely see anybody actually caught there. But we have seen one tonight, and Northamptonshire would dearly love to see another one, because they have a leg slip in for Sales and bowls to Compton. Compton just gets right in behind that, turns it out square of the wicket on the leg side. McSweeney fields. They have Safe Zabe now under the helmet at leg slip, Vasconcelos at slip, Harrison at second slip, Bartlett in the gully, Weatherall at backward point, an extra cover, Proctor directing operations from mid-on, and now Sales will bowl round the wicket to Compton, which, as we discussed a couple of overs ago, seems to make sense if they're wanting to bring leg slip into play. His Sales in again, and a little inside edge from Compton. It's run down to long leg and they come through for a single. But again, Northamptonshire has felt for a moment they might be through, but Compton survives. He's 69, and now Jas Singh has got potentially 3 balls to face from James Sales, then it'll be the last over of the day, which one assumes Calvin Harrison will bowl.
And Singh's got to do what he did last night, survive and protect also Ben Compton.
Absolutely. Here's Sales in, bowls to Singh. There's nothing wrong with that, just gets in behind it, pushes it up to mid-off where Luke Proctor fields, and there is no run. Harry Conway, I suspect feeling the cold a little bit down at long leg. He's got his hands in his pockets, and he's completely in the shade down there. But well, he started Northamptonshire's push for victory here as Sales comes in, and Singh again plays it very solidly back down the pitch. Conway dismissing Zach Crawley early. Last ball of the second over of the innings. Now Conway he's not going to be grazing down on the boundary for much longer, because he's being brought up into the ring. There's fielders trotting in all directions, but they're going to try and put a little bit of pressure on the night watchman. This will be the last ball of James Sales' over. They now have 2 slips, leg slip, leg gully, forward short leg. Harry Conway's going to have to go in front of square, because otherwise it'll be a no ball. Here's Sales in, short, swayed out of the way. Jas Singh, well played. But it means that Ben Compton is going to have to face Calvin Harrison, one assumes, for the last over of the day. 161 for 3.
Well, I feel very privileged. I got the last over of the day to talk you through, and what a day it has been. We started the day with rain here in Canterbury, would you believe, at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, and it's bright sunshine this evening. The lights are on, the floodlights are on, they're helping a little bit, but here we go. Calvin Harrison, who's bowled beautifully today, and Ben Compton is taking very much an off-stump type of guard position. You can barely see the stumps, so he's going for it. He really is. He cannot leave anything to chance here with that guard, but he's doing it on purpose. Here we go. Harrison in, lofted delivery and push to cover, but the skipper there, Luke Proctor, who like double ton in this match, is probably really, we probably want Harrison to continue forever, quite frankly, rather own this over. Harrison in, lofted delivery, really flighted, and beautiful flight, and once again pushed out to Proctor. No run. What we got? We got a leg slip, we got a slip, we got a short leg, got a silly point, we got a very short cover, and mid on as well. Here comes the next one again, very flighted delivery, this time to the right of skipper Proctor, and they go through for a single. So Jas Singh has got, what, 3 deliveries to face? Well, maximum 3 deliveries to face, and to protect the opener, Ben Compton. Jas Singh, 23 years old. I always think he's been in the game so much longer, but came back for an injury from last year. Here's Harrison in. Defended very nicely. Defended well towards cover, and there's no run.
Let me just tell you, Yorkshire are now 63 for 5 against Hampshire. Need another 363 to win. Hampshire favourites there, you would think, tomorrow.
Harrison over the wicket, in. Lofted delivery, and a big shout, a big appeal. Oh! And then Harrison sort of changed his mind halfway through, and I think there's probably too much doubt in the mind of umpire Harris there.
May have thought it was going down. It was looked a half decent shout, but umps in the best position.
Last ball of the day. In, and off the back foot, pushes it to point, and Jas Singh has done the job there. He'll be delighted with the fact that he's very much just protected Ben Compton, and it's the end of the day's play. And Radis, what a day's play it is.
Yeah, it's been a terrific day. It's been shown really that this pitch still has no particular terrors in it, and Kent giving themselves a chance of saving this match with an excellent second wicket partnership between Ben Compton and Sam Northeast, worth the 152 in 50 overs. Used up a lot of time, took time out of the game, which is what they need to do. But we said on commentary that if Northamptonshire could break that partnership tonight, then they will feel much happier going into the final day. Well, they've done that. Applause, and deservedly so, for Ben Compton, who goes in 70 not out, having faced 169 balls. So Ben Compton doing what Ben Compton does, and he will live to fight another day. But Northamptonshire, having got rid of Sam North East and then having got rid of the first night watchman as well, 3 down. They need 7 more wickets tomorrow, potentially 96 overs if they manage to get the full allocation in. And it's going to see who's going to get the honour of leading the side off, and it's going to be Harry Conway, I think, having got 5 wickets in the first innings and picked up the wicket of Zach Crawley at the beginning of the second. So Northamptonshire leaving the field, the umpires trotting off as well, the covers coming on. Thanks to Matt Cole, thanks to Rita Green, and hope you've enjoyed the commentary today. We've also had, of course, the Kent Chief Executive on. We've had Northamptonshire's batting coach, and thanks to them for their time in coming up. We will be back on duty bright and early and bushy-tailed at 5 minutes to 11 or thereabouts tomorrow morning. Trust very much that you will join us then for what could be a fascinating final day here at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury. From Matt, from Rita and myself, Andrew Radd, a very good evening to you.